Chapter 852. Ningku smiled bitterly to herself. Her health had been deteriorating recently, and she wanted her brother to be less dependent on her. She hadn't made plans for her brother for a long time. Elder brother wasn't used to this situation at first, but now it seemed that he could take charge of his own affairs and didn't need to listen to her anymore. But this was also good. Wasn't it her purpose to let her brother be independent? She couldn't hurt her brother's confidence. Thinking of this, Ningku nodded slightly and said, "Elder brother, as long as you consider it carefully." Dugu was silent for a moment and said, "Elder brother is going to see Yang Fan this time. Should I tell him that you are in Luoyang and ask him to come and see you?" No. Ningku was very nervous and immediately refused. "It's better not to see him. Elder brother, don't be a busybody." Cough, cough, cough. Ningku couldn't help coughing after saying these words because she was in a hurry. Dugu said sadly, "Sister, do you think I won't know even if you don't tell me? Why do you have to suffer like this? Since you like him, are you afraid that he will know?" "Do I like him?" Ningku looked a little confused for a while, and then a gentle smile appeared on her face. Maybe I like him, or maybe it's just a shadow in my heart. A shadow that seems real and illusory is the most beautiful. If I really get close to him, I won't have that feeling. I'm fine now. It's my business if I like him. Why do I have to let him know?" Dugu shook his head and said, "I really don't understand you. Do you really not want elder brother to mention you?" Ningku also answered very seriously, "No, I really don't want to." Dugu left. The boat girl, who was tidying up the flower pots in the corner, washed her hands and walked over gently. She tucked Ningku in and frowned, puzzled. "Miss, why don't you meet him?" Ningku smiled peacefully, and her eyes shone brightly. "Why not see him?" She gently stroked her cheeks and said in a low voice, "I haven't dressed for a long time. You don't even dare to let me look at myself in the mirror. Now, I'm as thin as a feather. Even I feel uncomfortable looking at me, so why should I make others feel uncomfortable with me?" Perhaps this was a kind of realization that life should only be like the first time, but not every girl could experience it. What kind of sadness was that? "Miss." The boat girl felt like crying and quickly turned her head away. Ningku said in a daze, "Just tell him to remember the Ningku at the Lotus Bridge by the Tsuchi River. Occasionally. He will think of me, don't you think?" The barge lady did not turn her head, but only replied with a firm, She wanted to say, "Miss is so smart, so beautiful, so refined. Any man in the world who has seen you will never forget you." But hot tears were rolling down her chest, and she was afraid that if she opened her mouth, she would make a choking sound. "He, that's good," Kus said faintly and gently. "As long as he occasionally remembers me, and remembers that there was a girl named Ningku, I will be satisfied, very satisfied." Not long after Yang Fan returned home, Dugu arrived at the appointed time. Yang Fan did not expect the person to be Patriarch Dugu himself, and was quite surprised. When Dugu explained the purpose of his visit, Yang Fan knew that he was also thinking about the position of Qianqi. Between the surnames Wu and Li, the people of the Dugu family are definitely on the side of the Li family. As long as we have the same big goal, even if we can't completely make him one of us, it's better than Lu Maofeng, who has a second background. This person's qualifications and identity are also worthy of being a Lang general. Thinking of this, Yang Fan, who was coveted by all the forces, was eager to rather have something than nothing, so he decisively agreed. "Okay, I will handle this matter as soon as possible." Having received Yang Fan's promise, Dugu was overjoyed. He cupped his hands in thanks to Yang Fan and said, "Dugu will remember Erlang's kindness in taking care of me." Yang Fan said with a smile, "You don't have to be so polite between us. Saying such words is a bit like treating me as an outsider. By the way, His Majesty's decree to form the Qianqi was issued not long ago. You are in Chang, and so there is no reason for you to know so quickly. Did you specially come to Luoyang for this? I do have other important matters. Dugu could not say that his little sister came to Luoyang from Chang last year, and her illness worsened as soon as she arrived in Luoyang, and she has been ill ever since. He also moved from Chang and to Luoyang because he was worried about his little sister. Dugu was also very hesitant about whether to tell Yang Fan. Seeing his hesitant expression, Yang Fan seemed to have something to say, and could not help but ask, "Brother Dugu, is there anything else?" No. Dugu laughed and tried to cover it up. "It's just that I suddenly remembered that there's an elder whose birthday seems to be in the next few days. Since I've arrived at Luoyang, I must personally go and offer my blessings. I was thinking that I should send someone to confirm the birthday of this elder, so I was distracted for a moment." Yang Fan saw that he did not mean what he said. He must have had other thoughts and was casually covering up, but it was not good for him to ask about other people's private matters. So he said with a smile, "I see. Brother Dugu has come from afar, and I had wanted to drink a few cups with Brother Dugu and reminisce about parting. Since an elder's birthday is imminent, it is not good to delay you." The two chatted for a while more, and Dugu stood up to leave. Yang Fan saw him off with his arm linked, and only when he walked him to the door did he ask in a seemingly casual manner, "When I was in Chang, and I remember that Miss Ningku often suffered from illness, and it was difficult for her to recover. Is her health better now?" In fact, Yang Fan had wanted to ask about this matter just now. That Miss Ningku was as gentle as water, pure and flawless, and had unparalleled intelligence. She had left a very deep impression on him, but such a talented girl just had to suffer from a chronic illness, which inevitably made one sigh with pity. However, it was somewhat presumptuous for an unmarried girl to inquire about her situation, especially from her brother. So when they reached the door, Yang Fan could not help but pretend to ask casually. Duguyu's expression darkened, and he said, "Thank you for asking. My sister's health is a disease that can only be nurtured and cannot be cured. Since last winter, my sister's condition has worsened. Although we have continuously invited famous doctors to treat her, we can only barely maintain it." Hearing this, Yang Fan could not help feeling sad. Miss Ning, who was born in an aristocratic family, had a noble status, was beautiful, and brimming with talent. If she had a healthy body, then there would be no regrets. But the heavens could not tolerate such a perfect person to exist in the world. Yang Fan sighed sadly and said, "It's a pity that I am tied up with worldly affairs and do not have freedom. Chang, and is too far away. Otherwise I would have gone to pay a visit." Dugu wanted to blurt out that Ning Ku was currently in Luoyang, but the words were at the tip of his tongue. No one knew his sister better than him. Ning Ku might be a little shy, but she was definitely not pretentious. Shyness and pretentiousness were two different things. If his sister wanted to see Yang Fan, she would not have said so resolutely at that time. Therefore, Dugu did not say anything, and only silently cupped his hands towards Yang Fan, hiding his sorrow. Princess Taiping's banquet was on the next day, so Yang Fan did not go to the 1,000 cavalry camp again. In any case, he had deliberately suppressed the number of soldiers over there, and delayed gathering 1,000 people. For the time being, there was no armor, weapons, and horses distributed, and there was no need to drill the troops and horses. The next morning, Yang Fan only accompanied his wife and son at home. These days, Anu was somewhat sleepy and listless, but she could not tell what was wrong. Usually, when she woke up in the morning, she would spar with Xiaoman in martial arts. She practiced martial arts nonstop to strengthen her body, but she stopped these few days because she only felt listless and did not feel uncomfortable. She did not find anyone to treat her. When Yang Fan returned, he naturally did not allow it, and specially sent someone to invite Jiang Shichen, who was famous for his gynecology. In the end, the Jiang family replied that Jiang Shichen had been invited by a noble to the residence to see a doctor and had not returned for a long time. The person sent by Yang Fan came up empty-handed, so he could only invite another person. This person still had a title in the Imperial Physician Academy, but because he was too old, he was not usually on duty. Because this person was too old and had the status of an imperial physician, it was not good for Yang Fan to invite someone to the residence to treat him. So he asked Gu Zhuting to accompany a new to prepare a carriage to seek treatment. Yang Fan accompanied them out, and they went to the old imperial physician's residence, while Yang Fan rode straight to Princess Taiping's residence. Yang Fan was not considered a regular visitor to Princess Taiping's residence. After all, Taiping had a son-in-law, so Yang Fan rarely came to the Princess Taiping's residence to visit her. Today, Princess Taiping's son-in-law, Wu Yuji, was also at the residence. He heard that it was specially to thank Yang Fan, but Wu Yuji did not care. His two sons with his ex-wife had been brought back to Luoyang. Although they could not reveal their identities, they could spend time with each other. He had a lot of concubines, but Princess Taiping did not care. For the children of the concubines, Princess Taiping used the reason that she gave birth to them and asked for an official birth for them. In this way, Wu Yuji could not find any fault. After a few years of living as a married couple, he had become used to this strange relationship. He did not make things difficult for Taiping, and Taiping did not make things difficult for him. The two of them lived in harmony, and when it was necessary for husband and wife to appear together, the two of them cooperated very well. What green hat? Wu Yuji had long understood. Since he did not regard Taiping as his wife, how could Taiping add insult to injury? He was now living in the princess residence, indulging in debauchery, and Taiping did not care. Was there such a free and unfettered son-in-law in the world? Therefore, when he heard that Yang Fan had arrived, Wu Yuji, as the male master of the princess residence, only smiled and stood up calmly. He politely nodded to the guests in the hall and said in a pleasant manner, "Everyone, please sit down. I will go and welcome our distinguished guest today." The young and old princesses watched as the son-in-law left, and then immediately turned to Princess Taiping and said, "You are so good at controlling your husband and can be regarded as a role model for the princess. How dare you disrespect him?" Chapter 853. When Wu Yuji arrived at the gate, Yang Fan was somewhat surprised to see that it was the prince's son-in-law. However, Wu Yuji's expression remained the same, so Yang Fan did not bat an eyelid. Of the two guests and host, one was Taiping's husband in name, and the other was Taiping's man in reality. They bowed respectfully and chatted merrily. After a brief exchange of etiquette, they entered side by side. The shadows of the trees swayed, and the chirping of cicadas sounded like rain. In the long corridor, palace maids and maids shuttled back and forth, holding gold and silver utensils filled with all kinds of fruits, wine, and delicacies. When they saw the prince's son-in-law accompanying a handsome guest of about 20 years of age with a calm bearing and as steady as a mountain, they all moved aside to make way for him. Without speaking, Wu Yuji led Yang Fan straight to the moon-sweeping pavilion in the rear residence. When they got close to the pavilion, they saw a group of women inside, and outside the pavilion, all of them dressed like noble women and noble ladies. Yang Fan was instantly startled. Why are all these accompanying guests today women? In truth, this was truly an injustice to Taiping. This time, Taiping had come to thank Yang Fan on behalf of her brother, and it could also be considered a family banquet of the Li clan. Everyone who came was a member of the Li clan, and the reason why it had become like a crowd of fragrant countries with colorful clothes and beautiful hair and a group of women was because almost all the men of the Li clan had been killed by Wu Zetian. Of those attending today's banquet, the Prince of Luling's residence was represented by heir Li Zhongruan, as well as the 7 princesses. As for the other 3 princes, it was said that the Prince of Luling had yet to recover from his illness, so they remained in the palace as filial sons. On the side of the Prince of Xiang, Li Dan, who still bore the title of Crown Prince, was represented by the Crown Prince Li Qingqi. The rest were either married or unmarried princesses. The 2 houses of the former emperor, Li Ji, still had male descendants. Even if there were still men alive in the other Li royal family, they were suffering in Lingnan. As far as the eye could see, naturally, there were only 4 generations of Tang dynasty princesses, led by Princess Qianjin. The Li family was now in a serious situation where there were more women than men. Apart from Li Ji's branch's 2 surviving princes and Prince Consort Wu, there was at least 1 man present. This person looked mighty and majestic. Even though he was sitting there lazily, he had a masculine aura that surged with blood and qi. He was far from the gentle young masters like Li Qingqi and Li Zhongruan. This person's name was Li Qianli. He was the general who had quelled the rebellion of Gao Lishi's father, Feng Juanheng, in Lingnan. Li Qianli's original name was Li Run. He was the eldest son of Li Ku, the son of Li Shimin. Li Ku had been framed and killed by Zhangsun Wuji in the struggle for the throne. At that time, Wu Zetian did not have this ability. By the time Wu Zetian came to power, Li Ku's 4 sons had already been banished to Lingnan. Li Run was as cunning as his father, Li Ku. He was used to playing the fool and pretending to be a fool in front of others. Other than occasionally finding auspicious signs to give to Wu Zetian, he did not care about anything else. He was the provincial governor of Lingnan. All government affairs were entrusted to the chief scribes sent by Wu Zetian. He spent all his time sightseeing and did not pay attention to government affairs. Many of the imperial censors in the court criticized him for his neglect of government affairs, but he continued to ignore them. In this way, he actually managed to preserve his life. If Wu Zetian wanted to ascend to the throne, she had to first get rid of the obstacles. She had massacred Li Tang's members of the royal family, but she did not touch Li Run. Not only did she not touch him, but she also specially sent someone to comfort him and gave him these words: "You, my family's horse of 1,000 miles." Li Run, who had always played the fool, suddenly became clever and immediately changed his name. Li Qianli. Li Qianli had been wandering in the south. Now that Wu Zetian had decided to pass the throne to her son, she no longer suppressed Li Tang's members of the royal family. The political environment had eased up, so he was transferred back to the capital. As Li Ke's eldest son, he had not yet regained his father's former title. At the moment, he was a general in the Jinwu Guards and lived with the pig-riding general Wu Yizong. Today was a family banquet. Regardless of official rank, Li Qianli was Li Ke's son, and Li Ku and Li Ji were brothers. Li Qingqi and Li Zhongruan were both Li Ji's grandsons. Li Qianli was the imperial uncle and had the highest seniority among the male guests, so he sat at the head. Sitting at the head, Li Qianli could not hide his tall and strong physique, but he also did not show his calm, dignified, wise, and experienced side. Even in front of Li Tang's members of the royal family, he still looked wooden and taciturn. It was unknown whether it was because he was worried about his own family or because he had been playing the fool for too long and was used to it. Seeing Yang Fan walk in, his movements calm and steady, Li Qianli's eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. Then his expression returned to normal. He first picked up a bowl of wine and drank it all in one gulp. When he was in Lingnan, he had led troops to suppress the Feng family's rebellion, although this rebellion was not forced by him, and the punishment after the rebellion was not decided by him. He was, after all, standing on the opposite side of the Feng family. And at that time, Yang Fan was the imperial envoy of the Six Paths of the southern frontier. The strategy he adopted was to appease the Feng family. He and Yang Fan, one suppressing and the other appeasing, their actions could be considered as poles apart. He also heard that Provincial Governor Feng had a son who entered the palace under Yang Fan's care. Since the establishment of the Tang dynasty, there had not been a single eunuch who could act like a tyrant and rule the court. The eunuchs at the end of the Han dynasty could not be compared to them. He did not feel that a small eunuch entering the palace could pose any threat to him. But Yang Fan's actions, after all, seemed to be going against him. So when he saw Yang Fan, he felt a little uneasy. The emperor's son-in-law, Wu Yuji, welcomed Yang Fan in. Princess Taiping also went up to welcome him. As the hosts of today's banquet, the husband and wife introduced Yang Fan to the guests. This is the general of the Jinwu Guards, General Li, our imperial uncle. This is the Golden Princess, this consort's eldest sister. When Princess Taiping introduced the precious princess, she blushed and felt a little embarrassed. The precious princess was Li Yuan's youngest daughter and Li Shimin's younger sister. Wu Zetian was Li Shimin's daughter-in-law and should have called her aunt, and Princess Taiping should have called her grand aunt. But this old woman had chosen to recognize Wu Zetian as her adoptive mother, and as a result, she had become Duke Taiping's elder sister. Princess Taiping looked embarrassed, but the precious princess's expression was normal. She smiled and nodded at Yang Fan. Not only did she not mind Princess Taiping's introduction of his identity, she also acted as if she had never invited Yang Fan into her bedroom. As an old woman, she wanted to seduce this young man to become her guest. What a talent! Yang Fan looked at the noble princess, who had a calm expression, and secretly admired her from the bottom of his heart. For a moment, other than the Prince of Luling's crown prince, the imperial grandson, and the general of the Jinwu Guards, the hall was filled with female guests. They were either princesses or princesses, each with their own titles. Yang Fan was so confused that he could not remember so many of them. When the introduction came to Princess Annal, she also raised her skirt and bowed, looking very well-behaved and refined. It was only when she pursed her lips and smiled at Yang Fan that her lively eyes revealed a feeling that only Yang Fan could taste. The moon-sweeping pavilion had just been renovated before the new year. The painted beams and carved rafters were gorgeous, the curtains fluttered, and the cool breeze blew gently. Several tables and chairs were painted bright and clean. Singing and dancing musicians were arranged in a circle on a balcony with a circumference of several dozen zhang. Screens were added on both sides of the balcony. Musicians and zither players were hidden behind the screens, and the sound of stringed and bamboo instruments drifted out. As soon as Yang Fan arrived, the banquet officially began. Because the male host was a member of the Wu clan, Princess Taiping could not openly introduce the original intention of inviting Yang Fan. In any case, everyone present was well aware of it. For example, Li Qingqi, Li Zhongruan, and the others all stepped forward to personally toast to Yang Fan before expressing their thanks implicitly. As soon as the banquet started, 12 dancers with long sleeves came out from the balcony, singing and dancing. These dancers were elegant and charming, and their bodies were enchanting. Most of the people sitting at the banquet were women of various colors. This time, the hall was truly filled with beauties, reflecting each other brilliantly. Unfortunately, the women sitting in the hall were all of noble status and could not stare at them. Besides Yang Fan, there were only 4 men at the banquet. There was no need to mention Prince Consort Wu. No matter how magnanimous he was, and how he had long since accepted the relationship between Yang Fan and Taiping, he still could not talk to him as if nothing had happened. Li Qianli adhered to the principle of playing self-preservation, and had always played the role of a foolish martial man. In addition, he had a bit of a grudge against Yang Fan, so he would not chat with Yang Fan much. He still understood the principle of saying too much was bound to make mistakes. The one Yang Fan saved was the Prince of Luling. Due to the difference in their relationship, the Crown Prince, Li Qingqi, had no reason to overstep his cousin, Li Zhongruan, and strike up a conversation with Yang Fan. Moreover, Li Zhongruan had seen Yang Fan and Wu Sanxi talking intimately at Wu Sanxi's residence, so he was already wary of Yang Fan. As a result, he had no interest in talking too much. On such an occasion, it was also not convenient for Princess Taiping to be too close to him. Wu Yuji was her nominal husband, and in this public setting, these nominal matters still needed to be taken care of. As a result, Yang Fan could only stare at the dancers and enjoy the show with pleasure. As soon as Yang Fan paid attention to these dancers, he immediately found that one of them looked somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Gao Lisher's older sister, Feng Minor. Yang Fan was secretly surprised. Could it be that this group of dancers is not the princess's residence, but is invited from the musical house? Sure enough, after the group dance, the women retreated as if they were stars surrounding the moon. A woman walked out from the crowd, elegant and charming. Her sandalwood mouth was like a blossoming cherry. Unexpectedly, it was the high priest of the internal court, Great Master Rume. To be able to invite this great master, this banquet immediately appeared to be somewhat grand. The princesses and princesses who had been chatting and laughing in the pavilion and did not pay much attention to the song and dance stopped talking at this time and turned to listen attentively to Rume's singing. This was the benefit of reaching the level of great master. Even those who did not understand or did not like to listen had to pretend to be intoxicated. This was the so-called attaching themselves to the elegance. Seeing this scene, Yang Fan suddenly understood the meaning of today's banquet. He understood why Princess Taiping insisted on holding this banquet of thanks. She was testing the emperor's intentions, and Wu Zetian's agreement to hold this Li clan banquet was undoubtedly a political goal. Today's main character was not him, but the Prince of Luling's heir and the imperial grandson. Ever since Wu Zetian seized power and began to vigorously suppress Li Tang's imperial clan, the Prince of Xiang's family had been placed under house arrest in the Eastern Palace, the Prince of Luling's family had been imprisoned in Fangzhou, and the Li Tang imperial clan had been massacred. There had never been another opportunity for such a gathering. Today was the first time, and its significance was extraordinary. This was a signal of enormous political significance. If everything went as expected, the news that the Crown Prince and the Prince of Luling had both sent heirs to attend this banquet would quickly spread throughout the capital. This was a declaration to the world. The Li clan had once more stepped onto the political stage. How could such a celebration not be grand? Chapter 8:54. Although today's banquet was only a family banquet, it could not be said to be anything less than luxurious. After Master Rume, there were two more internal court high priests performing. Princess Taiping had truly put in a lot of effort. These high priests came and went from noble families of generals and ministers. Through these high priests and their disciples, the situation today would soon be clearly understood by the nobles and nobles in the capital. Women made up 80 to 90% of the people at the banquet. The more women there were, the more restrained the men became. After 3 rounds of wine, the 5 men were not drunk, but many of the women's cheeks were red and somewhat drunk. This kind of banquet usually did not end with the banquet. When the cups and plates were in a mess, the servants and maids would remove the cups and plates and replace them with drinks, fruits, preserved fruits, and snacks. They would set up a few tables. These princesses and jungles would gather together according to their age and familiarity with each other to play leaf games, play mahjong, and throw dice. There were also people who ran to the side of the forest to play on swings and catch butterflies. They were all young women. Li Qianli and Prince Consort, who had agreed to go fishing by the pond. Li Qingqi and Li Zhongruan, two young men of similar age, had similar interests and also gathered together. They walked around the pond and quietly chatted. Princess Taiping signaled Yang Fan with her eyes, and then leisurely walked into the forest. Today was a symbolic day for the Li family to come out of the mountains. Taiping was extremely excited and drank a few more cups during the banquet. At this time, she was a bit drunk. Her face was flushed and her eyes were misty. Yang Fan knew she had something to say. He first held his hands behind his back and wandered in the forest for a while before walking toward where Princess Taiping was standing. Taiping was standing on a tall pavilion in the forest. The wind in the forest blew, causing her clothes to flutter. It was as if she was about to fly away. At this time, the weather was a bit hot, but once he entered the forest, it was incomparably cool. Yang Fan took a deep breath and slowly walked up the tall pavilion. There was a stone table in the pavilion with a lacquer plate on the table and a pot of sour plum soup. There were a few exquisite white porcelain bowls. Two of them were already filled with sour plum soup. The soup in the bowls was like amber. Taiping looked back and said with a smile, "Do you want a drink to quench your thirst and sober up?" Yang Fan picked up a bowl of sour plum soup that no one had touched and took a sip. He shook his head and put it down. "I'm not thirsty. This sweet and sour taste doesn't suit my taste." Taiping smiled, still standing with her hands clasped behind her back. Standing in the pavilion, she looked over the treetops at Li Qingqi and Li Zhongruan, who were walking side by side around the lake, chatting as they walked. She said cheerfully, "Erlang, today, I'm really happy." Yang Fan shook his head and said with a smile, "His Majesty has already made his intentions very clear by taking the Prince of Luling back to the palace. Why do you need to test him?" Taiping sweetly said, "I knew I couldn't hide it from you. You saw through it." Saying so, she walked back to the table and sat down. As she reached out to pick up the sour plum soup, she suddenly noticed the cup in front of Yang Fan. Because he had already taken a sip, the rim of the cup was slightly red. Taiping smiled and put down the cup in front of her. She picked up Yang Fan's bowl of sour plum soup and took a few sips before gently pushing it back in front of Yang Fan. Yang Fan immediately turned his head to look around as a reminder. Taiping rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly, "Coward." Yang Fan rubbed his nose and could only smile bitterly. Taiping said, "Queen Mother seems to have made up her mind, but I'm afraid a long delay will bring many dreams. This matter has to be pushed forward as soon as possible. Only when the wood has been unturned can I be at ease. You don't know this, but recently Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi have frequently come to the palace to see Her Majesty. Queen Mother is old, and her thoughts often change 3 times a day. I'm afraid she will be persuaded by the Wu clan and suffer another setback." Yang Fan pondered for a moment and asked, "MM, then after today, this signal has been sent. What do you plan to do next?" Taiping said, "Next, I want to organize a palace banquet. I want Queen Mother to attend, and I want my 2 imperial brothers to attend." Yang Fan thought for a moment, then said, "That's not very appropriate. Even if you don't invite all the princes of the Wu clan, Prince Liang and Prince Wei should still attend." Taiping frowned, finding it hard to conceal his disgust. But then he thought better of it and clapped his hands in praise. Not bad. A little impatience will spoil great plans. We should invite the two of them to attend as well, Yang Fan said. As long as His Majesty attends, Taiping said. Then the seats have been arranged. Yang Fan said, the Prince of Xiang can use this opportunity to resign from the position of Crown Prince. Taiping said, the officials are trying to figure out His Majesty's intentions, so we can strike while the iron is hot and request that Luling be made Crown Prince. The two looked at each other and smiled. Nothing needed to be said. After smiling for a while, Taiping suddenly asked, I heard that your people caused a disturbance in the Ministry of Revenue. Yang Fan also stopped smiling and sighed, yes, I understand. For some reason, the Lord of Hanoi has repeatedly made things difficult for me. He incited the Ministry of Revenue to make an appearance, so I had no choice but to go to the Ministry of Revenue. Fortunately, it was the Ministry of Revenue that made an appearance. Otherwise, an inexperienced thousand-rider general like me really wouldn't be able to do anything to the Lord of Hanoi. Taiping's black brows slightly creased. Wu Yizong must have a goal in doing this. Could it be that he wants to suppress you and place his people in your thousand-rider army? Yang Fan said, not yet. I haven't seen him give any hints, just like a mad dog making things difficult for no reason. I truly can't bear it. Taiping warned, no matter what, you cannot directly clash with him. His surname is Wu, and he controls the Golden Guards and all the soldiers stationed around the capital. From this, one can see how much importance Mother places on him. If the two of you become incompatible like fire and water, the one Mother will definitely abandon will be you, not him. Although Wu Sansi has the intention of roping you in, if he has to choose between Wu Yizong and you, the one who will win in the end will be him. Yang Fan said, I understand. So, I have already thought of a way to deal with his current difficulties. As for the future, I have found a meat shield that voluntarily comes to my door. Moreover, he is the only meat shield that can block Wu Yizong's open spear and hidden arrows for me in the entire court. Taiping's eyes widened, and she blurted out, Second Zhang? Yang Fan clapped his hands and laughed. Clever! Yang Fan recounted how Zhang Yiji and his brother used the Imperial Treasury Temple to pressure him, and how he pushed the boat with the current and agreed to let Lu Maofeng join the thousand-rider army. Taiping happily said, Brilliant! In the future, when it comes to matters related to the Wu family, you can push this Lu Maofeng up. Behind him is Second Zhang, and this is one thing to conquer another. Oh yes, what do you think is the way to deal with Wu Yizong's current difficulties? Yang Fan said, I originally wanted to ask for your help on this matter. After Second Zhang came to my door, I wanted to ask them to step in, but I didn't expect to receive your invitation. I think there is no need to specifically find them, and it is better to ask you to step in. Yang Fan explained his idea, and Taiping thought about it carefully, then said, This is a very clever idea, but it is not appropriate for me to step in. It is fine for me to help you, but it is best for Second Zhang to step in. Their positions are aloof, and they are most trusted by the Empress. You don't need to ask them. When Lu Maofeng arrives, you can just leave this matter to him. Yang Fan slapped his forehead and said, That's right. How could I have forgotten about him? I will leave this matter to him. Taiping's eyes suddenly flickered, and he gently stood up again, turned around, and walked to the side of the pavilion, looking towards it. Yang Fan was feeling strange when he heard the rustling of leaves behind him, and the sound of two girls laughing could be heard. Goo goo, Colonel Yang, General Yang. Yang Fan turned his head to look, and saw two girls walking out from the forest like brushing the willows. The one in front was petite and dainty with a snow-white oval face. She waved a flower in her hand and greeted them with a smile. It was Li Guo. The one behind was a head taller than her, with an oval face, smiling eyes, and thin eyebrows. She was gentle and generous, but he had never seen her before. Taiping turned around to take a look and said with a smile, "Oh, it is Xian Hui and Guo. Your sisters are boating on the pond. Why did you come here?" Li Xianhui was gentle and shy, and did not dare to speak in front of this aunt that she was not very familiar with. When she heard this, she replied in a soft voice, "Niece is going to the pavilion to play on the swing." Li Gua said, "I was thirsty after catching butterflies just now. It is shady here, let me rest." Li Xianhui walked around the pavilion and joined the line of people playing on the swing. Li Gua, on the other hand, skipped into the pavilion and sat down on the stone table. She threw the flower on the table and waved her handkerchief in the wind. She was not just making up an excuse when she said it was a little hot. Her face was red from running, and there was indeed some juice on her forehead. With the princess by his side, Yang Fan could not turn a blind eye. He reluctantly said a few words to her, then naturally stood up and walked to Taiping's side. The two of them stood side by side, looking at the edge of the pond, and saw a few princesses chatting happily with Ru Mei and a few other internal court officials. Yang Fan said, "Master Ru Mei's singing can be said to be the best, and Master Li Sujia is also the best. As for Master Xiang's singing and dancing, I feel that it is not as wonderful as the song Your Highness and Shangguan Daiji performed by the Yike River." Princess Taiping smiled and said, "General Yang is too kind. I am only good at a song. Master Xiang is the best dancer in the palace. He is skilled in all kinds of dances, and his skills are very exquisite." Yang Fan was about to speak when he suddenly felt a blow on the back of his head. It was light and soft, but it was clear that he had been hit by something. Yang Fan turned his body sideways and coughed. He turned his head to look and saw a flower the size of a teacup on the ground. He looked at the stone table again and saw Li Gua sitting there holding a flower in her hand and another flower in her hand. She was looking at him provocatively. Yang Fan glared at her fiercely, but Gua was not the least bit afraid. She even made a face at him. Seeing that Yang Fan was looking at her, she picked up the bowl of sour plum soup in front of Yang Fan and purposely turned the bowl to the spot where Yang Fan had drunk from. She opened her small mouth and very slowly and seductively moved her red lips to the bowl. The small porcelain bowl was slowly tipped over, and the amber-like juice entered her mouth. Li Gua smiled and stuck out the tip of her thin and tender red tongue. She gently licked her thin and tender and charming lips. Her flirting was overflowing. The pavilion was cool and shaded, but Yang Fan felt like he was about to sweat. Li Gua was fully aware of his relationship with Princess Taiping, yet she still dared to tease him so openly. Yang Fan was already 26 or 27 years old. He was a person who had mingled in the army and the yamen. His temperament had gradually become more mature. His mentality was not something that those young men and women who did not care about the situation and consequences could compare to. Li Guo's frivolous and bold behavior, if it was a frivolous young man, perhaps he would find it amusing. However, Yang Fan only felt even more disgusted. He coughed once again and said to Princess Taiping, "It seems that Your Highness is slightly tipsy. Would you like to drink some sour plum soup?" Princess Taiping nodded and smiled. "General Yang, please help yourself. I am not thirsty." Yang Fan nodded. He turned around and walked to the stone table and sat down. Li Gua was still swaying her flower branch as if nothing had happened. However, she quietly pushed the bowl of soup that she had just drunk a few mouthfuls back to Yang Fan. Her eyes were charming and her lips were smiling. Her face was full of mischief. Pow! A crisp sound was heard from the pavilion. Princess Taiping heard the sound and turned around. Gua gently stroked her tender cheek. Yang Fan said nonchalantly, "There's a mosquito." Princess Taiping had just turned around when another crisp sound was heard from the pavilion. She turned around and saw that Yang Fan was about to drink. Li Gua smiled brightly. "I killed it." Chapter 8:55. The banquet at the princess's mansion was finally over. The princesses dispersed while still enjoying themselves. The gate opened, and all kinds of carriages and horses left one after another. Yang Fan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Back then, when he was serving in front of the emperor, he had flirted with one through a bead curtain. The thrill of being right under the empress's eyes should be similar to Li Gua's actions today. But at that time, he had enjoyed it. Now he could not accept it at all, and even hated it. Perhaps it was because he was no longer a teenager and was not used to this kind of thrilling game. Or perhaps it was because there was already a thorn in his heart. Li Guer's subsequent series of frivolous and bold actions, regardless of the occasion, made him feel more and more disgusted. It was purely because Li Guer's exceptional beauty had given him no longer tempted him. Yang Fan did not notice that when he left the princess's mansion on horseback, Princess Taiping's sudden disappearance of smile and her somewhat gloomy, somewhat evasive, somewhat angry, and somewhat melancholic gaze. The rumor of Yang Fan and Princess Annal kissing and hugging on the street was widespread. Princess Taiping knew about it. Even if her subordinates did not say anything, the princesses and noble ladies whom she interacted with on a daily basis did not lack people who wanted to embarrass her. Since she knew about it, even if she did not believe it, how could she not pay attention to Gua and Yang Fan in the pavilion together? Until now, there were perhaps only two places that she did not know about. One was the palace within the 9-layered imperial palace. Unless the Zhang brothers felt that it was necessary to give Yang Fan a taste of his own medicine, they would not speak about it. Others would also not speak about it. One was the emperor's granddaughter. The other was the emperor's confidant, who would be willing to be the bad guy. The other place was the Yang family. No one would be so bored as to run over to the Yang family's wife to talk about these things and become a clown there. Taiping had never doubted Yang Fan's charm. She believed that if Yang Fan had the heart to pursue her, very few women would be able to resist him. But she did not believe that Yang Fan would do such a thing. But everything that happened in the pavilion today completely shattered her fantasy. She could only pretend that she did not see it at that time. No one noticed that her body had stiffened in the wind. When the wind blew on her face, it was no longer a cool feeling, but a burning sensation. She had never expected Yang Fan to keep his chastity for her, but that was her own niece. Perhaps her mother was first Taizong's concubine, then her father's concubine. Now that she had taken on a gigolo, she had long become indifferent to the views in her heart towards these ethics and morals. However, that woman could be anyone. She hoped that it would not be Yang Fan doesn't know what's important. Does he not know that is an unmarried princess? Didn't he know that she was about to become the daughter-in-law of Liang Wangu Sansi? Don't you know she's my niece? This kind of thing, she couldn't say it, couldn't question it. And even if she saw it with her own eyes, she could only pretend not to know. But she couldn't hide it from her heart. She didn't know whether she should be angry or disappointed. Li Gua sat in the carriage. She was slightly tipsy as she held her chin. She was thinking about what Yang Fan had said to her in a stern voice. If you continue to play with fire, you'll be harming yourself and others. Don't think that everyone is blind. You can fool everyone with your little tricks. Paper can't hide fire. If you don't restrain yourself, you'll be seen through sooner or later. I heard that King Liang has decided to take you as his daughter-in-law. If such a scandal were to spread, can you bear the consequences? Li Guo might like this kind of thrill, but when it came to her own interests, she had no choice but to consider it seriously. She wasn't afraid of Wu Chongshuan's reaction. That young master had been completely captured by her. He was worshipping her. She was confident that she could make Wu Chongshuan run around in circles with just a little trick. But Wu Chongshuan didn't have to worry. What about the Wu family? She suddenly recalled the first time she met Wu Sanxi at the Dragon's Gate. That person's gaze was as sharp as a blade, his bearing especially domineering and disdainful. He was someone her father still didn't dare meet. What if he was dissatisfied with her? Li Guo thought about how Yang Fan had once had a one-night stand with her, how he hadn't been captivated by her beauty and obediently allowed her to do whatever she wanted to him. Li Guo was extremely unwilling to accept this, but when she considered the greater benefits she would gain in the future, she had no choice but to give up on continuing to pester Yang Fan. Perhaps I should restrain myself a little. Even if my father becomes the crown prince, I still won't have much weight before he becomes the emperor. I can't lose the bigger picture because of a small gain. Yang Fan, forget it. Perhaps teasing that idiot Wu Chongshuan might be a rather interesting thing. Li Guo's face, which was like a flower's stamen, slowly revealed a seductive expression. Yang Fan wandered back to his house, feeling a little dispirited for a moment. He hadn't fallen in love with Li Guo, so Li Guo couldn't affect his mood. The only thing that the episode in the pavilion had brought him was the displeasure of being discovered by Tai Ping. He wasn't in high spirits at the moment, and the reason was Tai Ping. In fact, since the last time he came back from Hebei, Tai Ping had been busy making arrangements for the political situation in the court for many days, and had no time to talk to him. He gradually realized that Tai Ping had begun to enjoy scheming and scheming. The most important thing in her heart was gradually shifting to power. It was the same this time. The purpose of holding a thank you banquet for him was actually to announce the Li family's comeback to the court. He, the protagonist of the banquet, was actually just a prop, and he didn't know all this beforehand. If he hadn't sensed it himself, would Tai Ping have told him? Those people of the Li family were always a little distant from him. He knew that his previous behavior of going to Wu Sanxi's banquet must have caused the Li family to hold a grudge against him. But Princess Tai Ping didn't do anything to help repair the situation during the whole banquet. How could she not see it with her shrewdness, whether it was intentional or unintentional, or just an instinctive reaction? Tai Ping seemed to be happy to see the Li family alienate him. Perhaps she hoped that he, who controlled the 1,000 horsemen, would only keep close contact with her. Also, she seemed to have known about the difficulties he encountered in the process of forming the 1,000 horsemen, but she didn't try to intervene. This was very different from her previous approach. As for what he had asked of her, from an objective point of view, perhaps it was indeed more appropriate for the Zhang brothers to take the lead. But what made Yang Fan uncomfortable was whether Tai Ping had made the analysis from an objective and rational point of view, or had it been mixed with consideration for her side's interests. Yang Fan couldn't help but smile. Xiao Man, Nu, and Wan are different from Tai Ping after all. This strong-willed princess of Tang will never put the focus of her life on a man. She was just his lover, but even if she became his legitimate wife, this would still not change. The house was impressively in sight. Yang Fan put aside his thoughts and hurried to the front of the mansion in a few steps. He jumped off the horse and threw the horsewhip to Renwei, as if throwing away the troubles in his heart, and stepped into the gate, around the screen wall, through the front hall, and just past the central hall. He saw the dog chasing the cat, Si Rong chasing the dog, and Nianzhu chasing Si Rong, shouting and running around in the yard. Xiaoman was standing under the grape trellis, chatting with Tao Mei and the third sister, but her eyes were always on the pair of children. Yang Fan couldn't help but show a relieved smile on his face. I'm a little childish. Who will put the focus of their life on one person forever? Even if they don't start to pay attention to her career, like typing, they will slowly shift their focus to their children, like Xiaoman. When their children grow up, as parents, they will focus on their grandchildren. When their grandchildren grow up and form their own small families, the old couple will focus on their partners again, snuggling with each other and walking into the sunset. Daddy, Xiaobai bullied Xiaohua. As soon as Si Rong saw Yang Fan come in, she immediately complained loudly and even pouted. Before Yang Fan had time to answer, Nian Zhu caught up and complained, Daddy, sister bullied Xiaobai. Yang Fan laughed heartily and picked them up with each hand. He kissed them on their cheeks and said with a smile, You two mischievous brats. If Daddy didn't guess wrong, it must be ancestor Nianzu who urged your little white to flirt with Big Sister's little flower. Big Sister got angry and bullied little white, right? Xiaobai was the dog raised by Nianzu, and Xiaohua was the cat raised by Si Rong. This was not the first time something like this had happened, so Yang Fan naturally guessed correctly. Si Rong replied in a high-pitched tone, as if she was saying, The great Lord of the clear sky is indeed a bright and clear mirror hanging high above. She was playing with Xiaohua, and I was playing with her. Nian Zhu had a bad temper, so he didn't deny it. He just straightened his neck and said angrily, Anyway, sister hit Xiaobai. Okay, you two can't be naughty anymore. If you bully sister again, I'll let third sister take you to the backyard to play and separate from your sister. Si Rong, you're the sister, so you have to give in to your younger brother. Look at your younger brother's dirty face. He probably just cried, right? Although the twin siblings always quarreled with each other, there was never a moment of peace, but they really couldn't bear to separate and play separately. After hearing what Yang Fan said, the two of them didn't say a word. Yang Fan put them down and slapped their butts. She smiled and said, All right, let's go play together. Little brother, you have to take care of little white. Don't bully little blossom. Big sister, you have to act like a big sister. Be reasonable with little brother and don't make a fuss. The siblings looked at each other and snorted angrily. The sister picked up her cat, and the brother took his dog and ran to the side of the flower bed. Xiaoman walked over slowly and said with a smile, These two little devils, I can't say anything. Only Lang Jun can control them. Yang Fan shook his head and said with a smile, Don't look at them just because they're young, they're smart. You know they made a mistake, but you can't bear to beat them. Do you think they're afraid of you? Xiaoman wrinkled her nose and said in a sweet voice, Strict father and loving mother, if I worked for you, why would I need you as a father? The husband and wife chatted for a while. Then Xiaoman lowered her voice and said, There's a guest waiting for you in the study. Yang Fan was startled and blurted out, Who are you? Xiaoman said, Shandong Qingha. Yang Fan immediately reacted and said with joy, There's a reply? I'll go see. Yang Fan rushed to the study. Xiaoman seemed to have something to say, but seeing him leave in a hurry, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. She shook her head and said with a smile, This person is still so impatient. Forget it, I won't tell you. Wait for her to tell you herself. Chapter 856. Waiting in the study was a young man in a white Taoist robe. He was thin and had a pair of spirited eyes. The old steward was chatting with him in the study when Yang Fan suddenly opened the door and came in. The old steward quickly called out, Ah Lang. Then he introduced him to the man. This is my family's Ah Lang. Yang Fan looked at the man in white and asked slowly, You came from the Chui residence in Qingha? The young man smiled and cupped his hands. He said elegantly, Chui Lin of Qingha greets General Yang. When I was in Qingha, I often heard old grandfather mention General Yang. He always praised you and said that the younger generation will surpass the older. Now that I see you, you are indeed as handsome as jade and have an extraordinary bearing. I am very fortunate to be able to see you. Yang Fan smiled. Mr. Chui is too polite. I had the honor of listening to old grandfather Chui's teachings in Chang. And now that I think about it, I haven't seen old grandfather Chui for 2 years. Is he doing well? Chui Lin said, "Thank you for asking. Old grandfather Chui is as healthy as ever." He took out a letter from his sleeve and said to Yang Fan, "I came to the capital this time to prepare for the fall quarter examination. Old grandfather Chui specially asked me to deliver this letter. Now that I am acquainted with you, it will be a good opportunity for us to meet in the future." Yang Fan thought to himself, the Chui of Bowling and the Chui of Qinghe have always been secretly competing for the position of the first surname in the Chui family. Now that the Chui of Bowling, Chui Yu, Chui Liang, and Chui Yi have all become officials at the same time and have become famous, the Chui of Qinghe may not be able to keep their composure. As Yang Fan thought about it, he invited Chui Lin to take a seat and open the letter in front of him. As he opened the letter, a contract with a large red seal appeared in front of his eyes. Yang Fan was delighted at first, but was stunned when he opened it. He hurriedly read the letter from old grandfather Chui and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had sent a letter to the Chui family saying that Miss Gu Zhuting had done a great service for him and was unable to repay him. He begged old grandfather Chui to help Miss Gu's family get out of the family registry. What old Master Chui asked Chui Lin to bring back was not a deed of removal, but a deed of transfer. Old Grandpa Chui transferred the slave status of Gu Zhuting's parents and brothers to Yang Fan. This contract was a letter that the Chui family made with the local government. With this letter in hand, Gu Zhuting's family would be Yang Fan's slaves. If he wanted to kill them, beat them, or raise them into good families, it was up to him. Great-grandfather Chui's actions seemed a little senseless, but since Yang Fan had already made this request, of course, it was to help Miss Gu's family get out of the registry. However, great-grandfather Chui had to sell his favor anyway, so why not do it more beautifully? After going through this seemingly useless procedure, Gu Zhuting and her family became slaves of the original Yang family. They were released by their benefactor and were promoted to good citizens. By doing this, it confirmed Yang Fan's kindness to the Gu family. In the end, it was still a level lower than before. Great-grandfather Chui's family had 1,000 years of history and a deep foundation. The Gu family was not lacking in slaves. But for Yang Fan, this was an important step in winning people's hearts and cultivating trusted aides. After all, the Gu family still had to live after getting out of the registry. This family had been fighting and killing since they were young. What could they do even if they became good citizens? With Yang Fan's kindness and the Gu family, would he be afraid that they wouldn't pledge their lives to serve him? Chui Lin looked at Yang Fan with a smile. He was not surprised by the several changes in his expression. It was clear that he had long since understood the meaning of the letter. Yang Fan finished reading the letter and gently let out a turbid breath. He cupped his hands to Chui Lin and said, "Great-grandfather's kindness and righteousness, I will remember it in my heart." Originally, he was bound to owe this favor. This time, it was even more impossible for him to refuse. Now that Chui Lin had gone to the capital with the Chui family's strong foundation, they only sent such a disciple to the capital. Obviously, they were confident that he would pass the Jinshe examination. Once Chui Lin passed the Jinshe examination, he would definitely enter the government. At that time, how could Yang Fan not use his own connections to help him find an important position? But from this, it could also be seen that just like Chui Lin of Bowling cultivated Chui Lin, This Chui Lin was probably the person that Grandpa Chui of Qinghe focused on cultivating. As expected, he must be born in the Qinghe Chui family's first branch. After 30 or 50 years, he would naturally become the head of the Qinghe Chui family. Now that they were both young, wouldn't they be best friends for life if they became friends early? Yang Fan put away the letter and talked in detail. As expected, Chui Lin was the eldest grandson of the Qinghe Chui family's first branch. When they talked about age, Yang Fan was 27 years old and Chui Lin was 24 years old. The two immediately changed the way they addressed each other and called each other brother. Yang Fan said happily, "Do you have a place to stay when you go to the capital? I have a guest room in the West Wing that is quite exquisite." Chui Lin already knew that Yang Fan had become the commander-in-chief of Guide Army and was staying in the cavalry camp. He could not come back every day and only had women at home. As a young man, there was no reason for him to stay. He smiled warmly and said, "The Chui family has a residence in Dongdu. It has all the servants and housekeepers, so I won't bother you at your residence." As Chui Lin said that, he got up to bid farewell. Yang Fan said, "Why are you leaving? Even if you don't stay at my residence, I should prepare a banquet to welcome you." Chui Lin said, "To be honest, I have elders in Luoyang. When I arrived at Luoyang today, I heard that you happened to be at your residence. I was afraid that I would come empty-handed, so I went to your residence first. Now that I'm done, I have to go back and pay my respects to my elders. They know that I'm in the capital today, so it's not good to keep them waiting. There will be plenty of opportunities for us to interact in the future, so today won't make a difference." When Yang Fan heard that he had elders in the capital, it was a reason to not treat him lightly. He hurriedly sent him out and waited for his carriage to leave before returning to the residence. Yang Fan touched the letter in his bosom and strode to the courtyard where Anu stayed. He crossed the long bridge and entered the courtyard. He happened to see Gu Zhuting practicing martial arts under the shade of the trees in the courtyard. Recently, Yang Fan had been spending more time in the army and less time at home, so he rarely came to Anu's courtyard. Gu Zhuting did not expect him to barge in at this time. If someone were to come, it could only be him. There was no other man in the backyard other than him. Of course, if one were to forcefully count, Yang Nianzu, that kid with split pants, could be considered one. Therefore, Gu Zhuting's dressing was very casual. Her black hair was tied into a ponytail with a thin red string. She wore a silver-white short gown with fine silk pants and a red belt around her waist. If it was just this dressing, it would not be a big deal. However, she was practicing the soft bone skill at this moment. She stood firmly on the ground with one foot and bent her waist backward. Her other leg was in a reverse split, but was aligned with the leg that was standing on the ground. Her head was hidden between her legs, and her slender waist was bent to the extreme. This way, the tightest and most obvious part was the crotch. When Yang Fan pushed the door into the courtyard, he saw her standing in the courtyard like this. A pair of flawless jade legs were stretched straight. The curve of her buttocks was beautiful, but her crotch was upright. The triangle line was tight and obvious, and there was a seductive depression like the flesh of a toad. Yang Fan only took a glance and jumped as if he was electrocuted. Gu Zhuting also saw him. She was so scared that she hurriedly let go of her leg and jumped up. Her body was bent upside down. Her face was already red, but at this moment it was like a burning cloud, completely losing its original color. "Zong, Lang, why?" Yang Fan quickly said. I'm sorry. Because of the great news, I got carried away and forgot to knock on the door. I'm really sorry." When Gu Zhuting heard this, she felt relieved. That's right. Who would remember the rules after hearing such good news? It's just that just now, the fine silk clothes were stretched tight on her body, revealing her curves as if she was naked. She did not know what he saw, but when she thought of this, she immediately blushed again. You can turn around. It's all right, Gu Zhuting stammered. As soon as Yang Fan turned around, he saw that Gu Zhuting had bounced back too violently. Her fine silk jacket was pulled out from her waistband. The jacket was lifted up, revealing a slender, white, round, and slender waist. Gu Zhuting looked at his expression, lowered her head, and was extremely embarrassed. She quickly stuffed the jacket back into her waistband, but when she pulled it down, the jacket was too tight, making her breasts perfectly round and tall, exceptionally protruding. Seeing her embarrassed face, Yang Fan could not help but burst out laughing. Gu Zhuting was even more embarrassed by his laughter and felt so wronged that she almost cried. Yang Fan quickly interrupted. "Miss Gu, where is Anu?" Gu Zhuting blushed and said, "She is behind the house." Yang Fan said, "Good. I have something to tell you. Let's talk inside." Gu Zhuting was puzzled. He is not in a hurry to see Anu. What does he want to tell me? In his heart, he was puzzled, but it was not appropriate for him to ask. Gu Zhuting complied and walked toward the main room. That pair of fine, silvery white silk stockings wrapped around her slender, perfectly straight, and perfectly round legs. It was really pleasing to the eye. Yang Fan did not want to look too much and raised his eyes like a gentleman. He saw that her earlobes and neck were still red. The two of them entered the main room. Yang Fan took out the letter from his bosom and handed it over to Gu Zhuting, saying with a smile, "Take a look." Gu Zhuting took it and looked at it. She was immediately stunned, just like Yang Fan's expression when he first saw it. Yang Fan said with a smile, "Old Master Chui did this to do me a favor. I can't not accept it. Master Chui has already said that your father and brother's family have already packed up and will be rushing to Luoyang in a few days. When the time comes, I will go to the Yamen to remove your citizenship. This letter will be in your hands." Gu Zhuting was overjoyed. She turned around and was about to kneel on the ground again when Yang Fan, who was already prepared, held her up. Yang Fan said with a smile, "All right, there is no need to bow to and fro. Keep the letter well. When your family arrives, if they have plans for the future and you are willing to go with them, you can go with them. If they do not have any plans for the future, I will help your family to make a living." Gu Zhuting's eyes were brimming with tears of gratitude as she said, "A Lang's benevolence is deep. Even if your servant's body is crushed and my bones crushed, it would be difficult to repay him. Your servant is willing to be a Lang's slave or maid, to work like an ox or a horse to repay a Lang's benevolence." The same sentence, when spoken by different people, has different meanings. A woman who was about to be married with a pretty face, speaking like this, it was clear that she had the intention to entrust her life to him. Otherwise, how could she be a horse or an ox? But Yang Fan did not seem to understand her meaning. He only smiled mischievously and said, "What? You have just released your servant's body. Do you want to be a willing slave again?" Gu Zhuting blushed, but it was not appropriate for her to explain her true meaning. She could not help feeling bitter in her heart. Why is Lang so stupid? But then she thought, that's not right. Could it be that Lang is pretending to be confused, but in fact he dislikes me for my mediocre looks and my age? Thinking about this, she immediately felt sorry for herself. The tears that were already welling up in her eyes also flowed down. Chapter 8, 57. Yang Fan thought that Gu Zhuting was crying because she was overjoyed and comforted her with kind words. He then passed through the central room and went to the backyard to look for Anu. He did not know that the more he comforted and the more gentle he was, the more sad Miss Gu was. If he had always treated Gu Zhuting with a heart of steel appearance, she would not have so many wild and fanciful thoughts. Or if he could be a proud and narcissistic peacock man like young Master Jiang, how would Miss Gu be moved by him? Anu's house had a front and a backyard. The backyard was much more spacious than the front yard. Bamboos and flowers were everywhere, all trimmed very elegantly. It was the end of spring and the beginning of summer. The setting sun shone warmly through the gaps between the branches and leaves. There was a soft couch under the tree and a tea table next to it. There were several seasonal fruits on the table. There was also a small red clay stove with chicken soup on it. The fragrance of chicken soup permeated the air, and the fire under the stove was still burning. Anu reclined on the soft couch with one hand supporting her cheek. She stared blankly at the busy bees in the bushes of flowers in front of her, with a thoughtful look. Her green sleeves slid down from her wrist to her elbow, revealing a smooth and white wrist. There was a green bracelet on her wrist, which made her skin even more delicate and flawless. What a beautiful picture of a lady yearning for love. It should be yearning for love. Could it be that you miss me? I have been too busy these days and have not had the chance to be intimate with Anu. Young Fan thought very narcissistically, walked over with light footsteps, and suddenly turned in front of Anu, saw Anu's eyebrows and eyes were filled with a gentle smile, as if there was a very happy little secret that was not easy to tell to others, but the joy could not be suppressed from the corners of her eyebrows and eyes. Seeing Yang Fan, Anu exclaimed softly and sat up straight. She called out happily, "Lang Jun!" Yang Fan saw that there was a stool next to them. It was probably where Miss Gu used to sit. He pulled it over and sat next to Anu. He held her hand and smiled. "Look at you. What are you so happy about?" The corners of Anu's mouth had already curled up like a newly bloomed flower. Yet she was stunned when she heard Yang Fan's words. And then she cried out involuntarily. "You don't know?" Yang Fan was also stunned. He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "So there really is a happy occasion? Tell me about it." Anu immediately understood. Even if Yang Fan didn't meet Xiao Man on his way back, since he was here, he should have met Gu Master. Since Yang Fan didn't know about it until now, they must have deliberately kept it a secret, so that she could tell him the good news in person. Anu pursed her lips and pretended to be angry, but she couldn't hide her joy and said, "It's fine if you don't know, I won't tell you." Yang Fan thought about it seriously and said in a low voice, "Oh, you were going to see the imperial physician today. What happy event could there be?" Yang Fan's body shuddered, and he asked with surprise and joy, "Anu, are you pregnant?" Anu was disappointed and said, "So boring. How did you guess it?" Yang Fan laughed heartily and said excitedly, "Come, let me touch our little baby." "Go away." Anu slapped his hand away and said nervously, "Don't be careless. You'll scare the child." Yang Fan looked at her slender waist and said with a wry smile, "Aren't you being too careful? You just had a child. What's wrong with touching it?" "Don't," Anu said, but she couldn't help but touch her abdomen, and her face was full of tenderness and happiness. "Lang Jun, I was just thinking, when the child is born, will it look more like you or more like me?" Yang Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You just had a child. You're thinking so far ahead. In my opinion, if it's a boy, of course it's better to look more like me. If it's a girl, it's better to look like you." Anu said worriedly, "But people say that most girls look like their father, and most boys look like their mother. Look at Nianzu and Si Rong. Si Rong looks more like you, and Nianzu looks more like his mother." Yang Fan puffed out his chest and said, "If she looks like me, then she looks like me. I'm not ugly. What's there to worry about? Do you think Si Rong looks ugly? She's a cute little girl. She's obviously a beauty. What will she look like when she grows up?" Anu nodded happily and said, "That's true. Nianzu looks more like his mother, but he's not ugly either. His eyebrows and eyes are very beautiful, and he doesn't look worse than Xiaoman. Even if the child looks more like me, he'll still be very handsome. Yang Fan said, "You were just thinking about the problem of giving birth to a boy or a girl. Why are you so sure it must be a boy now?" Nu said confidently, "Of course it's a boy. If Xiaoman can give birth to a boy, why can't I?" Yang Fan put his arm around her shoulders, and his hand smoothly stroked her flat and soft belly. "Fine, fine, fine. We'll do as you say. We'll give birth to a boy for our first child, and we'll give birth to a girl for our second child." "Why, we also have to give birth to a boy for our second child. Boys are very annoying. Look at how naughty Nianzu is. Boys are more naughty. They'll be more promising when they grow up." A figure quietly stood beside the door, looking at the young couple under the tree who were hugging each other gently and excitedly discussing whether to give birth to a boy or a girl. His eyes were faint, and his expression was gloomy. The left and right guards were also one of the 12 troops of the emperor's personal army. It was just that they usually served as reserve troops and had no chance to show off. This army had always been stationed in the West City barracks. Only when there was a major turmoil in the capital would they be ordered to help guard the west gate of the imperial city, the capital city, and the Yuanqing city. Lu Maofeng could be transferred from the imperial guards to the 1,000 generals, although he had not been promoted, and he was still in charge of fewer troops. His authority was much greater. Especially when he often served in the palace, there was a lot of room for promotion in the future, which was equivalent to a real promotion. So a group of comrades came to congratulate him. Although Lu Maofeng was eager to report to the 1,000 cavalry, he had to entertain for 2 days, and then he received the approval and rushed to the 1,000 cavalry to report. Fortunately, although the Northern Guards were raised by the imperial court, the Northern Guards were directly under the emperor, and the Ministry of War and the Government Affairs Hall had no power to control them. The transfer of generals did not need to go through the Ministry of War and the Government Affairs Hall, and did not need many complicated transfer procedures, so it did not take long. By the time Yang Fan returned to the 1,000 Horsemen's camp, Lu Maofeng had already rushed over to report for duty. Commander Lu's situation in the 1,000 Horsemen was not very good. Compared to when he left the Imperial Guard, all the generals had set up a farewell banquet for him. His treatment in the 1,000 Horsemen was too cold and cheerless. This was because he was ostracized by almost everyone. Huang Xiuchang, Su Liang, Zhang Shitong, and others were originally in the 100 cavalry system, and they were the closest to each other, so they formed their own faction. Chu Kuanga, Ma Qiao, Li Dayan, and others who were transferred later were all from the miscellaneous army, so they formed their own faction. Lu Yan, Gao Chu, and others were all from the imperial army, which was lower than the 100 cavalry but higher than the miscellaneous army, so they had a lot of room for improvement, so they formed their own faction. According to their origins and past friendship, they formed different factions, but all the interests of the above people were ultimately reflected in Yang Fan, the supreme general of the 1,000 cavalry team, so they got along very well. But before Lu Maofeng had even arrived, everyone already knew who his backer was, so their rejection of him was an inevitable reaction. Lu Maofeng had also tried to interact with everyone, but unfortunately, everyone treated him with a lukewarm attitude. Lu Maofeng felt very depressed. After Yang Fan returned to the camp, the first thing he did was to send a letter to the Prefecture of Subjugation to summon Commandant Guai Dugu Hui to the 1,000 cavalry. The Prefecture of Subjugation was a prefectural army and was under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of War. This procedure was rather troublesome, and if someone deliberately obstructed it, then Dugu Huiji's arrival would take even longer. Fortunately, Dugu Huiji had the Dugu family backing him, so there was no need for Yang Fan to worry about these matters. The Dugu family would naturally use their connections and money to pave the way for Dugu Huiji, After stamping the official letter and sending someone to report it to the Ministry of War, Yang Fan went to find Su Liang and asked about Lu Maofeng's situation. Upon learning of everyone's cold treatment of him, Yang Fan felt that it was inappropriate. He first secretly instructed Su Liang about the situation, then sent someone to summon Lu Maofeng. Yang Fan was very cordial to Lu Maofeng, setting aside his background. This person could truly be considered a capable general. The 1,000 Cavalry had just been formed and needed this kind of general with rich experience in training troops. Although Yang Fan was somewhat wary of Lu Maofeng because of his background and faction, there was no need for him to deliberately distance himself from Lu Maofeng and oppose him. When forming the 1,000 Cavalry, it was Yang Fan who had the final say. Once the army was formed, he would no longer be able to decide whether a general of the rank of brigade commander or above would be promoted or demoted. This would need to be reported to the Grand General of the Featherwood Guard, Wu Yi, for approval. Of course, because of the special nature of the 1,000 Cavalry, the Grand General of the Featherwood Guard was just a decoration. The final decision would have to be handed over to Wu Zetian herself, but Lu Maofeng had the Zhang brothers as his backer. So how could Wu Zetian touch him? Rather than opposing him and having a subordinate who would always be at odds with him in the future, it would be better to be amiable. Moreover, Yang Fan wanted to use the Zhang brothers to resist the interference of the various powers in the 1,000 Cavalry. He also needed to be a bit more courteous to Lu Maofeng in order to obtain the Zhang brothers' cooperation. And Lu Maofeng wanted to establish himself in the 1,000 Cavalry and truly display his usefulness. He couldn't go against Yang Fan, this middle commander, just like a broken jar. The two of them each had their own desires. This meeting was truly a good scene for them, to meet each other happily. After the meeting, Yang Fan specially ordered people to set up a banquet and gathered all the generals under his command to welcome Lu Maofeng. The generals had already been warned repeatedly by Su Liang in advance, and their attitudes towards Lu Maofeng had greatly changed. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Fan casually said to Commander Lu, "His Majesty has placed high hopes on us, the 1,000 horsemen. We, the officers and soldiers of the 1,000 horsemen, will also repay the Emperor with our lives. Since the 1,000 Cavalry is an army, the only thing we can repay the sovereign with is military force, a powerful military force. Therefore, it is imperative that we practice martial arts and train the army. As the saying goes, although the world is peaceful, forgetting war will lead to danger. Although our 1,000 cavalry officers and soldiers guard the imperial palace, their daily duties are merely to take turns on guard. Unlike the frequent disputes that occur in the border army, we should strengthen the army and prepare for war. Today, the new army has just been established, but the officers and soldiers selected are the outstanding talents of each guard. With a bit of training, they can become a strong army. This general has the intention of inviting His Majesty to observe the martial arts. Not only will it strengthen our 1,000 cavalry's military might, but it will also please His Majesty. After the news of His Majesty personally observing the martial arts spreads, the 1,000 cavalry officers and soldiers will be able to train even more painstakingly and attentively. It can be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Tomorrow, the general will report this to Great General Wu. How about this matter? Lu Maofeng will act on my behalf. Chapter 858. Lu Maofeng had been taken out of the cold palace by Yang Fan and received such a courteous reception. He already had a good impression of Yang Fan and felt even more honored to hear of this mission. He finally had a chance to show off his abilities. Without hesitation, he put down his wine cup and saluted Yang Fan. In a clear voice, he said, "General, please be at ease. This general will accomplish this task." The emperor was old and had not even been to the Dragon Gate that he had visited in previous years. Going to the drill grounds to watch the military maneuvers from above was a difficult task. The emperor had the dignity of an emperor. How could he lie down on the dragon chair and doze off? Even if the emperor did not finish watching the entire drill, it would take at least 1 to 4 hours. Not to mention that the emperor was dressed to the nines to watch the drill before returning to the palace. At the same time, there would be a large number of powerful officials and nobles accompanying him. After the drill ended, in order to celebrate the strength of the country, there would be a banquet in the palace to entertain the officials who had accompanied the emperor. With Wu Zetian's current age and physical strength, it would be difficult for her to endure such a day. In the end, Lu Langjiang was a martial man and could not understand the crux of this. He thought this was a flattering move to cater to the emperor, and that the emperor would gladly agree. Yang Fan knew that this proposal would be refuted by Wu Yuyi. At that time, Lu Maofeng would have to ask his backer, the Zhang brothers, to come forward. Seeing Lu Langjiang readily agree, Yang Fan could already imagine Wu Yizong's expression when he heard of this matter. He laughed and raised his cup to Lu Langjiang. "Come, General Lu, please drink." Early the next morning, Lu Maofeng, who had finally found a sense of existence in the 1,000 cavalry, excitedly rushed to the Featherwood Guard to ask Wu Yuyi for instructions. Wu Yuyi frowned and said, "This is pure nonsense. His Majesty is old, and traveling to and from the army is time-consuming and laborious. If his dragon body is affected, who can bear the burden? Not allowed." Wu Yuyi sternly refuted and did not allow Lu Maofeng to argue before throwing him out. After Lu Maofeng retreated, Wu Yuyi stroked his beard and thought for a moment. Then he smiled and called a guard over. "Go to the Department of Ordnance and tell King Lin Chuan that Yang Fan's 1,000 cavalry is ready and will inspect the army in a few days. And His Majesty may personally go out to inspect the army." Wu Xizhong, who was on duty in the Department of Ordnance, received the news from Wu Yuyi and couldn't help but be startled. He knew very well what kind of junk he had given to Yang Fan. Once the parade began, even if only 1,000 cavalry participated, there would be a large number of officials accompanying them. At that time, Yang Fan would have those 1,000 cavalry soldiers draped in tattered armor, waving tattered banners, and raising rusty swords and spears in front of the emperor and the court officials. What kind of expression would his aunt, who had always liked the scene of power and grandeur, have on her face? Wu Xizhong was frightened and immediately ordered his men to bring a horse, and personally went to the Zuojinwu camp to find his brother Wu Yizong for a discussion. After being reprimanded by Wu Yuyi, Lu Maofeng left in embarrassment and anger, feeling very dissatisfied. Thinking carefully, if he went back with his face covered in dirt, even if Yang Fan didn't say anything, he was bound to arouse the ridicule of the soldiers who already didn't like him. Lu Maofeng gritted his teeth and turned to go to the Zhang family. Lu Maofeng was very familiar with the Zhang family brothers, so as soon as he entered the room, he met Zhang Tongxiu and vented his bellyful of grievances. Zhang Tongxiu disapprovingly said, "It's just a small matter, it's not worth mentioning. You wait here, I'll go to the Fengchen prison to see Wulong and Wulong." Zhang Tongxiu immediately rode a carriage to the palace. Now that the two brothers, Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong, had recruited a group of Jingdo youths, they had their own yamen in the palace, the Fengchen prison. These beautiful youths were not only beautiful, they were also talented and learned. In the Fengchen prison, they were equivalent to Wu Zetian's imperial concubines, waiting at any time for the female emperor to summon them, serve them, and even serve them in bed. Usually they had nothing to do in the Fengchen prison, but they still did some literary and educational work like compiling poems and songs. Of course, most of the time they just held banquets and drank, gambled and played zither and sheng, and played kuju for fun. Zhang Yiji also gave Zhang Tongxiu, his cousin, a Fengshan prison turtle talisman, just to make it easier for him to enter and leave the palace. Zhang Tongxiu passed through one door after another with the turtle talisman in his hand. When he arrived at the Fengshan prison, the Zhang brothers were in the hall with a dozen or so beautiful youths throwing arrows and throwing pots. Zhang Tongxiu called the two brothers, Zhang Yiji and Zhang Changzong, to a small hall on the side and told them the purpose of his visit. Zhang Changzong then said, "What's so difficult about it? Dexiong, please wait for a moment. Wulong and I are going to see the saints." Right now, Wu Zetian's energy was not as good as before, but she still did not let go of the most important military and national affairs. It's just that she did not go to the Hall of Martial Accomplishment to review memorials anymore. Sometimes when one are sent a memorial, she would only ask the Zhang brothers to read it to her. She would make a general comment, and then the Zhang brothers would write the words in ink. Sometimes when she needed to ask for more details, she would directly summon one to see her. Right now she was at the lovely spring stage, listening to Shanghai one Er's military report. This matter involved Tufan, Turkic, and Anxi, all important matters on the border. Therefore Wu Zetian did not dare to neglect it lightly. However, among these three matters, two had good results, so when the second Zhang arrived, Wu Zetian had a smile on her face. She was in a very good mood. Among these three matters, the first was related to Tufan. Several years after Yang Fan planted the seeds of suspicion and jealousy between the Tufan's king and prime minister, the seeds finally blossomed and bore fruit. Tufan's Sanpu finally could not stand the great minister's domineering manner. He used a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. After the great minister, Luan Qinling, left the capital, he captured more than 2,000 of his trusted aides in one fell swoop. When Luan Qinling heard the news, he raised his troops and rebelled. Unfortunately, the Tufan people had a strong belief in the heavenly mandate of the monarch. His trusted aides in the capital were eliminated in one fell swoop. The soldiers around him were afraid of the monarch's order and did not dare to fight. The Tufan god of war, Luan Qinling, was defeated and committed suicide. When the Tufan Sanpu heard the news, he was furious and sent Chu Mangpoch, who had made great contributions during the coup and had just been promoted to great general, to attack the imperial court. Seeing the strength of the Tufan's troops, the border troops were initially very afraid. In the end, Tang Xiujing, who had passed the imperial examinations and was born a Confucian scholar, saw through the Tufan's real situation with one glance. He said to the generals, "Luan Qinling and the other Tufan generals have just been swept clean. Chu Mangpoch is a new, great general and has no experience in military affairs. The sons of the noble officials are his deputy generals. Although they look well-equipped and seem to be elites, they cannot withstand a single blow. As a result, they wore armor and rode horses as the vanguard. They won 6 battles, and the Tufan army was defeated. The Zhou army beheaded more than 1,500 soldiers and captured 2 Tufan deputy generals. In addition, in the 4 towns of Anxi, a tribal leader of the Western Turkic Khaganate rebelled against the imperial court and wanted to establish himself. The great general guarding Anxi, Tian Yangming, sent troops to suppress them but was defeated. Then he joined forces with Hu Zeluo, who had rushed to Suiye to be the garrison, to attack the cities occupied by the rebels. But they still found it difficult to conquer, and the 2 sides were in a deadlock. In the end, Bo Lu thought himself clever, and in order to break the deadlock, he pretended to surrender and tried to catch the Zhou army off guard. Unexpectedly, the Zhou army's imperial censor Feng Sai saw through his trick and pretended to surrender while setting up an ambush. Bo Lu was killed on the spot, and the remnants of his troops surrendered. if not for the Eastern Turks' insatiable greed and the fact that they had received so many valuable gifts from the imperial court, as well as the fact that they had sent troops to pillage several horse farms set up by the imperial court in Longyu, taking away more than 10,000 official horses, Wu Zetian would have been even happier at this moment. Zhang Yiji was more shrewd than his younger brother. When he saw the smile on Wu Zetian's face, he hurriedly indicated to his brother that he should not be in a hurry to explain his intentions. Instead, he happily stepped forward and said to Wu Zetian, "What great event has happened for the holy sage to be so happy?" Smiled and told them about the defeat of the Tufan army and the pacification of the rebellion in Anxi. The two brothers hurriedly congratulated the emperor. Wu Zetian regretfully sighed and said, "It is a pity that Ma Chu is so arrogant and has repeatedly invaded our court. The court can only passively defend and let him come and go, unable to do anything about it." Zhang Yiji's eyes turned, and he said, "The defeat of the Tufan army and the pacification of the rebellion in Anxi is enough to show the might of the imperial court. The Turks are also not the imperial court's match. It's just that they are sitting on the vast desert, which is 10,000 li wide. If the imperial court sends out troops to suppress them, they can hide in the desert, and the expedition will take a long time. It will only waste money and food, but it won't be effective. The holy sage takes pity on the strength of the people, and thus allowed them to be arrogant for a while." As Zhang Yiji said this, a smile appeared on Wu Zetian's face. Zhang Yiji took the opportunity to say, "A few days ago, the holy sage issued an edict to establish the 1,000 cavalry. Today, the 1,000 cavalry has just been established. The general of the 1,000 cavalry, Yang Fan, is preparing the horses and soldiers, drilling day and night. He hopes that on the day the horses and soldiers are completed, the holy sage will personally come to the drill ground to inspect the three armies." Zhang Yiji thought that since the victory of the Tufan army, the pacification of Anxi, and the harassment of the Turks, there is no harm for the holy sage to agree to come down and inspect the three armies. Not only will the defeat of the Tufan army and pacify the rebellion in Anxi, it will also be a magnificent sight to raise the military's might and boost the morale of the army to scare the Turks. As soon as Wanner heard him mention Yang Fan, she immediately paid attention. Wu Zetian frowned and strangely said, "Oh, Yang Fan wants to invite me to inspect the troops? Is there such a thing? How come I don't know about it?" As she said this, she looked at Wan immediately bowed and said, "Wanner also knows nothing about this." Zhang Changzong immediately said, "Of course I don't know. General Yang's idea was rejected by Great General Wu. Changzong also happened to hear about it from a friend in the army. Otherwise, I wouldn't know anything about it." Wu Zetian's brows slightly relaxed. She said, "Oh, Yi rejected it? He must have his reasons for doing so. I will ask him another day." Zhang Yiji said with a smile, "Holy sage need not ask. I have already inquired about the reason why Great General Wu rejected the idea. Great General Wu is worried that the holy sage's body won't be able to take the inspection." Wu Zetian's face immediately darkened. She said with displeasure, "Am I so old that I don't even have the strength to inspect my own troops?" Zhang Yiji was shocked. He quickly knelt down and apologized. "Please forgive me, holy sage. I have misspoken." Wu Zetian snorted coldly. She flicked her sleeve and said, "Tell Wu Yuyi that I approve of the inspection." Zhang Yiji quickly kowtowed and said, "Your subject accepts the decree." Before long, a young master in light robes and a jade belt, a hairpin with flowers on his head, a face powdered, immaculately dressed, and a pair of wooden clogs on his feet. He was like a flamboyant peacock as he swaggered to appear before the Featherwood Guard's gate, and he said, arrogantly, "His Majesty's verbal decree, Wu Yi receives the decree." Wu Yuyi changed into his military uniform and invited the angel into the tent to listen to the imperial decree. When the young man from the Fengtian guard finished reading the emperor's oral decree, he respectfully asked, "When does your majesty plan to go to the 1,000 horsemen camp to inspect and observe the battle? This subject can prepare early." The young man with a flower hairpin curled his scarlet lipstick and said, "Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps the day after tomorrow. Who can say for sure? It's all up to His Majesty's will. Great General, please wait." Finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve and swaggered away again. Wu Yuyi straightened his back and shook his head with a wry smile. They came so quickly. This time, the Lord of Hanoi and the Lord of Linchuan are going to suffer. Chapter 8:59. Inside the commander's tent, Lord of Hanoi Wu Yizong and Lord of Linchuan Wu Xizhong sat opposite each other. After a long silence, Wu Yizong clenched his fists and hammered heavily on the table. Wu Xizhong sighed. "Eldest brother, let's forget it. Speaking of which, we haven't really lost to him. Who asked him to bring up aunt? At this time, if we still don't know what's good for us, we're just asking to be humiliated." Wu Yizong sneered, curling his lips. "What's this? A wise man submits to circumstances." Wu Xizhong shrugged. "What else does eldest brother have?" After a moment of silence, Wu Yizong said, "Forget it. Don't make things difficult for him anymore. Otherwise, you and I will have to bear the consequences." At this point, Wu Yizong smiled coldly and said, "You think it's over after passing this test? Surnamed Yang, you've embarrassed me, Wu Yizong. We still have many opportunities to interact in the future." Wu Xizhong's character was not so domineering. He wanted to dissuade his elder brother, but he knew his elder brother's temper. He swallowed the words at the tip of his tongue and sighed heavily. Outside Yang Fan's commander's tent in the cavalry camp, the captain in charge of the armory came to the commander's tent again and peeked in with a sneaky face. Outside the tent, 2 bodyguards stood ramrod straight, their eyes looking straight ahead. Ren Wei leisurely strolled out from the commander's tent. Seeing him, he asked impatiently, "Captain Jiang, what's the matter?" Captain Jiang nodded and bowed. "The Department of Ordnance has made a new batch of armors and weapons. Armors, bows, axes, spears, sabers, short spears, hammers, tents, and even horse harnesses and saws have all been replaced. Do you want to report to the general and have him inspect them?" Ren Wei said disapprovingly, "That's it. The Middle Minister General is currently discussing important matters with the generals and has no time to bother with such a small matter. You can go back first. I will report to the general, and he will send a colonel to check them out." After Ren Wei said that, he turned and walked into the tent without waiting for Captain Jiang's reply. Captain Jiang smiled bitterly, but just as he turned to leave, he heard someone scoff. Someone said disdainfully, "Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit." When he turned his head to look, he saw that the 2 soldiers were still standing upright in front of the tent, looking straight ahead. He did not know who had spoken. Inside the tent, Yang Fan was really gathering his generals for a meeting. Yang Fan sat behind the commander's tent. In his left hand was frightening tiger's courage, and in his right hand was a thick book. The commander's seal and the square box containing the tokens and arrows were placed on both sides of the table. Chief Censor Su Liang was seated at the side. Behind him were 2 rows of chairs, which were occupied by Huang Xuchang, Chu Tiange, Ma Qiao, Li Dayan, Lu Maofeng, Lu Yan, Gao Chu, and the others. All of them were dressed in military attire and sat upright. There was 1 empty chair, which belonged to the Rear Army's Lieutenant General Dugu Huizhi. Yang Fan gently flipped through the book in his hand and said in a deep voice, "His Majesty has issued an edict to agree to a general review. I have borrowed books from the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of War regarding the system of ceremonies and have summarized them. The emperor is going to review them, and the contents of the review are mainly military discipline, military techniques, military studies, military weapons, military formations, military laws, military fortifications. Yang Fan was not overstepping his authority by calling himself this marshal. Outside, he had to call himself this general. But in the army, especially on a solemn occasion like the appointment of generals, the commanding general had to call himself this marshal. It meant that the commander-in-chief of the army did not necessarily have to be a marshal appointed by the court. At this point, Yang Fan suddenly paused. He looked down and asked, "Generals, who has participated in the general review?" The generals looked at each other. Ever since the emperor ascended to the throne, there had never been a general review. Even the emperor's military review was called a general review. They had only learned about it from Yang Fan. Most of these generals were illiterate, so how could they understand this? Yang Fan frowned and said, "Not a single one?" Lu Maofeng hesitated and said, "Marshal, I joined the army at the age of 17. So far, I have not participated in the general review, but during the reign of Emperor Gaozong, when the North Yamen was still under the control of the South Yamen, I have been reviewed by the ministers of the Political Affairs Hall and the Ministry of War." Yang Fan was overjoyed. Finally, there was someone who had participated in the review. Otherwise, he would have to fumble around according to the records. He did not expect that Lu Maofeng could be so useful in addition to being a meat shield. Yang Fan said happily. At that time, General Lu held any position in the army. "Have you ever presided over the drill of the troops?" Lu Maofeng said, embarrassedly, "At that time, I was still a cook in the army. I did not preside over the drill of the troops. I only listened to orders and took care of the 10 soldiers." Huang Xuchang, Chu Kuanga, and Ma Qiao could not help but laugh, making Lu Maofeng's face turn red. Yang Fan slapped the frightening tiger courage in his hand heavily and shouted, "Who dares to be presumptuous in my tent? Huang Xuchang, Chu Kuanga, Ma Qiao, stand up and answer correctly." In private, they were brothers, but in public, they had to have some rules. The three of them saw that Yang Fan's voice was stern, and he didn't have the slightest intention of making an exception. They immediately became vigilant, put away their neglect, and stood up straight. Yang Fan glanced at them and coldly snorted, "Good or bad, General Lu has participated in the military review. Although he hasn't presided over the military exercise, he is very clear about the training and rules of every soldier and group of soldiers. What is so funny about the three of you? Listen carefully." After lecturing the three, Yang Fan turned to Lu Maofeng and nodded amiably. "Then I will have to trouble General Lu to explain the situation at that time to me and the generals." General Lu was flattered and hurriedly recalled the various training and preparations he had received before participating in the review to Yang Fan. Yang Fan listened as he hurriedly flipped through the manual and compared them one by one. General Lu's military rank was too low at that time, so he was not clear about the things that involved the entire army. What he described were specific requirements for each soldier and group. Su Liang wrote quickly on the side, recording everything General Lu said. Yang Fan compared them one by one. After listening to General Lu's introduction for a while, he gradually had a plan in his heart. The things that General Lu introduced were not exactly the same as what was written in the manual. It could be seen that this thing was not carried out completely according to the rules of the manual. As the saying goes, according to local conditions, appropriate adaptations were possible. However, there were not many changes in the major steps, especially the part that involved etiquette. As the saying goes, it is not strange to have too much etiquette. When an important person came to review, It was even more important to highlight the status of the important person. Great effort must be put into the word etiquette. Yang Fan grasped the main points and was no longer flustered. After General Liu finished describing the military review that he had experienced, Yang Fan said confidently, "I have noted down everything General Liu said. Since the generals have not participated in the review, then there is no need to continue discussing it today. I will refer to the manual and combine it with General Liu's words to draw up a detailed rules for the review. The generals can practice according to it." Yang Fan slowly stood up. Seeing this, the generals in the tent also stood up, their armors rubbing against each other. Yang Fan said, "General Liu." Lu Maofeng hurriedly took a step forward, cupped his hands, and said, "I am here." Yang Fan said, "General Liu has participated in the military review, so I will appoint you as the review officer. Together with Chief Secretary Su, you will be my counselor." Lu Maofeng was grateful and proud when he heard this. He quickly said loudly, "Yes, General." There were weapons, armors, and the imperial edict that the emperor wanted to review the troops with thousands of cavalries. Since the female empress ascended to the throne, she had never had a grand inspection. In recent years, she had lived in seclusion and rarely went out of the palace. But this time, she thought of a grand inspection by 1,000 cavalrymen. Although everyone had long known that the status of 1,000 cavalrymen in the imperial army of the Northern Yamen was the highest, such a grand treatment still made all the imperial guards envious. The officers and soldiers of the 1,000 cavalries were excited and nervous. Soon they began to prepare for the review. The platform on the drill ground was being built into a military review platform. Because it was the emperor's review, the military review platform was made of yellow earth like an altar to worship heaven. It was grand, tall, and exceptionally spectacular. The part above the steps was paved with flat stones. This high platform was probably more than 100 feet high. It would take a lot of time to build such a high platform, and it could only be used once. At first, the generals were quite critical of it, but Yang Fan only said a few words, and they were immediately enlightened, no longer complaining. Yang Fan said, "Don't you see the height of heaven, the beauty of Mingtang, the height of Tianshu, and the sacredness of the 9 cauldrons?" Although most of the generals were illiterate, who said illiteracy didn't mean they didn't understand things. The emperor was fond of grandiose achievements, so this was to cater to her liking. Let the emperor review the troops on such a high platform. How could it show her lofty authority? For the emperor's review, what was the purpose of everyone working so hard? Wasn't it just the appreciation and favor of the emperor? Why didn't they use this opportunity? The soldiers were practicing, and one of the military skills was strength. Now, they didn't have to carry the stone weights and throw them around. If they had the strength, they could build the military review platform. The gradually piled high and gradually formed a grand and spectacular military review platform. People were like ants on it. On the drill ground, there were also many bare-chested soldiers pushing the stone rollers that they found from all over the place, leveling the ground of the drill ground. The 1,000 cavalrymen were all outstanding talents selected from the various imperial guards. Regardless of whether it was climbing, equipment, military appearance, weapons, or battle formations, they quickly met the requirements. Now, they only needed to constantly improve, such as the arrangement of the battle formations and the neatness of the troops. They wanted to give everyone a shocking effect as soon as they made their appearance. However, even these elites who were selected from the various imperial guards had their moments of difficulty, and that was the military law. Law of good prosperity, law of hanging arch, law of arresting death. Order of Palace Guards, Order of Military Defense, Order of Military Department. Generals, brigade commanders, platoon leaders, cooks, and officers at all levels forced the soldiers to recite these regulations every day. They recited it after waking up, eating, training, building the platform, leveling the drill ground, practicing military equipment, and before going to bed. They even arranged for people to repeat the same law at the door of the latrine to deepen their impression, but it was still useless. Those vigorous soldiers who worked hard to recite the military law would gnash their teeth and have a splitting headache, like Sun Wukong, who heard the band-tightening incantation. In just 2 days, the generals who forced them to recite the military law and the soldiers who were forced to recite the military law were all exhausted and began to show signs of going crazy. Chapter 860. Brother Chow, we can't go on like this. Ma Chiao went to Yang Fan in private and said, I tried to memorize 2 military laws, but it's driving me crazy. Do you think you can memorize them? Yang Fan stammered. I have a lot of things to do. Ma Chiao rolled his eyes and said, So you're saying you can't recite it either? Yang Fan stared at him and said, This review will attract everyone's attention. There are many people who are jealous. Military laws are very important. If we don't review this, the emperor might not know much about military affairs, or he might not be able to point out anything. Ma Chiao said, but even if we stop all the drills and ask everyone to memorize the general military law every day, they might not be able to memorize it. We can't go on like this. I have an idea. I wonder if it will work. In fact, Yang Fan was also badly battered by the soldiers. Hearing that he had a solution, his eyes lit up and he said, happily, Why didn't you tell me earlier if you have a solution? Tell me, what's the idea? Ma Chiao looked around, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, Why don't we pick some soldiers who can read and write? We don't ask them to do anything else but memorize the general military law every day, and each of them will only memorize 1 book until they know it by heart. When the time comes, we will be the reviewing officer, and the overall review will be ours. We can just pick these people and ask them questions. Do you think they won't pass? Yang Fan frowned. It's easy to say, but if, he rubbed his chin and thought for a while, then nodded happily. That's right. It's a good idea. If we don't have military laws during the review, people will just pretend to be confused and ask questions, and we won't be able to answer. But as long as we have this rule, we will be fine. Even if someone suspects us of cheating, it would not be good for them to interfere and let them do the spot checking. If the soldiers really cannot answer, we will lose face, and the emperor will lose face even more. No one would be stupid enough to embarrass us and put the emperor on the spot. Ma Chiao smiled proudly. How about it? How could I have come up with such a brilliant plan? Yang Fan glared at him and said, You're the best at taking advantage of opportunities. Why aren't you acting according to the plan? Pick out the literate soldiers and tell them to stop reciting military laws. Ma Chiao said repeatedly, Sure. I'll arrange it right away. Ma Chiao ran away quickly. After a while, there was a tsunami of cheers on the drill ground, as if they had won a battle. Yang Fan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. The initial purpose of Yang Fan's inspection was to make Wu Yizhong retreat without a fight and to solve the biggest problem in the process of building the army, military equipment. But when the decree came down and he had to do this, he realized that it would be beneficial for him to have a review after the founding of the army. First of all, through the review, the status and influence of the 1,000 cavalry in the imperial army could be rapidly raised. As the emperor, if Wu Zetian were to personally review the 1,000 cavalry, her impression of the 1,000 cavalry would be 100 times better than quietly building the army and directly taking up the task of guarding the palace. Internally speaking, only a small portion of his newly formed army, be it the generals or the soldiers, were directly enlisted from the commoners. Most of the officers and soldiers still had the brand of their original army. In order to welcome the Great Review, everyone worked together to put on some drills which would allow them to quickly integrate internally. The glory of a successful review would make every general and soldier quickly realize that they were now a member of the 1,000 Cavalry. This would increase the cohesion of the army, and he himself could also use this to obtain a high reputation and prestige in the army. This would greatly shorten the process of integrating the 1,000 Cavalry. Realizing this, Yang Fan naturally put in all his effort. The 1,000 Cavalry Battalion thus threw themselves into the vigorous training of the review. This army, which was about to play a crucial and decisive role in the political circles of Wuzhou, was like a red-hot iron embryo. After repeated hammering and forging, it gradually released its unique light. The sword was still in its sheath, its cold edge already unsheathed. On this day, the training in the army was in full swing. Suddenly, there was a thunderous sound of hooves outside the camp. Looking into the distance, dust was flying. It was already summer. The soldiers cherished their clothes, but they also felt that the weather was unbearably hot. So most of them had taken off their robes and only wore a loincloth. Their hairy chests and thighs were bare as they built high platforms, rolled on the drill ground, rolled on the ground, and practiced martial arts. Or they were doing formation training under the command of the cook. Yang Fan trained with the soldiers. He was also dressed like this. Seeing dust rising in the distance and people shouting and horses neighing, Yang Fan tore off the white handkerchief tied to his head and wiped the sweat off his face. He ordered 2 soldiers who were practicing hand-to-hand combat, "Go see what's going on." The 2 burly men, who were fighting each other like 2 bulls, heard Yang Fan's order and let go of each other. Barefooted, they ran towards the gate with their big buttocks swaying. The loincloth was stuck between their buttocks and looked very funny. However, there were no women in the army, so there was nothing to worry about. At this time of year, there were no shorts. Men's underwear was a loincloth. It was said that this thing had health benefits. This theory came from Taoism. Taoism's art of nourishing the body advocated the Xiantian realm and returned to the origin. For example, it imitated a baby's breathing and sleep. A baby's testicles were always tightened and raised. An adult's testicles were always loose and drooping without any special training. Some Taoist cultivators jokingly referred to such people as sloppy. Loincloth had the effect of tightening and raising the testicles, so they believed that this could nourish the kidneys and strengthen one's physical strength. 2 bare-bottomed burly men with loincloth ran to the gate. Not long after, they returned and excitedly reported to Yang Fan, "General, the Imperial Servant Temple has sent horses. There are so many strong and majestic horses." Yang Fan was overjoyed. Just as he was about to go to the gate, he had a second thought and said, "Go, invite General Lu here. He will go with me to receive the war horses." Not long after, Lu Maofeng, who was the military inspector and had the busiest work, rushed over. He had heard from the soldier that they were going to the gate to receive the horses, so he put on his military uniform. At this time, Yang Fan was already dressed, so the 2 of them rushed to the gate together. This time, it was the veterinary doctor Bai Yiding and the veterinarian Niu Mao who delivered the horses. Both of them were very polite to Yang Fan. Yang Fan looked at the war horses that they delivered this time. Sure enough, each of them was plump and sturdy with glossy fur. They were all strong and tall horses from the western regions. He was overjoyed. At this time, Chu Kuanga, Ma Qiao, and the others also rushed over after hearing the news. When they saw the horses, they liked them from the bottom of their hearts. Yang Fan smiled and said, "You guys came at the right time. Quickly help General Lu to receive the horses." The generals excitedly accompanied General Lu to receive the horses. Because General Lu was able to get a sufficient number of superior horses in one go, everyone's attitude towards him was much better. This made General Lu, who had always been given the cold shoulder and could only find some warmth with Yang Fan, very excited. Bai Yiding smiled as he watched the generals surround General Lu and leave. Only then did he take out an invitation from his sleeve and smiled as he handed it over to Yang Fan with both hands. He said, "My brother is holding a banquet in the mansion tomorrow. He has invited Feng Ling and a group of good friends. General Yang is specially invited to come." Yang Fan thought, "The Zhang brothers know that I treat Lu Maofeng well. This is a show of goodwill. It's just that the Zhang brothers have a high status now. If they directly invite me in their name, it will feel like making a mountain out of a molehill. This kind of compromising will easily arouse criticism from others. That's why I have to borrow Bai Yishou's name." This time, he was able to facilitate the emperor's visit. The Zhang brothers had contributed greatly. Yang Fan thought that he should express his gratitude to them in person. These two people would still be useful in the future. He put away the invitation and happily cupped his hands together, saying, "I am extremely honored. Doctor, please reply to your brother that I will definitely be punctual tomorrow." Early the next morning, Yang Fan arranged for Deputy Chief Inspector Su Liang and Parade Officer Lu Maofeng to continue leading the three armies in drills. He, on the other hand, brought Rin Wei and a few other personal guards back to the city. It was his first time visiting, so he had to bring some gifts. So he left rather early and went home first to prepare a greeting gift. Yang Fan whipped his horse and entered Luoyang. Before he had even reached the Tianjin Bridge, he saw several dozen carriages lined up on the long street. The chests and cages on the carriages were piled up like a mountain. They were all tied up with red silk. With one glance, it was clear that they were sent as dowry. Seeing that the several dozen large carriages were about to cross the Tianjin Bridge, the bridgehead was extremely crowded. Yang Fan reined in his horse and stopped, muttering to himself, "So much dowry. I wonder whose family is marrying off their daughter." An old man holding his grandson by the side of the road heard this and raised his head to glance at him. He said, "This military master might not know, but the carriages in front are Yin Junju's dowry." Yin Junju? Upon hearing this extremely unfamiliar title, Yang Fan couldn't help but be startled. Then he remembered that this was the title of the Prince of Luling's daughter, Li Xinyu. After the Prince of Luling returned to the capital, he had rapidly married many influential families. Yang Fan knew about this, but he hadn't expected that he would get married so soon. The dowry had already been sent, so how could the day of marriage be far away? Yang Fan said, "Many thanks for Lao Zhang's reminder. A few days ago, I did hear that the Prince of Luling was betrothed, but I didn't expect that Yi and Junju would be getting married now." There were many high-ranking officials in the capital, so the common people in the capital had seen many of them. They weren't like the ignorant commoners in the small villages who would tremble with fear when they saw an official. That old man saw that Yang Fan's clothing and bearing didn't look like an ordinary official, but he wasn't afraid. He smiled and replied, "The Prince of Luling's family has many daughters, and they've all reached the marriageable age. So how can they not be anxious? I heard that Yongtai Junju is also going to send her dowry this afternoon. Yongtai Junju is betrothed to the Wei Wangfu, and she's also the Prince of Luling's wife's daughter, so I'm afraid her dowry will be twice as much as this." Hearing this, Yang Fan found it funny. The Prince of Luling is marrying off his daughters in batches. What extravagance! Only after waiting for the enormous convoy to cross the bridge did Yang Fan urge his horse onto the bridge. He tailed the convoy for a while, and only when the convoy turned into Guandi Lane and gave way did he ride home. When Yang Fan arrived at his residence, he had Xiaoman look for a gift that was suitable for both his status and the time. He then went to stay with Anu, who had just become pregnant and was preparing to nurse the baby, for a short while. Only then did he rush to Bai Isho's residence. Because the imperial palace chamberlain didn't have much involvement in court politics, he wasn't very famous. However, the imperial palace chamberlain was a third-rank high official, so his position definitely wasn't low. Yang Fan had already asked Run Wei to find out where the Bai residence was, so he easily found it. The Bai residence's doorman received the invitation and swiftly went to the residence to report the news. When a guest came to the door, the host should naturally come out to welcome him. At this time, Zhang Yiji and Zhang Changzong brothers hadn't arrived yet, but the Zhang brothers' subordinates and even their cousins had already arrived. They were currently sitting idly in the reception pavilion, chatting and laughing. In the small hall to the side, someone was roaring loudly. Chapter 8, 61. In the small hall next to the Bai Manor's reception hall was Zhang Changyi, and to his side was the newly appointed Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Appointments, Jiang Lin. Because the two brothers, Zhang Yiji and Zhang Changzong, were now Wu Zetian's empress and imperial concubine, the Zhang family's status had risen. Their youngest cousin, Zhang Changyi, was appointed as the magistrate of Luoyang at a young age, and was in charge of important areas in the capital. Zhang Changyi himself had a high position of power, and his two cousins were the most influential people in the emperor's presence. Naturally, there was an endless stream of people trying to curry favor with Zhang Changyi. Among the Zhang brothers, Zhang Changyi was the most greedy for money, and thus the most people who came to him to seek official positions. 2 days ago, there was an official surnamed Shui who waited for an opportunity to visit Zhang Changyi. He presented him with 50 taels of gold and asked him to help him find a job. This person, surnamed Shui, was an official surnamed Shui and had the qualifications to become an official. However, because of the limited number of official positions, when there were no vacancies, he could only be a substitute. Once there were vacancies, a group of officials would fight over them. It was not uncommon for people without any background to be a substitute for their entire lives. Zhang Changyi accepted the gold and agreed to that person's request. When he returned, he informed the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Appointments, Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin had relied on the recommendation of the two brothers, Zhang Yiji and Zhang Changzong, to obtain the position of Assistant Minister. Naturally, he would follow the Zhang family's lead. However, the problem was that when Zhang Changyi informed him of this matter, it was just before the morning court. After attending court for the entire morning, when Jiang Lin returned to the Ministry of Appointments, he discovered that he had forgotten the name of the person surnamed Shui, whom Zhang Changyi had asked him to arrange an official position for. Jiang Lin was extremely embarrassed, but he could not tell Zhang Changyi directly. Coincidentally, Bai Isho was hosting a banquet today, and he was also invited. When he arrived at the Bai Manor and saw Zhang Changyi, he invited him to the small hall to ask for forgiveness. Jiang Lin originally thought that with the festive atmosphere of the banquet and the fact that they were in someone else's residence, even if Zhang Changyi was displeased, he wouldn't be too angry. She would just tell him her name. Who knew that Zhang Changyi would fly into a rage when he heard this? How dare you treat the matter that I have entrusted to you with such contempt? You don't even put me in your eyes. Jiang Lin lowered her voice and said, "Your magistrate's words are too serious. It's not that I want to be negligent, but I'm getting old and my memory isn't good. When I heard your magistrate say that person's name, I went to court. In the end, I was so busy with all the memorials in court that I forgot that person's name after the court meeting." Zhang Changyi smiled coldly and said, "You're so forgetful. I think you're really getting old. Since you can't even remember such a small thing, how can you still serve the imperial court? Why don't you retire early and return to your hometown? Jiang Lin was shocked and hurriedly said, "Please forgive me. Please give me a chance to redeem myself. I also ask your magistrate to tell me this person's name again. I will do it as soon as I return." Zhang Changyi raged, "Bastard! There are so many people looking for me to do things every day. How could I possibly know all of them? How could I possibly remember their names? Now you're asking me, where should I go to find that person?" Jiang Lin stood at the side and said, What should we do? Otherwise, after this year's official selection ends, if that person fails, he will definitely come again. At that time, your magistrate can tell your school his name, and when your school selects officials again, he will be the first to be appointed. He will only have to wait for a year, and next year arrange a high-class prefecture for him as compensation. I believe he will also be willing. Zhang Changyi said resolutely, "No, he is willing, but this Zhang, am not. Now that he has asked to be this Zhang's disciple, if he fails in the official selection this time, if this matter spreads, how will others look at me? This Zhang? This Zhang's reputation will be ruined by you. Doesn't that mean that no one will be able to ask to be my disciple for at least a year?" Jiang Lin frowned and said, Then what should we do?" Zhang Changyi thought for a moment and asked, "How many people with the surname Shui are there in this year's official selection?" Jiang Lin said, "There are a total of 14 people with the surname Shui in this year's official selection. Your school has taken out the names of these 14 people and checked them repeatedly. I really can't remember which one of them is the one you asked to be your magistrate's disciple. Otherwise, your magistrate can take a look. Perhaps you will have some impression." As Jiang Lin said this, she took out a slip of paper from her sleeve. Zhang Changyi didn't even take it and said, "If you can't even remember the person doing the work, how can I remember? Now that I want to remedy this, there is only one way. Among this batch of officials, as long as they have the surname Shui, give them an official position." Jiang Lin was shocked and said, "Your magistrate, you must not. There are as many officials as there are carps in the river, but there are limited vacancies in the imperial court. This time, there are not many vacancies in the various prefectures and the 2 capitals, so we have to take care of all aspects and the people who have been waiting for many years. If all the people with the surname Shui are selected, they will occupy a large number of vacancies, and it will be difficult for your school to make arrangements." Zhang Changyi pointed at his nose and said, "You messed up this matter, so naturally you will think of a solution. It's decided then. Give him an official position for all the people with the surname Shui. Don't ruin my reputation." At this moment, Zhang Tongxiu laughed loudly in the reception pavilion and shouted, "Changyi, come quickly, General Yang is here." Zhang Changyi said coldly, "Do as you see fit. Either all 14 people with the surname Shui are officials, or you, Jiang Lin, resign and scram." With that said, he flung his sleeve and walked towards the reception pavilion. Jiang Lin stood there in a daze for a long time before letting out a long sigh. How can I not lower my head when under someone else's roof? In order to protect his future, he had to agree to Zhang Changyi's request. This way, he would have to overturn his original arrangements, but the election of an elected official was always the focus of attention of the court and the public, involving the interests and relationships of all sides. Every time he moved a person, he had to consider the reactions of the relevant parties, not to mention moving so many people at once. How could he still have the mood to drink wine? He had to return to the yamen to make new arrangements. Therefore, Jiang Lin did not go to the reception pavilion, but directly left through the small hall's main door, called over a servant of the Bai residence, told him to inform Bai Isho, then hurriedly returned to the yamen of the Ministry of Appointments and arranged for all the people with the surname Xue to be officials according to Zhang Changyi's request. It was unknown whether it was because the ancestor surnamed Xue had displayed his divine might in the heavens, but the people with the surname Xue were all waiting for this year's good rain. From ancient times until now, such a case had only happened in the Wu and Zhou dynasties. Accompanied by Isho, Yang Fan entered the reception pavilion, who introduced him to the guests one by one. Zhang Tongxiu and the other Zhang brothers, some of whom Yang Fan had met before, some of whom were new to him. Due to second Zhang's favoritism, these noble young masters, who were usually somewhat arrogant, were very friendly to Yang Fan. Next were the members of second Zhang's faction, many of whom were the sons of the capital's aristocratic families. Currently, there were officials with high positions such as Zong Chuk and Zong Jinqing, as well as the Renhuang of the Phoenix Pavilion, Li Chongxiu. There was originally an assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments, Jiang Lin, but she had already returned to the Ministry of Appointments to clean up the mess. These people were also very friendly to Yang Fan. Many of them had a higher position than Yang Fan, but they were so polite to Yang Fan. This was not very in line with the Zhang faction's usual arrogant and domineering style. This made Yang Fan feel a little strange, but he quickly understood the reason behind it. To be polite to others, it was not because they had a request, but because they had a plan. Now that he thought about it, Zhang Yiji's placement of Lu Maofeng into the Thousand Riders was only his first step and also a test. Now that Yang Fan was so cooperative, it made him think that it was not impossible to recruit Yang Fan. Today, this group of nobles were so polite to Yang Fan, it was probably because they already knew Second Zhang's plan. This Zhang Yiji's appetite was getting bigger and bigger. He actually wanted to swallow up the Thousand Riders and make it his power. Yang Fan secretly made plans in his heart and exchanged pleasantries with the guests. As they were talking, someone came to report that the Zhang brothers had arrived. Bai Isho and Bai Yiding quickly got up. Bai Isho was the first to raise his voice and order, "Come, invite old madam and madam to the front door to welcome them." Yang Fan was secretly surprised. This Bai Isho was, after all, a third-rank high official. Wasn't it a little too disgraceful to curry favor with him like this? Why did he need a woman to come out to greet the Zhang brothers, especially his wife, but he actually needed his old mother to come out to greet them? In a short while, Madame Zhang came out with her white-haired mother-in-law. Everyone hurriedly greeted old madam and madam. Seeing that this mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were both dressed splendidly, they must have already prepared and were waiting at the back of the residence to welcome the guests together. Subsequently, the Bai brothers Zhang Tongxiu, Li Jingxiu, Zong Chuk, and the others, plus Bai Isho's mother and madam, came out to welcome the guests. Naturally, Yang Fan was also among them. When the group arrived at the front of the residence, they saw 3 ox carts in front of the door and dozens of servants in bright clothes and vigorous horses lined up respectfully on both sides. Bai Isho and his brother were the first to laugh and welcome them. "Wulong, Wulong, I, Brother Bai, am late to welcome you. My apologies, my apologies." However, the second Zhang did not enter the door. Zhang Yiji turned around and bowed slightly to the first carriage with a curtain hanging from it. He said respectfully, "Mother, we've arrived at the Bai residence." Yang Fan then understood. No wonder Bai Isho dragged both madam and madam out to welcome the guests together. It's not that he's shameless. It turns out that Zhang Yiji's mother has also arrived. The curtain was lifted, and a young maidservant with picturesque features came out with a woman in a brocade dress. Before they could see the woman's appearance clearly, Bai Isho and his brother bowed deeply and said, "Greetings to old madam." Bai Isho was now in his 50s, but Zhang Yiji was a teenager. Zhang Yiji's mother was not even in her 40s, much younger than him. However, he considered himself to be under the second Zhang's tutelage, so he naturally addressed Zhang Yiji's mother as Old Madam. Yang Fan fixed his gaze on the middle-aged woman that Zhang Yiji was supporting. Although she was a middle-aged woman, she still retained her charm. To be able to give birth to such a handsome, young man like Zhang Yiji, how could his mother's appearance be poor? Moreover, this woman came from a prestigious family and was well-educated, so her movements were naturally elegant. Zhang Yiji helped his mother down the carriage before smiling at the crowd. Yiji serves in the palace, so I can't always serve mother, so I feel very uneasy. Now that I have the opportunity to leave the palace, I can't bear to let mother sit at home. However, there's a group of good friends here that I haven't seen for a long time, so I'm in a difficult situation. Fortunately, Brother Bai is considerate and invited mother to come along so that we can go out and relax. Chapter 862. Others do not know Zhang Yiji's mother's name. She used to have a nickname called Zong. Now, because of her son's status, everyone in the capital respectfully addressed her as Lady Zong. Zhang Yiji was very filial to his mother. Everyone in the capital knew that he was a very filial son. Therefore, he did not feel that his action was presumptuous. On the contrary, he was filled with deep respect. Zong smiled and nodded to the crowd, saying, "My son came to the banquet today, but insisted that I, as his mother, accompany him. I really could not dissuade him and took the liberty to disturb. I hope Bai Shiqing and all the honored guests will forgive me." Bai Isho hurriedly said, "Wulong is very filial to his mother. This is a great virtue. We all admire him very much. How can it be presumptuous? My mother and my wife were very happy when they heard that Old Madam was coming. Mother, this is the Lady Zong that your son told you about. Quickly come forward to greet her." Bai Tai and Bai Isho's wife came forward to greet Zong. The three women chatted and laughed for a while before Bai Isho introduced the guests to Zong. When Li Jingxiu came forward to greet her, Zong saw his appearance and suddenly exclaimed in shock. A strange expression flashed past his eyes. "Zhang," Yiji nervously asked, "Mother, what's wrong?" Lady Zong quickly regained her senses. A layer of mist appeared in her eyes. She mournfully said, "Nothing." I observed Li Sharon's expression and temperament. He is actually 60 to 70% similar to your father, who died young. Suddenly remembering your father who died young, I can't help but feel sad." She gently wiped the corner of her eyes and said to the crowd, Zong saw that Li Sharon looks like my late husband and was a little absent-minded. I hope everyone will forgive me for my lack of manners. Li Sharon, I am sorry." Everyone was relieved. Li Jingxiu also hurriedly returned the greeting. This Li Jingxiu was indeed a talented man. When Yang Fan saw him earlier, he was also impressed by his spirit and temperament. Li Jingxiu's grandfather and father were provincial governors from a family of officials, but his mother was born poor. Even her surname was unknown. She was a servant of the Li family. But this servant was a peerless beauty to the extent that Li Jingxiu's father was head over heels for her, disregarding her servant status. He forcibly raised her status and took her in as Lady Ru. Li Jingxiu's mother was so beautiful. Naturally, his appearance was also extraordinary. Li Juanxiu was born with a good appearance, elegant and suave, a man of striking appearance, and also quite talented in literature. Poetry, song, zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, there was nothing he did not know. Therefore, after only a few years in Jingdo, he was regarded as the most elegant person of the present age. In Yang Fan's view, among all the people he had seen before, only Lai Junqian's beauty could compare. Zhang Changzong of Zhang Lu won. However, Zhang Changzong was a feminine beauty. Only Wu Zetian, who had a strong personality and had enough of Xue Huai's strong and masculine body, would like him. Although Li Jingxiu was a scholar, he did not have Yang Fan's masculine and handsome beauty, but he had a quiet scholarly air. In addition, he was nearing 30. Compared to young men, he had a more mature and charming charm. Perhaps his appearance was different from Zhang Yiji's father, but they were both free and at ease, the same scholarly air. In terms of poise and temperament, there was not much difference. No wonder Lady Azong was captivated by him. Hearing his mother mention his deceased father, Zhang Yiji's eyes also reddened. He quickly comforted his mother and stopped Lady Azang's grief. Only then did everyone welcome Lady Zhang and her son into the Fu. When they reached the Fu, old Lady Bai and Lady Bai accompanied Lady Azong to the inner chamber. Zhang Yiji and Zhang Changzong became the main characters again. Surrounded by everyone, they walked to the reception hall. Zhang Yiji deliberately put on a courteous attitude. Holding Yang Fan's arm, he said with a smile, "Everyone here is an old friend. General is a new guest. You and I should get to know each other. I ask General to sit with me." Yang Fan replied with a smile, "It would be my honor." Zhang Yiji pulled Yang Fan to sit with him. He asked with a smile, "I heard that General is training the troops in preparation for His Majesty's inspection. Today's invitation, I was worried that it would affect General's plan. I did not dare to hope that General would really come. I did not expect General to give me face. It is a pleasant surprise." Yang Fan said, "Fengchen is too polite. I am indebted to everyone for treating me as a close friend. This is my great honor." Zhang Yiji was very satisfied with his attitude. He added, "The saint has not had a great inspection since his ascension. General Yang's suggestion is very much to the saint's liking. The saint is very interested in this. If it were not for the fact that the entire army inspection will take at least 3 to 5 days, and the saint is busy with state affairs and has no time to spare, I am afraid this inspection will not be just a matter of 1,000 riders." Yang Fan naturally hoped that Wu Zetian would pay attention to the inspection. However, if it was really a great inspection of the entire imperial army, 1,000 riders would be submerged in the thousands of soldiers. Even if they performed well, the impression they left in the emperor's heart would be worlds apart. Therefore, he was secretly glad that Wu Zetian was old and could not afford to make trouble. Zhang Yiji finished speaking and asked with concern, "I wonder how the 1,000 riders are doing? Will General leaving the camp to attend the banquet affect the drill? If it affects the grand ceremony, then this Shang's sim will be great." Yang Fan said, "Fengchen's order is to be at ease. The drill has rules to follow. All the officers and soldiers will do the drill according to the rules. Moreover, the army is under the care of the chief censor and the Wulong general. It is not urgent for me to leave for a while." Zhang Yiji said, "Oh, I heard that Lu Maofeng has also been transferred to the 1,000 riders. He is Zhang's good friend. If there is anything inappropriate in the 1,000 riders, I hope General Yang can forgive me for my sake." Yang Fan said, "Fengchen's order is not to say this. General Lu is good at both literature and martial arts and is Yang's right-hand man. After General Lu arrived, he has been of great help to Yang's army. Currently, he is mainly responsible for the drill. When the inspection comes, he will also be the reviewing officer. Chief Censor Su and Wulong General Lu are now Yang's right-hand men." Zhang Yiji was very clear that Lu Maofeng held an important position in the military drill. He did not think that Lu Maofeng was highly regarded by Yang Fan because he had his own strong points. He thought that Yang Fan was deliberately showing goodwill to him. Now that he had personally heard Yang Fan say that he was relying on Lu Maofeng as his right-hand man, He could not help laughing out loud. He really wanted to rope in Yang Fan and make him his right-hand man. This would be an important step for him to intervene in the army. However, the 1,000 riders were too important, and others did not dare to intervene. Although he was highly regarded by the Empress, and the Empress did not suspect him, it was not good to be too explicit. Moreover, he was clear that Yang Fan had a close relationship with Princess Taiping and Wu Sanxi's families. Now that Yang Fan could show goodwill to him, it was a great improvement. There was still a long way to go, and he needed to slowly plot. He also needed to observe Yang Fan slowly. If Yang Fan could not wait to show his loyalty to him now, he also did not dare to trust him. Yang Fan was clear about Zhang Yiji's plan. He was close to Zhang Yiji and showed goodwill. He was not worried that Taiping would misunderstand. As for Wu Sanxi's side, he was just pretending to be courteous. Even if he lost Wu Sanxi's complete trust, as long as the other side felt that he could still be won over and did not have the heart to deal with him, then the benefits from Zhang Yiji's side would be enough to make up for the other side's loss. Moreover, now Wu Yizong was repeatedly making things difficult for him for unknown reasons. Wu Sanxi did not want to take strict measures against his cousin, who had a lot of troops. In the process, he did not resolutely protect Yang Fan. If Yang Fan made some appropriate moves to get close to Zhang Yiji, it could also increase Wu Sanxi's sense of crisis. It would make him think that this was caused by Wu Yizong's unfriendliness. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. He could not really rely on Zhang, not only because of his political ideals, but even if he only planned for his personal future, relying on the two domineering gigolos to please the Empress, it could not be compared to the deep foundation of Li Tang's royal family in the common people and the painstaking efforts of the Wu family for more than 20 years. Those who relied on Zhang for luck were all short-sighted people. However, although Zhang's power lacked a foundation, he was the most popular one at the moment and could not be offended. It was impossible for Yang Fan to sincerely rely on Zhang. It was necessary to make appropriate moves to gain Zhang's trust and support. Therefore, before Yang Fan came to the Bai residence, he was thinking about how to express goodwill to Zhang. At this time, seeing Zhang Yiji's enthusiasm for the military review, he suddenly had an idea. Yang Fan glanced at the Bai brothers and the guests who were sitting on the left and right and watching the conversation between the two of them with a smile. He said to Zhang Yiji, who was laughing loudly, "Speaking of the military review, I have a very interesting idea here. I wonder if Minister Feng Chen and Minister Feng Chen are interested in participating?" Zhang Yiji said curiously, "General Yang, what interesting idea do you have? Why don't you tell me?" Yang Fan whispered a few words to his ear. Zhang Yiji's eyes suddenly opened, and he said happily, "Can it be like this?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "Why not?" "It's just that Minister Feng Chen." Zhang Yiji interrupted him and said, "My close friends, I'll call my Xiongdi Wu Lang Lu Lang. I do not regard you as an outsider. I call you Lang. You don't have to follow Chen Ling or Chen Cheng and call me Xiongdi anymore." Yang Fan immediately changed his address and said, "Okay, but Wulong and Lu Lang will have to work a bit harder in the hot summer." Zhang Yiji said excitedly, "This is nothing. It's worth it to make the saint laugh. Besides, I am also very interested in this. Lu Lang will definitely be more interested than me." Zhang Changzong was very curious and quickly asked, "What is so interesting?" Zhang Yiji laughed and said, "I can't say it. I can't say it in public. You must know. I will tell you in detail when we return to the palace." Zhang Changzong could not wait to return to the palace. He immediately ran over and squeezed to the other side of Zhang Yiji and said to him, "Wulong, quickly tell me." Zhang Yiji whispered a few words to him. Zhang Changzong applauded and laughed. "Good, good, good. Erlang is really good idea. This matter has been decided. I must participate. Zhang Tongxiu and the others looked at the two of them and could not help but ask with a smile, what is it that makes Wulong and Lulang so proud? Zhang Yiji smiled like a Buddha. He shook his head and said with a smile, I can't say it. If I say it, it won't work. Zhang Changzong also said repeatedly, can't say it. I won't say it, Wulong won't say it, Erlang won't say it either. The two of them were so mysterious that everyone was even more curious. But no matter how they urged them, the two of them did not say anything. Bai Isho smiled and tried to smooth things over. All right, Wulong and Lulang are not willing to say it. Naturally, they have their reasons. On the day of the Great Review, you and I will ask Wulong and Lulang to say it in front of His Majesty. Won't we all know when we go to the front of the army to watch the performance? Chapter 863. Although everyone was curious, they did not ask what role Yang Fan wanted the Zhang brothers to play in the conference. When the banquet was about to end, Zhang Changzong solemnly brought up this matter once more, and he repeatedly warned everyone not to leak it to the outside world, causing everyone to be even more curious. However, no one dared to neglect Zhang Changzong's repeated warnings. Everyone kept their mouths shut, so outsiders had no way of knowing. However, it was no secret that Yang Fan had attended the second Zhang's banquet. This matter quickly reached Wu Sanxi's ears. Wu Yizong also heard of this matter and immediately went to find Wu Sanxi. He was immensely proud, as if he had great foresight. Cousin, I already said that Yang Fan is a person who fawns on the rich and cannot be trusted. You see, he was originally Xue Huai's disciple, but when he saw that Xue Huai had fallen out of favor, he shamelessly used himself as a stepping stone to Taiping. He clearly knows that Taiping and our Wu clan are at peace on the surface, but when he saw that our Wu clan was suppressing the Li clan, he immediately threw himself under cousin's banner. When he saw that my aunt intended to make the Prince of Luling heir apparent, he felt that the Wu clan was about to decline, so he immediately protected the Prince of Luling with all his might. Right now, the Prince of Luling is clearly a hopeless fool, just like the Prince of Xiang, a good-for-nothing, and he has decisively thrown his lot in with Zhang Yiji. This five-surnamed servant is even more shameless than Lu Fengxian. Wu Sanxi was inwardly vexed. If you hadn't kept pressuring him, how could he have acted so intimately with the second Zhang? Speaking of Xue Huai and Zhang Yiji, you and I are also extremely attentive to them. How much better can we be compared to Yang Fan? Although he felt that this cousin of his was stupid enough, he was one of the two people with the most military power in the Wu clan. Other than Wu Yuyi, he was the next. Wu Yuyi was only loyal to his aunt and had never been moved by his and Wu Qingxi's attempts to rope him in. It was clear that he was relying on his military power and did not want to make a stand before the general situation was clear. He had many places to rely on Wu Yizong and could not reprimand him too much. He could only vaguely say, no matter what, you shouldn't have pressured him too much. This person controls 1,000 cavalry and is extremely important to us. In the future, we will need to rely on him. Wu Yizong replied, what's so difficult about that? This person is someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. He doesn't have any backbone. If elder brother wants him to submit, then you have to let him know the power of our Wu clan and not blindly show him kindness. I will make things difficult for him, and when he realizes that he can't do anything outside of our Wu clan, he will come and beg for forgiveness from elder brother. Yi Zong, Wu Sanxi wanted to say something, but hesitated. He felt that it wasn't appropriate to do so, but Wu Yizong left excitedly after he finished speaking. Wu Sanxi thought again. Forget it, let him be. Let's see if he can subdue Yang Fan. If I can really force Yang Fan to work for me, That would be the best. If I overreach myself, as long as I don't show up now, I can come out later to clean up the mess. Thinking of this, Wu Sansi dispelled the thought of stopping Wu Yizong. However, when he returned to the back residence, he suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but be alarmed. Oh no, this brother of mine has always been rash. Could it be that he wants to do something to the grand reading? This is the first grand reading since Anne ascended to the throne. It is of great significance and cannot be delayed. Otherwise, if it is traced back to us. Thinking of this, Wu Sansi quickly sent men to chase after Wu Yizong and solemnly reminded him. Wu Yizong hadn't left the city yet. When Wu Sansi's men caught up to him, he couldn't help but laugh. Elder brother is worrying too much. The grand reading concerns the integrity of the country and cannot be delayed. Do I not even know this? Go back and tell my elder brother to not worry. As the saying goes, revenge is a dish best served cold. I, Wu Yizong, am also aware of this. Wu Sansi was relieved after receiving the report from his family. As long as Wu Yizong didn't do anything to the grand reading, he could do whatever he wanted. Yang Fan originally thought that the grand reading would be an easy task. Most of the soldiers under him were from the imperial army. With a little reorganization, they would be able to meet the requirements of the grand reading. He didn't expect that after the actual training. It took a full month and a half before Lu Maofeng finally nodded his head and confirmed that it had already surpassed the standards of the Political Affairs Hall and the Ministry of War. Among them, Yang Fan had the advantage of having fewer soldiers and elite soldiers. Otherwise, the quality of the soldiers would be different, and the various departments would need to cooperate. This would then take a long time. The level of the grand reading that the Political Affairs Hall and the Ministry of War hosted back then was not as high as this one. It took a full half a year to prepare. Since the standards of the training had reached the standard, the next step was to rehearse according to the procedures of the Emperor's grand reading. At this time, the Ministry of Rites also participated and gave instructions on the appearance, attire, command of the soldiers, and the speech of the parade officers, as well as the etiquette used when meeting the Emperor. This time, the rehearsal went on for more than half a month. It wasn't until everyone had memorized the role they were supposed to play during the grand reading and the entire process of the grand reading. After 7 consecutive grand reading rehearsals without any mistakes, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, it was also the hottest time of the summer. When Yang Fan told the Zhang brothers about the scorching summer, it was originally a joke. At that time, he thought that the grand reading would begin in at most 10 days. However, more than 2 months had passed. Yang Fan accompanied the soldiers on the drill ground every day, and his pale skin had gradually turned into a healthy dark color. Because for the past 2 months, he had also been training under the hot sun every day. His skin had become a healthy and attractive bronze color. His chest muscles were stacked, his arm muscles were firm, his leg muscles were firm, and his buttocks were strong. Coupled with his handsome appearance, if those pampered ladies in the city saw him, they would probably have erotic dreams for 3 days straight. Seeing that the rehearsals were going extremely smoothly, Yang Fan finally reported to the court and asked the emperor to approve the grand reading. When Wu Zetian heard the news, she was overjoyed and immediately announced that court would be suspended the next day. Early in the morning, she would go to the 1,000 horsemen camp for the grand reading. The princes, princesses, relatives of the emperor, and the ministers of the various ministries were all present. Afterwards, according to the rules of the grand reading, food was distributed to the troops to be read. The emperor's food naturally couldn't be too low. At noon that day, the 1,000 horsemen camp slaughtered pigs and sheep. The fragrance of meat wafted all the way to the right guard 10 li away, causing the soldiers there to swallow their saliva. After the soldiers of the Thousand Horsemen camp ate their fill, they made an exception not to practice in the afternoon to conserve their energy. Inside the palace, the Zhang brothers were also rubbing their palms in excitement. In the past 2 months, the number of times the two of them left the palace had clearly increased. Sometimes they left together, and sometimes they left separately. After entering summer, Wu Zetian was tired of eating and thirsty for sleep. Normally, she would go to the Flying Fragrance Hall and the lovely spring terrace to enjoy the cool. She also didn't summon them to serve her in bed or to sing and dance, so they happily agreed. That day, the two brothers asked for leave together to leave the palace. They told Wu Zetian that they would meet at the drill ground the next morning. Wu Zetian would have the grand reading tomorrow and needed to wake up early. Tonight, she wanted to have a good rest. As a result, she generously agreed to the request of her two most beloved little lovers. The two brothers excitedly left the palace and immediately rushed home. Although Zhang Changzong had left the palace frequently in the past 2 months, he had almost never returned home. Zhang Yizhi, on the other hand, had returned a few times, but he had only greeted his mother before leaving in a hurry. Today, however, he wanted to return home to stay. Because he had to go to the Thousand Horsemen camp the next morning, Zhang Changzong did not return to his own mansion. Instead, he went to Zhang Yizhi's home. The two of them hurried to the Zhang mansion and went straight to the inner residence. Zhang Yizhi asked the housekeeper with a smile, "Where is my mother?" The housekeeper replied, "Lang Jun came back just in time. Recently, old madam has been depressed and hasn't been eating well. She has been frowning all day long. Your servant has invited a doctor to visit her, but he can't tell what's wrong." What? Hearing this, Zhang Yizhi was very nervous. He didn't have time to be angry with the housekeeper and hurried to his mother's bedroom. Zhang Changzong quickly advised, "Wulong, don't worry. It's probably because the summer is hot and First Madam is sick of eating." Zhang Yizhi did not say anything and hurried to his mother's residence. When they arrived at Mrs. Zhang's residence, Zhang Changzong stayed outside, while Zhang Yizhi went in alone. Mrs. Zhang's personal maid, Yan was originally serving in the room, but because the mother and son wanted to talk, she was also driven out. Zhang Yizhi saw that his mother had indeed lost some weight. Her face looked haggard. He could not help but secretly cursing himself for being careless. The last time he came back to visit his mother, he did not notice that his mother was unwell. Zhang Yizhi hurriedly inquired about his mother's condition. When Zhang saw her son, she still frowned and sighed, as if there was something difficult to say, but in the end she could not say anything. Zhang Yizhi asked anxiously. Mrs. Zhang simply turned over and slept facing the bed, ignoring him. Seeing this, Zhang Yizhi lifted his gown and knelt in front of the bed. He kowtowed and choked with sobs. "Mother is unhappy. It's all your son's fault. If your son has done anything wrong, not being filial, I hope mother will reprimand your son. I must not torture myself. Otherwise your son will really die of fear." Zhang sighed softly and said, "My son has always been filial. How could he have done anything wrong? Mother is unhappy, but it is not because of my son. You don't have to blame yourself." Zhang Yizhi said, "Then please tell me, what is it that you are unhappy about? As long as it is not about picking the moon, your son will definitely do it for you." Mrs. Zhang sighed faintly and did not say anything. Zhang Yizhi was anxious. In a deep voice he said, "Your son is slow-witted. It is difficult for me to guess mother's intention. I beg mother to tell your son." Then he started to kowtow again, as if Zhang did not tell him, he would keep kowtowing without getting up. Mrs. Zhang listened to her son kowtowing and finally could not bear it anymore. She quickly sat up and said with tears in her eyes, "My son, quickly get up. This is all Mother's fault. It really has nothing to do with my son. Zhang Yiji was so anxious that his lungs were about to explode. Mother, tell your son, so that your son can ease Mother's heart. Mother. Mrs. Zhang wanted to say something but hesitated. She covered her face with her hand and said, How can Mother say this? If you want to know, ask Yen. When Zhang Yiji heard this, he jumped up and walked out. Yen was waiting in the courtyard. Zhang Yiji rushed into the courtyard, pointed his finger at Yen, and shouted angrily, Lowly servant, I asked you to serve my mother because I trusted you. Why are you making my mother unhappy? Hurry up and confess. Chapter 864. Seeing that Zhang Yiji was furious, Yen knelt down in panic and kowtowed to him. Lang Jun, please forgive me. Old madam is depressed, and it has nothing to do with me. Zhang Yiji kicked her to the ground and scolded, Whether it has anything to do with you or not, I have to hear it first. Tell me, why does my mother have something on her mind? Yen's sternum was hurt by his kick, but she did not dare to cry out. She quickly got up and knelt down again. When she was about to answer, she suddenly saw Zhang Changzong standing aside and could not help but shut her mouth. Zhang Yiji was even angrier. He kicked her to the ground again and scolded, You blind bitch! Lulang is my brother. What's wrong with you? Tell me quickly. If you don't tell me, I will beat you to death. Yen was terrified and had no choice but to tell Zhang Yiji everything in full detail. Zhang Yiji was dumbstruck when he heard it. Zhang Changzong, who was quite dissatisfied with Yen treating him as an outsider, was also shocked. At this time, he only wished that Zhang Yiji could also treat him as an outsider and drive him away. Zhang Yiji's mother was depressed and couldn't eat or sleep well because of lovesickness. After a long while, Zhang Changzong finally came back to his senses. When he saw that Zhang Yiji was still standing there in a daze, he quickly waved his hand at Yen and gave her a meaningful look. Yen understood and quickly got up and slipped away. If he had not heard it in front of Zhang Yiji and could not pretend to be ignorant, Zhang Changzong would have slipped away at this time. What should he do if he did not leave? His mother was lovesickness and longing for a man. Since she saw Li Jingxiu of the Phoenix Pavilion, she had been lovesickness. This was neither pleasant to hear nor appropriate to say, but he knew it. Wasn't it embarrassing? Cousin Zhang Changzong didn't know what kind of expression he should make at this time. He was afraid that it was inappropriate to grieve. No one had died, but he couldn't be elated. Zhang Changzong could only put on a straight face and look at Zhang Yiji without any expression. Zhang Yiji silently turned around, walked to a small pavilion hidden by tall bamboos, and sat down dejectedly. After staring blankly for a long time, he suddenly raised his hand and fiercely slapped his own face. Zhang Changzong, who followed him in, hurriedly advised, Don't worry, Wulong. Our Zhang family is an aristocratic family, and Wulong is now noble beyond words. Annie's thoughts are indeed, ahem, but Wulong is a son, and it's really not good to interfere. It's really hard on you. Zhang Changzong hemmed and hawed, not knowing what to say. Zhang Yiji heaved a long sigh and said with tears in his eyes, I call myself a filial son, but I have never cared about my mother. I am ashamed. Zhang Changzong was stunned and said in astonishment, Wulong is saying, Zhang Yiji painfully said, solitary yin cannot grow, solitary yang cannot grow. Therefore the heaven and earth are matched with yin and yang. If there was only yang, there would be no yin, and there would be no yang, and yin and yang would fight, reducing one's lifespan. When Yiji was 4 years old, my father had passed away. At that time, my mother was still young. Now that I am an adult, how much time have I wasted on my mother? Until now, my mother is not even half the age of the saint. The saint is nearly 80 years old, and he is still thinking about the way of yin and yang. But my mother is lonely. For 16 or 17 years, she has always lived alone, watching the flowers bloom, watching the leaves fall, enduring the bitter rain and cold wind. How can she endure? It's funny that I have always regarded myself as a filial son, thinking that if I can earn a title for my mother and a set of fine clothes, it will make my mother happy. But I don't know that even if it's a mountain of wealth and supreme glory, how can it compare to the tenderness and consideration of a person on the same bed? The more Zhang Yiji spoke, the sadder he became. Towards the end, he was already crying. Zhang Changzong was at a loss for Zhang Yiji's abnormal behavior. He stuttered. Then, Wulong is saying. Zhang Yiji wiped his tears and said, "It's rare that my mother likes someone. As her son, I should try my best to fulfill her wish to please my mother." Zhang Changzong did not expect Zhang Yiji to have such thoughts. As a son, he actually wanted to find a man for his mother. He was extremely shocked, but on second thought, Zhang Yiji has always been filial to his mother. He never disobeyed her, so doing this seemed to be in line with his usual practice. Although Zhang Changzong still had a strange feeling in his heart, but since his own son did not have any objection, he as the nephew naturally did not need to say anything. Thinking carefully, Zhang Changzong suddenly remembered something. He could not help but cried out, this matter is difficult. That Li Sharon has long had a house full of wives and concubines. Li Jingxiu had made a name for himself in the capital before he reached his 20s. He obtained the title of the world's #1 romantic character. He was handsome, talented, and quick in learning. At a young age, he became the Phoenix Pavilion's Sharon. His future was boundless. Naturally, his wife was also a daughter of an official family. His concubines were all outstanding beauties. How could he take a fancy to a middle-aged woman like Zhang? But Zhang Yiji did not take this matter to heart. In his opinion, as long as his mother was happy, as her son, he should do his best to make it happen. So what if his mother was 7 or 8 years older than Li Jingxiu? So what if Li Jingxiu had a wife and a son? If this matter was easy to handle, why would he need to come forward? Zhang Yiji thought carefully and said to Zhang Changzong, "Does Lulang still remember who Princess Taiping is married to?" Zhang Changzong said in surprise, "It's Wu Yuji. Who doesn't know this?" Why did Wulong ask? Zhang Yiji laughed coldly. "Does Wu Yuji have a wife and concubines?" Zhang Changzong suddenly understood Zhang Yiji's intention. He thought again and said uneasily, "Wulong, you and I are relying on His Majesty's favor today. Although we have the power of the noon sun, we can't ask a Phoenix Pavilion's Sharon to abandon his wife and son, can we?" "Of course not." Zhang Yiji stood up and walked around the pavilion twice. In a low voice, he said, "This matter still needs to fall on the saint. Wu Yuji is the current Junwang. He has a wife, concubines, and a son. If the saint wants to marry off his daughter, won't he be able to? If the saint is willing to help, mother will definitely get what she wants. During the martial arts demonstration tomorrow, you and I will first please the saint. If the saint has a reward..." Zhang Yiji gave Zhang Changzong a look. Zhang Changzong suddenly understood and nodded his head heavily. This plan will work. Early the next morning, the 1,000 cavalry camp began to prepare. The people from the Ministry of Rights and the internal court rushed to the drill ground before daybreak to make preparations. Considering the hot weather, the internal court transported a total of 12 carts of hidden ice. They were all wrapped in thick cotton blankets and temporarily parked behind the parade platform. A row of flat wooden shelves was set up behind the parade platform. Once the emperor arrived, the ice would be placed on the shelves, and the palace maids would fan the back to keep cool. All the officers and soldiers participating in the parade were given a new set of military uniforms specially for today's use. At this moment, all the officers and soldiers were neatly dressed and arranged in formation. The horses were also properly saddled and bridled. They had been fed concentrated fodder for the past few days to ensure that they were full of horsepower. The bugles sounded, and the military flags fluttered because they were standing in neat and orderly positions, and the military was solemn. The scene was spectacular, even though there were only 1,000 cavalry. The preparatory work continued for about 2 hours before a winged cavalry came to report that the emperor's holy entourage was about to reach the Yuan Gate. Yang Fan immediately led the deputy inspector Su Liang and the parade officer Lu Maofeng out of the barracks to welcome them. The soldiers of the guards of Jin Wu had a sentry every 5 steps and a sentry every 10. They lined up from the Yuan Gate of the 1,000 cavalry camp all the way to the Xuanwu Gate of Luoyang's imperial palace. The road along the way was clean and flat. In the distance, there was an unbroken line of troops. The most eye-catching thing in the middle was a yellow umbrella canopy. In the whole world, there was only one person traveling, but to be dressed like this, it was naturally the current emperor. The emperor's carriage slowly approached. The current crown Prince Li Dan and the Prince of Luling, Li Xian, were both wearing armor and were dressed in martial attire. They accompanied the emperor on his left and right sides. The other imperial grandsons were also dressed in armor and battle robes. Further back were the carriages of the various imperial princesses and princesses. The curtains were rolled up high, and the noble ladies were all dressed in the dignified and noble court attire that was only worn for important occasions. Yang Fan and the others urged their horses forward. The imperial guards of honor flashed to the left and right. The 3 fast horses galloped all the way to the emperor's carriage and were stopped by the inner guards. Only then did they dismount and loudly greet the emperor. Subject Yang Fan, Su Liang, Lu Maofeng greets your imperial majesty. The 3 of them were dressed in black armor that was most in line with the Zhou system. Although it was still early in the morning and the weather was not very hot, it could not be said to be cool either. However, the 3 of them were dressed from head to toe. Their cheeks and eyebrows were all the same black, revealing only a pair of bright and spirited eyes. Their entire bodies seemed to be cast from iron. Only the tassels on their helmets were as red as blood, appearing incomparably majestic. These are Zhen's soldiers. Seeing this, Wu Zetian was delighted. Cheerfully raising her hand, she ordered, "Dispense with the formalities. Rise. Lead the way. Zhen wants to personally inspect the troops." "We will obey your imperial majesty's command." Yang Fan and the other 2 mounted their horses and stood in a triangular formation, with 1 at the front and 2 at the back. With a tut, Yang Fan kicked his legs against the horse's abdomen. The 3 generals then led the emperor's guards of honor into the camp. Princes and princesses, relatives of the emperor, ministers of various ministries, inner guards, and the emperor's guards of honor were led in front and behind, banners fluttering in the wind. The formation on the drill ground was neat. The first step of this great inspection was the emperor's guards of honor, the troops to be inspected, and the emperor's guards of honor. Therefore, Yang Fan led the emperor's carriage through the front of the formation, which was also a straight line. Every 10 rows of riders, there would be a loud shout, "Long live the emperor! Long live! Long live!" This was the first time Wu Zetian had entered the army. Seeing with her own eyes the atmosphere of the military camp in the midst of thousands of troops and horses, she couldn't help but feel her blood boiling. In her excitement, she subconsciously wanted to tell her happiness to the Zhang brothers, but when she turned to look, she realized that the Zhang brothers were not by her side. Wu Zetian couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Could it be that Wulong and Wulong woke up late in the morning? Wu Qingxi also came with an illness. In fact, with his current physical condition, it was not suitable for him to go out. However, he had already discovered that because of his physical condition, more and more people were not optimistic about him. Many of the people that he had gathered under his banner were planning to change their allegiance. Under these circumstances, knowing that this trip would have an even more adverse effect on his illness, he could only come with an illness. He also had to pretend to be in high spirits just to raise the morale of his troops. Chapter 8, 65. Wu Qingxi dragged his sick body to sit on his horse, trying to create an image that his body was getting better. Wu Sanxi urged his horse to follow the royal carriage. Looking at the unmoving, dignified army, he couldn't help but be impressed. As expected, this is an elite army. Yang Fan is someone who knows how to lead troops. He unconsciously looked forward and saw Yang Fan's tall and straight back. Wu Sanxi sighed to himself. It's a pity that he isn't willing to be loyal to me. Although Second Zhang is arrogant, he only relies on Ant's favor. They don't have the right to compete for the throne. Yang Fan is so short-sighted. It's really hateful. Wherever the yellow umbrella passed, the cheers of "Long live the Emperor" rose and fell like the raging tide of Qiantang. No matter what kind of thoughts they had, they were gradually infected by this atmosphere of majesty. When the royal carriage finally stopped in front of the high platform, Princess Taiping and helped the Empress up the platform. The old Wu Zetian also seemed to feel strength in her legs. Unfortunately, this was only a spiritual effect after all. She walked very slowly and was supported by Princess Taiping and Shangguan Even so, when she finally stepped onto the platform, she was still a little out of breath and her forehead was beaded with sweat. Princess Taiping and quickly helped the Empress to sit on the throne. The accompanying officials all climbed up the platform. For the old people and the venerables, the Emperor allowed them to sit. The last wooden frame was covered with a layer of crushed ice. The palace maids waved their fans, and the platform was immediately cooled. According to the tradition of the Tang dynasty, the emperor should be wearing military attire and personally testing the arrows in front of the army. He would shoot 7 arrows in a row and then go up the platform to inspect. This was to show off the emperor's martial arts. At the same time, it was to show that although each army had its own commander, all the armies had a common commander, the emperor. However, Yang Fan had discussed this with the Ministry of Rites. The Empress would definitely not wear military attire to test the arrows in front of the army, not to mention the fact that the Empress didn't know how to shoot on horseback, even if she was good at it. Who would dare to let her ride a horse at her age? Who would dare to let her test the arrows? The Empress couldn't test it, so it was time for the prince to replace her. However, everyone knew that the crown prince was about to be replaced. It would be inappropriate to have the current crown prince, Li Dan, perform in front of the army. Li Xian was not the crown prince right now. Although everyone knew that the crown prince was about to be replaced, it had yet to become a reality. It would be inappropriate to publicly announce it. Furthermore, of the 2 princes, one was under house arrest in the Eastern Palace, and the other was imprisoned deep in the mountains. Neither of them had ridden a horse for 15 or 16 years, and it had been a long time since they had touched a bow, an arrow. Even if the target was placed very close to them, it would be too unsightly if they could not hit 1 or 2 of their 7 arrows. Thus, after repeated discussion, this step was omitted. Wu Zetian ascended the platform and sat down. Yang Fan rode his horse straight to the bottom of the platform. When the horse reached the bottom of the platform, Yang Fan fiercely pulled on the reins, causing the warhorse to stand on its hind legs. The warhorse let out a neigh, the man like a tiger, the horse like a dragon. This kind of appearance immediately won the applause of the entire audience. The corners of Princess Taiping's and Shanghai Er's lips curled up at the same time, revealing a knowing smile at the same time. Princess Anil Ligua looked at Yang Fan's heroic appearance, and her eyes seemed to be intoxicated for a moment. Wu Yizong, on the other hand, curled his lips and revealed a cold, disdainful smile. The warhorse's front hooves stomped down. Yang Fan cupped his hands in a salute, his energy sinking into his dantian. He loudly reported to the platform, "Requesting Your Majesty to review." On the platform, Wu Zetian nodded slightly. The chamberlain, Eunuch Gao, stepped forward and raised the horsetail whisk in his hand. In a loud voice, he announced, "The Emperor has decreed that the review will begin." Parade officer Lu Maofeng whipped his warhorse and galloped past the front of the three armies. He pulled out the long saber at his waist, and with a loud shout, the three armies were like a mountain, their formation changing, leaving the drill ground in an orderly manner. There was not the slightest bit of chaos. The neat formation of the troops, the scene of moving the field, was actually very pleasing to the eye. Prime Minister Yao Chong, who came from the Ministry of War, could not help stroking his beard and praised, "The soldiers are brave, the formation is solemn, the banners are messy, the armors are shining, they are like mountains, the power of heaven and earth, they are truly a brave army." Hearing Prime Minister Yao Xiang's sincere praise, Wu Zetian felt even more proud. This was an army formed under her orders. She naturally felt a sense of closeness. Sitting high on such a majestic platform, watching such a powerful and spectacular formation, she felt a strong sense of pride in her heart. Parade officer Lu Maofeng returned to the bottom of the platform. His eyebrows and cheeks were faintly covered in sweat, but he had never been so excited before. This was in front of the emperor and all the officials in the court, in front of the most powerful group of people in the world. Seeing that the drill ground had been quickly cleared, Lu Maofeng waved the long saber in his hand and gave another order. The banner fluttered, and a group of cavalry immediately spurred out. This group of cavalry was dressed in light armor, with sabers, shields, spears, and chain hammers in their hands. Beside the chief commander, there were flag bearers, gongs, and drums constantly giving various military orders. Following the military orders from the flag bearers and musical instruments, the officers and soldiers spurred their horses to gallop, attacking, defending, changing formation, or combining formation. They began to simulate riding on the battlefield. In the eyes of outsiders, this kind of performance was purely for fun, nothing special at all. For example, the princesses and princesses, at this time, rather than saying that they were watching a drill, it was better to say that they were watching which soldier was more handsome and whose riding posture was more valiant. But in the eyes of the generals and ministers who came from the army, they could see the combat strength of this army. In their eyes, from the moves of this cavalry, as well as the coordination of the formation and the coordination of attack and defense, they could completely infer the combat strength of this army. Even the most picky general could not help but secretly nod at this time. After the cavalry battle, there was also the infantry battle, which was divided into alley battle, city defense battle, field battle, horsemanship, martial arts, archery, and various other skills were displayed one by one. Military discipline, military skills, military knowledge, military weapons, and military fortifications were displayed one by one until it was almost noon. Only then did the military law event begin. After a morning of drill, it was now noon. The sun was scorching, and there were already 9 carts of ice on the high platform. The platform was dripping with ice water. All the officers and soldiers returned to the drill ground and lined up neatly. Chu Kuanga threw headless arrows, and whoever he hit would come forward to answer the military law. With Chu Kuanga's archery skills, he had actually still tampered with the candidates. However, because the drill process lasted for a total of 2 months, the cheating soldiers who were responsible for memorizing the military law had memorized not just one book, but all of the military law. Thus, Yang Fan simply handed the task of inspecting the military law to the Empress. The Empress casually flipped through the Law of Yixing, Order of the Palace Guards, and other military laws. She would select one, and Eunuch Gao would shout it down, ordering the soldiers to recite it aloud. Wu Zetian, who had been watching until noon, was already tired because she could personally participate, and her interest was rekindled. Wu Yizong really wanted to find some fault with Yang Fan during the Great Review. It did not need to be too serious, as long as he could make up for it a little and not make the emperor too displeased. However, this was not easy to grasp, and he had not waited for the opportunity. The military law examination was the easiest to cheat. After all, he was someone who led the army, so how could he not know this point? However, the soldiers were selected by archery, and he really did not believe that anyone could do something like shooting a willow leaf from 100 steps away without fail. Moreover, the one who excitedly came up with the test was the emperor himself. Wu Yizong thought about it again, and still gave up the idea of possibly angering Wu Zetian. Puqi, in the middle of the formation, a knight's body swayed and suddenly fell from his horse. In the midst of thousands of soldiers and horses, it was not easy to see an occasional person falling from his horse, but the entire team stood in neat rows straighter than a drawn line. Occasionally, one of them would move, and naturally it would be obvious at a glance. "Ah!" Princess Taiping exclaimed, and covered her mouth with her hand. "Someone has a heat stroke." Puqi, like a plague, with the first person falling from his horse, the second and third person fell one after another. Seeing this, Wu Zetian could not help but frown. She leaned forward slightly and was about to speak, but she saw that below the stage the chief examiner Yang Fan, the deputy chief examiner Su Liang, and the parade officer Lu Maofeng, the three of them were standing perfectly straight, as if they were made of steel, and did not move at all. Wu Zetian swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. The yellow silk umbrella above her head was gently blown by the breeze, and Wu Zetian slowly leaned back on her chair. She turned her head to Prime Minister Wei Yuanzhong and said, "The 1,000 Cavalry Army has strict discipline. Yang Fan has managed the army well, and I am very pleased." Wei Yuanzhong bowed and said, "This is because your Majesty has a good eye for people." Wu Zetian smiled and nodded. Yang Fan stood there ramrod straight. Beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks and dripped down from his chin. But the corners of his lips curled up slightly, and the eyes and nose that peeked out from between his cheeks and eyebrows also seemed to curl up into shallow smile lines. The weather today was indeed very hot. Yang Fan had long thought of this problem and had prepared buckets of mung bean soup, sour plum soup, and salt water by the side of the drill ground. The internal court had publicly pulled out 12 carts of ice from the palace, but in reality, there were 15 carts. The extra 3 carts of ice were now half floating and half submerged in the soup buckets. With these drinks to quench the heat and the strong bodies of the 1,000 Cavalry Army, they had adapted to the heat after training in the scorching heat for such a long time, so they would not faint from heat stroke. But on such a hot day, if they did not add some special effects, how could they strengthen the impression of a superior? At this moment, Yang Fan was laughing to himself. These kids have fallen quite well. It looks like even with the emperor in front of them, they know they have to put on a show for real and are afraid others will see through their flaws. Below the stage, the voice of the soldier, who had been sampled, rang out. Without pausing, he recited the total of 28 military rules that the emperor had sampled. Eunuch Gao held the military rules and compared them one by one. After he finished, he turned and bowed to Wu Zetian. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. We sampled a total of 9 soldiers and sampled a total of 18 military rules. There is not a single mistake." At this time, a few more people succumbed to heat stroke and fell from their horses, but the 3 armies stood solemnly. No one moved, and no one went to help up the soldier who had suffered from heat stroke. Wu Zetian was very pleased. She stood up and said loudly to the audience, "Officers and soldiers have worked hard. It is noon, and the heat is unbearable. Chief Inspector, you may order the 3 armies to temporarily disperse and have a good rest." Yang Fan turned around to accept the order. He then ordered the military inspector Lu Maofeng to loudly give the military order. When the flag was waved, the emperor, the royal relatives, and the nobles on the stage thought that the 3 armies would retreat like the tide. Unexpectedly, when the soldiers of the 3 armies heard the military order, they uniformly dismounted from their horses and knelt on one knee. They said in unison to the stage, "Your Majesty is benevolent and loves the soldiers. We dare not cherish our lives. We are willing to conquer the 4 seas for Your Majesty, to make the 4 barbarians submit, and the world submit. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" Wu Zetian did not expect that a casual order would be met with such a magnificent response from the soldiers of the 3 armies. For a moment, her heart was in turmoil, and she could not control her excitement. She nodded repeatedly and took 2 steps forward to the side of the stage. She opened her arms and said loudly, "Good, good. They are all my soldiers. They are all my brothers' soldiers." Chapter 866. The Emperor and the members of the royal family had their lunch in the camp of the 1,000 horsemen. The chefs of the royal kitchen were in charge of the cooking. Behind the camp, near the foot of the mountain, there was a green grassland in front, shaded by green trees, surrounded by brocade barriers, and spread bamboo mats in the forest. During the meal, the members of the royal family sat on the ground, as if they were on an outing, which was quite interesting. During lunch, Eunuch Gao specially sought out Yang Fan and said to him, "His Majesty's energy is not enough, and he is already tired. I don't know how many drill events there will be in the afternoon, but His Majesty can't hold on for too long. Moreover, it will take some time for him to return to the capital. General Yang must make good use of this time." In such a public occasion, all the members of the royal family, the nobles of the capital, and even the emperor were present. Naturally, Princess Taiping and Shangguan Wan'er would not have the slightest intention of getting close to him. Even Li Guer, who had always been bold, was much more restrained and did not dare to disturb him from beginning to end. At this time, Yang Fan was discussing the gains and losses of the morning drill with Su Liang and Lu Maofeng. Hearing Eunuch Gao's words, Yang Fan, Su Liang, and Lu Maofeng looked at each other and smiled. He said to Eunuch Gao, "Eunuch Gao need not worry. There is only one event left in the afternoon, and then I will respectfully send His Majesty back to the capital." "That is very good." Eunuch Gao was relieved and smiled at Yang Fan, cupping his hands in salute. "Today's inspection is enough to show that General has good command of the army. His Majesty is still full of praise for all the princes, princesses, and princesses. Later on, there will be a lot of rewards. Your husband congratulates General Yang here." After the emperor had lunch, he took a walk in the forest and felt slightly tired. Someone spread out a brocade couch in the forest, surrounded a small tent, and invited His Majesty to rest. In the afternoon, Yang Fan rushed over to invite the emperor to inspect the troops, but found out that the emperor was still napping, so he could only postpone the inspection. Fortunately, the elderly did not sleep for long, and Wu Zetian did not sleep for too long before she woke up. Yang Fan got the news and began to prepare. Wu Zetian also washed and dressed up. After another hour, Wu Zetian, who was dressed splendidly and had a dignified appearance, returned to the reviewing platform, accompanied by the royal relatives and civil and military officials. After a morning of reading and a lunch break, the atmosphere was clearly relaxed. Everyone sat on the stage and talked. The emperor made an exception and called Yang Fan to his side. Wu Zetian asked pleasantly, "Yang Fan, what else do you want me to see next?" Yang Fan bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the purpose of raising and training the army is ultimately to be used on the battlefield to protect the people and expand the territory. Military discipline, military equipment, military skills, all of these were all for the sake of training a strong army. This official believes that if this is all there is, it will be suspected of being an armchair strategist. Other than training, there must be actual combat to see the effect." Hearing this, Wu Yizong finally could not bear it anymore and sneered disdainfully. "The court has always been doing this. Don't the imperial guards often take turns at the borders to participate in battles and train the soldiers? What original opinion do you have now?" Yang Fan was not annoyed, and his tone was still calm. However, he was still talking to Wu Zetian and treated Wu Yizong like heir. "Your Majesty, the military drills, formations, and simulated battle scenes. The generals all have an imaginary opponent in their hearts, but for the soldiers, it is inevitable that the effect will be poor if they charge at air. Thus, this official wants the soldiers to be on both sides." Wu Yizong said eccentrically, "I thought you had some special idea, but it turns out that it is only this. Simulated combat isn't something rare in the military." Before he could finish, Wu Zetian suddenly turned her head and gave him a cold look. It was just a cold look, but Wu Yizong's heart trembled and immediately did not dare to speak again. Wu Zetian nodded at Yang Fan and said, "Continue." Yang Fan smiled and said, "What the King of Hanoi said is true. This official invited Your Majesty to inspect in the afternoon is a simulated battle. It is just that the method this official used is different from the common simulation in the army. The subtleties, this official will not say too much. Your Majesty will know once you see it." Wu Zetian said happily, "Good, then pass down the order. We will see your originality with our own eyes." "Yes, Your Majesty." Yang Fan cupped his fists and accepted the order. He strode to the side of the stage and shouted to Lu Maofeng, who was below the stage, "Your Majesty's order, the military drill begins." General Lu immediately passed down the order. The moment the banner was waved, a horn suddenly sounded from a corner of the drill ground. Following the deep and continuous sound of the horn, a group suddenly appeared from behind the barracks and galloped towards the drill ground. Behind the knights, there were dozens of knights dragging a small tree on their horses. The crown of the tree was dragged back and forth on the ground, causing smoke and dust to billow. The knights rushed out of the smoke and dust as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses. There were simply too many of them to count. These nobles on the high platform had never seen such an astonishing entrance before. Even the military officers who were observing, although they had also conducted mock battles before, had never thought that they would need these props to make the effect more realistic. They couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. There are probably about 1,000 riders charging out from the cloud of dust. Some are wearing leather armor, some are wearing leather robes, some have golden bands around their heads, and their hair is as messy as a lion's. Some have their hair parted into 2 braids. In their hands are different types of weapons, and their mouths are making strange noises. At the very front of the formation, there is a large flag with a wolf's head. Wu Yizong jumped up and screamed, "Run! The Turks are killing their way into the capital." Of those seated, the civil officials and women were the calmest. Although they were puzzled, they had always lived in the capital and did not have Wu Yizong's fearful attitude. Everyone stared at him like he was a madman. Wu Yizong also suddenly realized that if the Chitons were killing their way into the capital, how could they pass through so many barriers and remain unheard of in the capital? Wu Yizong sat down with a red face, mentally cursing, "Damn it, if they want to fight, then they want to fight. Is there a need to dress and dress so alike? What's the use of this in simulating a battle? Isn't this painstaking effort to have the soldiers dress up so vividly and make it seem like a play just to make the emperor happy?" Wu Sanxi also looked down in shock, inwardly praising Yang Fan's ingenuity. In this era, no one had ever imagined that military exercises could be like role-playing with so many flourishes. But Wu Sanxi soon realized that something was wrong. Looking at the Turkic cavalry below, there were at least 1,000 of them. The 1,000 cavalry camp only had 1,000 soldiers, and they had all been disguised as Turks. Could it be that he was going to single-handedly fight against an army of 1,000? At this time, Yang Fan was already reporting to Wu Zetian amidst the gasps of shock, "Your Majesty is a man of great talent and bold vision, a master of both civil and martial arts. The 4 garrisons of Anchi, which were lost in the past, have now returned to the hands of my heavenly court. Tubo is in internal strife, its princes vying for power. Seeing the scenery, Sen Pa has submitted to my great Zhou. Ambassador Tang Xiujing has won 6 battles, greatly displaying the might of my Zhou. Tubo is nothing to fear. At present, the only powerful foe of my court is the Turks, so this subject has imagined the Turks as the enemy. The 1,000 Turkic soldiers on the drill ground are not soldiers of this subject in disguise, but genuine Turks." Yang Fan had intentionally raised his voice as he made his report to Wu Zetian. Although the people on the drill ground were shouting and neighing, the high platform allowed everyone to hear Yang Fan's voice clearly. When Yang Fan said that these people were genuine Turks, the platform once more became restless. Yang Fan said, "These Turks are loyal subordinates of Khagan Huziruo from the Western Turks. They are Khagan Huziruo's most trusted and elite guards. Thanks to your Majesty's great kindness, they are now working for the Imperial Treasury Monastery. This subject believes that only by knowing oneself and knowing the enemy can the soldiers understand the enemy's capabilities, allowing them to raise their own capabilities to the greatest extent. The Eastern and Western Turks are of the same lineage, and their tactics and archery skills are almost the same. Thus, this group formed from Khagan Huziruo's trusted guards can be considered as one of the strongest of the Turks. Only by competing with this kind of army can we truly raise the fighting power of our army." Wu Zetian was enlightened. At this moment, on the other side of the drill ground, war drums thundered like thunder. Over 100 horns sounded in unison, instantly suppressing the arrogance of the Turkic cavalry. Soon after, a group of great Zhou cavalry with bright armor and fiery war banners surged out like a tide, pressing down on the Turkic cavalry. Looking down from the platform, one could see a black stream of iron and a gray stream of earth sweeping across the entire drill ground. Amidst the cries of battle cries, they charged towards the enemy. There was still an arrow's distance between the two sides when the sky suddenly buzzed with a strange sound, and a dense barrage of arrows flew into the sky. At this moment, the sun in the center of the drill ground visibly darkened. Wu Yizong did not miss this opportunity and shrieked, "Bastards! For the Son of Heaven to use arrows for a grand inspection, what if someone misses and injures His Majesty?" Yang Fan loudly declared, "If that is the case, this subject is willing to be the Son of Heaven's shield." Only now did everyone realize that Yang Fan has stealthily taken a step forward, shielding Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian was greatly moved. Since Yang Fan has said such words, he must be extremely confident. Thus, she immediately stood up and loudly declared, "We are the ruler of the world. Why should we fear the might of arrows?" Finished speaking, Wu Zetian pushed Yang Fan aside and boldly took 2 steps forward. With such an attitude from the Son of Heaven, none of the officials dared to remain seated. One after another, they stood up and followed Wu Zetian forward. Even though some of them were still worried that the arrows would fly onto the stage, none of them dared to reveal a timid expression. Yang Fan stole a glance and saw that Li Dan and Li Xian were standing on either side of Wu Zetian. Apart from that, they did not show any special expression. He could not help but smile bitterly inwardly. This is such a good opportunity, but I wonder if these 2 princes are used to being scolded by their usually unyielding mother and do not dare to make a decision on their own, or what, but they are actually not saying anything. Yang Fan hastily gave the Prince of Luling a meaningful glance, but the latter was too slow to understand. On the other hand, Li Guo, who was standing next to the Prince of Luling, saw Yang Fan's meaningful glance and immediately understood his intention. She hastily hid her hand in her sleeve and forcefully stabbed the Prince of Luling's waist. The Prince of Luling staggered and bumped into Wu Zetian. Li Guo immediately shouted, "Father sacrifices his life to protect mother. Daughter also sacrifices her life to protect father." Finished speaking, she puffed out the petite butt on her chest and heroically stood in front of the Prince of Luling. Chapter 867. The Prince of Luling staggered and couldn't help but feel annoyed. He was wondering who it was that had made such a faux pas and almost caused him to fall and make a fool of himself. He didn't expect his daughter to shout out such words. For a moment, he couldn't say that he was pushed out by someone else and could only imitate his daughter and puff out his chest. Wu Zetian was slightly surprised to see this, but she felt warmth in her heart. She patted her son's shoulder and said slowly, "Xian is doing very well. Guo, you are also doing very well. Don't worry. Yang Fan has always been cautious. How would he put us in danger?" At this moment, the sky was filled with arrows. The soldiers were either raising their horse shields or hiding in the stirrups. The speed of their charge was like a rolling tide, but it was not fake at all. As the arrows fell down, and many people were hit, Yao Chong's heart immediately rose to his throat. It would be a tragedy if countless people were killed or injured in order to make His Majesty happy during the military drill. Just now, when he saw the 2 sides using real swords and spears and even using arrows, he had already realized this. However, it happened in a hurry, and he didn't even have time to reprimand Yang Fan. At this time, those who had been hit by arrows on both sides, as long as they were hit in a vital spot, suddenly sat up straight, changed from sprinting to walking slowly, and raised the weapons in their hands high up, indicating that they were going to withdraw from the battle. However, not a single person actually bled to death. Yao Chong was surprised, and it wasn't just him. Many people on the parade platform were surprised to see this scene. Only then did Yang Fan explain, "Your subject specially used a batch of headless arrows. The tips of the arrows were already removed and wrapped in lead of the same weight. Soft cloth was also wrapped around the arrows so that the soldiers wouldn't lose their lives. The soft cloth was also soaked in paint. Those who were shot at a vital point would have to withdraw from the battle if they had a colored spot on their body. If there were any cheaters, the entire army would declare them to have lost, so no one dared to disobey." The crowd finally understood. Wu Yizong thought to himself, in order to gain my aunt's favor, he really put in a lot of effort to think of such a method. Yao Chong, on the other hand, was overjoyed and thought to himself, "Lead is soft and wrapped in a soft cloth. It won't harm people's lives, but it can greatly increase the effect of actual combat, especially for the new army. With this kind of close to actual combat experience, the new soldiers won't panic too much when they go into battle, resulting in more people losing their lives. This method is really not bad and can be widely used in the army. However, I don't know how much it costs to make these headless arrows and whether they can be reused. If it costs too much, then it can only be used during the emperor's military inspection, and not during normal times. It was only now that Yang Fan had revealed the answer to the riddle. Thus, the Prince of Luling and Li Guerre's display of filial piety for their father and mother was naturally a meritorious deed. Yang Fan continued, "The weapons are naturally tampered with, so they won't take the lives of the soldiers, but even if they are unarmed, it is inevitable that some people will be injured in the fight. This is unavoidable." Yang Fan continued, "The weapons are naturally tampered with so that they won't take the lives of the soldiers, but even if they're unarmed, it's hard to avoid injuries." In an instant, the two armies had officially clashed. The Turks were accustomed to piercing and chiseling tactics, and the attacking Zhou army used a similar tactic. If they didn't make use of the advantage of the cavalry's speed, and instead tried to form a defensive formation, they would be at a disadvantage. Naturally, they wouldn't be used by either side. In an instant, the charging formation of both sides was cut into pieces by the opposing soldiers. The soldiers couldn't see their generals, and the generals couldn't see their soldiers. The flags, drums, and bugles had all lost their purpose. At this time, the individual strength of the soldiers and their usual training played an important role. But even at this time, the cooperation and tacit understanding between neighboring soldiers was very important. From the high platform, the two sides seemed to be fighting in a chaotic melee. If one only stared at a single position and a few people, one would quickly discover that in this chaotic situation, the 1,000 cavalry were still fighting in coordination with their closest comrades. They clashed and cooperated with each other, advancing and retreating as one. In these circumstances, those who relied solely on their individual strength had no future, other than falling off their horses and becoming fertilizer for the plains next spring. They were completely useless. Discipline and cooperation had always been the greatest battle theme of an army, and this was precisely the difference between an army and a pile of loose sand. At this moment, the two sides had already fallen into a chaotic melee. Without any arrows flying through the air, Wu Zetian walked to the front and surveyed the battlefield. Although this was just a drill, the soldiers on both sides were charging forward, raising their spears and brandishing their swords, bellowing, roaring, and shouting. Like fierce tigers, they clashed back and forth, making it impossible to tell that this was just a simulated battle. Standing at Wu Zetian's side, Yang Fan explained, "The desert is bitter and cold, and there are many brave and arrogant people who are difficult to tame. The soldiers of the Central Plains are trained in agriculture, but to the Turks, riding and archery are the greatest skills they can use to support their families. Practicing from a young age, they are naturally valiant. If we want to fight against such a powerful enemy, we must strictly organize and train, strengthen our discipline, and strengthen our ability to cooperate. We must play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. Through such hard training, how can our soldiers be inferior to the Turks who grew up riding and archery?" Wu Zetian nodded repeatedly as she listened. Looking around, her eyes gradually fell on two young generals. Unlike the majority of the soldiers, these two were dressed in bright light armor, and one had painstakingly painted his armor gold and the other silver. These two young generals, one gold and one silver, were both using spears, killing their way through the thousands of soldiers. The spear in their hands was like a flood dragon, killing its way through. Unexpectedly, no one was a match for them in more than 3 rounds, and all the enemies that they faced were all knocked down from their horses. They were truly invincible and extraordinary. Wu Zetian squinted her eyes. The more she looked, the more delighted she was. Pointing to the two men, she said to Yang Fan, "Who are those two young generals wearing gold and silver armor? They are so brave." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Your Majesty, please look again. Your Majesty recognizes them." Wu Zetian strained her eyes to look, but due to the distance and the two young generals constantly charging and flashing through the army, she really could not see them clearly. At this time, Shanghai Wan'er suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Sage, Wan'er thinks that the one wearing gold armor looks like Wulong, and the one wearing silver armor looks like Wulong." "Really?" Hearing this, Wu Zetian was both surprised and happy. She hurriedly took 2 more steps forward and put her hand on her head to look at the drill ground. Looking at the figures of the 2 men, she could vaguely see that they really did look like a pair of young lovers. At this time, everyone on the stage looked at the golden-armored general and the silver-armored general. Sure enough, they were Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong. Wu Zetian was immediately full of smiles. She had not seen the Zhang brothers appear until noon, so she thought that the 2 brothers did not wake up early and simply did not come to the drill ground. She did not expect that the 2 brothers would be so attentive. In order to make her happy, they actually charged into the drill ground in such a hot weather. In fact, although the 2 Zhang brothers could ride horses in terms of martial arts, they only knew some flowery but impractical moves. The 2 of them were good at singing and dancing, but their flowery moves were actually very pleasing to the eye. These 2 people, rather than saying that they knew martial arts, it would be better to say that they were good at dancing. But then again, the real kung fu used to kill people was a knife and a spear. It was simple and practical, but in the eyes of laymen, it really did not look good at all. What looked good was precisely this kind of flowery but impractical moves that had no practical value. The radiant armor that the 2 Zhang brothers were wearing was also not real. They could not wear it. Even if it was a full set of leather armor, although they could wear it, they would be exhausted after waving a few knives and spears on the battlefield. During the rehearsal, Yang Fan tested them several times and finally chose the light paper armor. Do not think that the paper armor was made of paper. It would be broken with 1 poke. In fact, paper armor was also one of the official equipment of the Tang army. The paper armor was light and flexible, so arrows could not easily penetrate it. Although it was not as strong as leather armor and iron armor, and its protection in close combat was even lower, these 2 people were the real performers, who would dare to really use a knife and spear to fight against them. Such a set of paper armor, with gold and silver lacquer on the surface and all kinds of patterns, was really dazzling and beautiful when worn. Yao Chong stroked his beard and smiled. He was an expert and naturally could see that the battle power of this 1,000 cavalry was indeed a notch higher than the Turkic cavalry. In this aspect, Yang Fan did not fake it. As for the Zhang brothers, Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong's flowery moves, it was obvious that they were trying to please the Empress. However, with Yang Fan's actions, he took into account both the expert and the layman. There was no hindrance to either side, so Yao Chong only laughed it off. This mock battle was destined to end with the victory of the Zhou army. But the 1,000 elite cavalry was indeed stronger than the Turkic cavalry. There was no need to fake it. This kind of role-playing mock battle had already aroused Wu Zetian's interest, and with Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong's participation, Wu Zetian was even more delighted. After the mock battle ended, the 2 brothers, Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong, rode their horses to the parade platform. They dismounted and quickly walked up the stone steps. In front of Wu Zetian, they cupped their fists and said, "Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong greet your majesty." Although the 2 brothers were acting, but the weather was hot, and they were acting seriously, so they were already sweating profusely. Normally, Wu Zetian would only see the 2 of them dressed like scholars and would often put on makeup. However, at this moment, they were dressed in military attire. Moreover, they were specially painted with gold and silver. As they stood there, they gave off a rarely seen heroic aura. The more Wu Zetian looked at them, the more she liked them. She nodded repeatedly and said, It is rare to see Wulong and Lulang put in so much effort and added so much color to my reading. I am very pleased. Because the two of you have worked so hard, I will confer Wulong the title of Qilin Platform Supervisor and Lulang the title of Imperial Servant Official. Zhang Yiji and Zhang Changzong were secretly delighted. There was indeed a reward. Zhang Yiji had the intention to use his reward to exchange for an imperial edict from the emperor to help his mother, but this matter could not be said in front of the emperor's relatives and the court officials. He had to return to the palace and pester Wu Zetian again, so he could only step forward and kneel on one knee with Zhang Changzong, thanking him for the conferment. Wu Zetian smiled and looked at Yang Fan again, saying, "Today I watched the battle. The 1,000 cavalry soldiers are as swift as the wind, as gentle as the forest, as fierce as the fire, as unmoving as the mountain, with strict military discipline. I am delighted. I only hate that my North and South 6 armies and 16 guards do not have such elite soldiers. Today I will add 1,000 cavalry guard Yang Fan as the investigating and punishing commissioner to help me control the imperial guards in the capital." Wu Yizong was startled and blurted out, "Your Majesty, subject does not think so." Chapter 868. Wu Zetian calmly glanced at Wu Yizong and calmly asked, "Why can't I?" Wu Yizong was speechless. He just instinctively did not want Yang Fan to have such great power. He never thought of a reason, but the emperor had already asked, and asked in front of everyone. He could only say, "The 1,000 cavalrymen are the palace guards and have great responsibilities. If I take on an external post, I'm afraid I'll be distracted and miss something." Wu Zetian said, "Oh," disapprovingly, and said, "The Jinwu guards are still responsible for patrolling, fighting fires, organizing and inspecting the armors, banning and arresting people. I appointed Yang Fan to be the inspector of rectifying misconduct. He is responsible for patrolling, pacifying and dealing with people, not dividing the 1,000 cavalrymen to patrol the 9 cities. Your worries are unreasonable." Wu Zetian did not wait for Wu Yizong to speak. She waved her sleeve and said, "I have made up my mind. There is no need to say anything more. I am tired and will return to the palace now. Wanner will draft an edict later. All the participating soldiers will be rewarded. All the rewards will be decided by Wanner and Wu Yuyi." Rewarding the soldiers of the 1,000 cavalrymen did not go through the Political Affairs Hall or the Ministry of War. As long as Shanghai Wanner and Wu Yuyi agreed, it was the difference between the North and the South. This was her private army. How could she allow the Political Affairs Hall and the Ministry of War to interfere? Whether it was giving favors or pressuring, the South would inevitably have an opportunity. Eunuch Gao saw that Wu Zetian had missed a procedure and quickly tiptoed 2 steps forward and whispered something in her ear. Wu Zetian suddenly understood and issued another edict. "Announce my oral edict. All the soldiers who attended will be given royal wine and allowed to party for 3 days. After 3 days, they will enter the palace to be on duty." When Wu Yizong objected, Yang Fan only needed to bow and say, "Accept the edict." Even if Wu Zetian regretted it after Wu Yizong's persuasion, she could not go back on her words. However, Yang Fan did not do so. Although the authority that Wu Zetian gave him was not small, it could not be compared to the future role of guarding the palace. If he was too impatient and made Wu Zetian feel that he was greedy for power, she would be on guard against him. That would be a big loss for a small gain. Now that the emperor's decree had been set, Yang Fan bowed to accept it. Wu Yizong glared at Yang Fan from the side, his eyes spitting fire. What exactly did Yang Fan, this nondescript official, do to provoke Wu Yizong, the dignified Duke of Hanoi and the great general of the Jinwu Guards, to be so resentful? In fact, The position that Wu Zetian added to Yang Fan was not an official position. It was truly an official position. In the name of the emperor, she authorized someone to be an envoy. It was a temporary status given, and it was not an official position that existed in the official system, such as a minister, assistant minister, minister counselor, etc. But in the officialdom of the Tang dynasty, being an envoy was more important than being an official, although an errand is of a temporary nature and is not part of the official system. If there is a conflict between the authority of the official and that of the official, the opinion of the person receiving the errand shall prevail. The most famous official position was the imperial envoy. There was more than one kind of imperial envoy, and the official positions were initially short-term. For example, Yang Fan went to the southern frontier to appease the anger of the barbarians. But because the affairs of the state were getting more and more complicated, some official positions could not be completed in a month or two, or even a year or two. Sometimes they even had to sit down and be fixed in charge of a place or a matter. The guards of the southern and northern yamas were responsible for the security of the capital. They were in charge of a lot of things, such as night patrol, firefighting, investigation, protection, prohibition, guard inspection, access control, trial of cases, imprisonment of criminals, etc. The word investigation could cover all the matters they were in charge of within the scope of inspection. It was fine if it was just inspection, but the problem was that there was also the word disposal behind it. Yang Fan could directly deal with the problems he discovered. With this power, he could coerce the guards. This coercion did not mean that he could mobilize the guards. Except for the emperor, no one had this power. Unless someone wanted to rebel, they did not need this power. The officials only needed the ability to influence and control others under this system. Yang Fan, who had the right to find fault and disposal of the guards of the imperial army, now had this ability. To Wu Yizong, who wanted to suppress Yang Fan and show him his power, this was undoubtedly a blow to the head. What made him most depressed was that among the guards of the capital, the guards of Jin Wu had the heaviest responsibility and had the most tasks. The so-called guards of Jin Wu, such as patrolling the police, the beacon, the roads, the water, and the grass. My curtain, the old carpet for the sick, hunters, shepherds, attendants of the Grand Court Conference. Yang Fan also took up the post of investigation and disposal of misconduct, which was equivalent to adding a restraint on Wu Yizong. In the future, he would lead people to do things, and Yang Fan would specially lead people to find fault with him. What right did he have to find trouble with Inspector Yang? It could only be Yang Fan who found trouble with him. Wu Yizong's anger was uncontrollable as he stood on the high platform. Beside him, the relatives of the imperial family, nobles, and officials walked past him. When Wu Sansi came to his side, Wu Yizong gently pulled his sleeve and said in a low voice, "Let's go." Wu Yizong swung his sleeve and said angrily, "It's just a big inspection. Why did I give him such a promotion? Who told him to take advantage of me and ride on my head?" Wu Sansi snorted and said, "Is there a need to ask? Aunt must already know that you've been causing trouble for Yang Fan over and over again. This is a warning to you and also a consolation to Yang Fan. Otherwise, you made him an outsider and a mere secondary class fourth rank lieutenant general. How can he compete with you, the left general of Jin Wu, and the current king of Hanoi?" Wu Yizong was even angrier. Aunt is so protective of an outsider. In terms of loyalty to Aunt, is there anyone more loyal than our Wu clan's own people? You still don't understand after this point. Wu Sansi hated his stupidity. He originally wanted to say something, but he could not be bothered. He swung his sleeve and left the stage. Is there a need to ask? Bai Isho of the Imperial Servant Temple was Zhang Yiji's man. Bai Isho provided Yang Fan, with first-class horses. Yang Fan had attended Heir Zhang's banquet. Today, he let Heir Zhang wear armor and put on a robe. He put on such a show of defeating the Turks to please the emperor. With all these, how could he not see the close relationship between Yang Fan and Heir Zhang? Aunt may not be so biased towards Yang Fan, but she would be biased towards Heir Zhang. In this matter, it was obvious that Heir Zhang had put in a good word for Yang Fan in front of the emperor. Today, the big inspection had made Aunt very happy, so she took the opportunity to give Yang Fan a title. It was hateful that he had eyes but could not see. Wu Sanxi flicked his sleeve and left. He could not be bothered to remind Wu Yizong of Heir Zhang's role in this matter. The pig-riding general Wu Yizong did not even think of this point. Thus, he was still unconvinced. He gritted his teeth and decided that he must find a way to compete with Yang Jiaocha again. The emperor gave a banquet and bestowed rewards. About 1,000 cavalry battalions celebrated for 3 days. On the first day, Yang Fan celebrated with the soldiers in the army. On the second day, he handed over the barracks to Dugu Hui, who had rushed over from Chang, and a month and a half ago, he returned to his home in Luoyang. Ma Qiao, Su Liang, Li Dayan, and the other generals whose families were in Luoyang also returned home to reunite with their families. They had not returned home for the past 2 months. Xiao Man and Anu were naturally happy that Yang Fan had returned home. On the afternoon of the third day, because Yang Fan was going to lead the troops to the palace on duty tomorrow, he had to return to the barracks. However, once 1,000 cavalrymen took turns to be on duty in the palace, Yang Fan, as the commander of 1,000 cavalrymen, could stay in the city most of the time. Moreover, he also had the title of investigating misconduct and dealing with corruption, so it was even more justifiable. At that time, he would have more opportunities to return home than now, so Xiao Man and Anu had nothing to be reluctant about. On this side, his family went to arrange the horses. Just as Yang Fan was about to send someone to summon Ren Wei and the others, a long-legged beauty suddenly rushed into the reception hall. It was Gu Zhuting. Gu Zhuting was dressed in a thin and soft Yanju casual dress. Her chest, waist, and thighs were full and graceful. There was an indescribable charm to her. Her chest rose and fell rapidly. Her 2 firm breasts rose and fell, creating a beautiful wave of breasts. It was as if she had just come back from a run along Ding Ding Street. Her waist-length hair was black and glossy, like a piece of satin. There were some sparkling water droplets at the ends. It could be seen that she was combing her hair. For some reason, she ran over. Her cheeks were flushed, and she looked extremely excited. Xiao Man and Anu were stunned when they saw this, and Anu hurriedly asked, "Master Gu, what happened?" Seeing Gu Zhuting behaving so rudely, Yang Fan felt very strange in his heart. But after thinking for a bit, he immediately understood and asked, "Your family has arrived?" "Alang, yes." Gu Zhuting excitedly ran in. She was just about to call Alang when Yang Fan already asked her. Gu Zhuting shut her mouth and nodded her head vigorously. Yang Fan said cheerfully, "I'll go see them." Xiao Man and Anu already knew that Gu Zhuting's family had been handed over to Yang Fan by old Master Cui of Qinghe. Hearing these words, they immediately understood. Seeing that Gu Zhuting was about to leave with Yang Fan, Xiao Man quickly said, "Miss Gu, please invite the women to the back residence to meet us. I'll arrange a place for them now." Gu Zhuting gratefully bowed to her. "Thank you, First Lady." There were many people in the Gu family. Yang Fan did not meet them in the study. Instead, he chose to meet them in the middle hall of the second courtyard. Gu Zhuting's father was a one-armed old man in his 50s. He was spirited and healthy. He already knew that Yang Fan was going to change his family's citizenship. This kindness was extended to the Gu family. Not only the current generation of the Gu family would benefit, but their children and grandchildren would also have to bear this great kindness from Yang Fan. It could be said that Yang Fan's kindness was as heavy as a mountain. Therefore, when he saw his benefactor, old Master Gu ignored Yang Fan's politeness and immediately ordered his family to kowtow to Yang Fan. There were many people in the Gu family, and not all of them were martial artists. For example, the wives of the Wu family, as well as the children who were not suitable for martial arts, there were at least 14 or 15 people. It was a big family. After they came in and kowtowed, Gu Zhuding led the women and children to meet Xiao Man and Anu. Only old Master Gu and his brother, as well as old Master Gu's 3 sons and his brother's 4 sons were left in the hall. Yang Fan heard Gu Zhuding talk about her family history. In order to ensure the continuation of the bloodline, her grandfather did not want all his sons to practice martial arts and live a dangerous life. He once crippled his youngest son's leg and lied to his master that he was born with a disability. Out of the 4 brothers, only her one-armed father and this one-legged uncle were left. Looking at old Master Gu's brother, he was indeed crippled. As Yang Fan was about to return to the military camp, it was inconvenient for him to stay at home for long. However, he could not treat the Gu family poorly. Therefore, he wanted to have a chat with old Master Gu and settle them down before returning to the 1,000 cavalry camp. Unexpectedly, when second Uncle Gu saw Yang Fan, he only said one sentence, and Yang Fan dispelled the idea of returning to the military camp. Chapter 869. Second Uncle Gu said to Yang Fan, "Young Master Shen once praised A Lang in front of old great-grandfather Chui as a talented and promising young man. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation." When Yang Fan heard the words, "Young Master Shen," he immediately dispelled the thought of leaving. In this day and age, people with a bit of money did not have the right to be called young master. There were probably no more than 100 young people with the surname Shen who had the right to be called young master. And among these 100 young master Shen, there was only one person in the world who had the chance to see old great-grandfather Chui and use an equal status to evaluate others, Shen Mu. It had been a long time since Yang Fan had seen Shen Mu. When he and Master Chui had been fighting for the position of the sect leader of the Xian sect, Shen Mu had been active in the area of Exine Luo and Goryeo. Supposedly, this was a punishment. Yang Fan had been busy fighting for power with young Master Chui and did not pay attention to him. In reality, even if there was not a series of events that took up Yang Fan's attention, he would not pay special attention to news of young Master Shen, because in his heart he had never thought of Shen Mu as someone he should be wary of. Hearing second Uncle Gu's words, Yang Fan's heart moved, and he blurted out, "Second Uncle, are you talking about young Master Shen Mu?" Second Uncle Gu said fearfully, "But I really do not deserve A Lang's title." "A Lang is right. This lowly one is talking about young Master Shen Mu." Yang Fan was overjoyed when he heard this. He did not have time to argue with him about the title and hurriedly asked, "Shen Mu has returned from Silla? Where did second uncle see him?" Seeing that he insisted on calling him second Uncle Gu did not continue to be humble and said, "This lowly one saw young Master Shen at the Chui residence. Speaking of which, it has been a while, probably one of them called the other second uncle, and the other called himself Lowly One." This title was very strange, but the 2 people involved seemed to be very used to it. Second Uncle Gu rolled his eyes and thought for a moment, saying, This lowly one can't remember the exact time, but this lowly one remembers that the Chitons rebelled in less than a month." Yang Fan was startled. He had thought that Shen Mu had just returned from Xinluo, but according to second Uncle Gu, Shen Mu had returned a month before the Chitons rebelled. That meant that he had already been back for a year. Noticing Yang Fan's strange expression, second Uncle Gu couldn't help but ask, "Ah Lang, what's wrong?" Yang Fan composed himself and said, "Oh, young Master Shen and I are old acquaintances. It's been a long time since we last met. If he had returned, she would find a time to meet him. It's just that I don't know if his visit to Chui Taigong is just an occasional trip from Xinluo, or is he returning to the Central Plains?" Second Uncle Gu thought for a moment, then said, "He should be back soon. This lowly one's leg is crippled, so it's hard for me to move around. Thanks to the care of my grandfather, I usually trim the plants and flowers in the backyard. That day, this lowly one was busy among the flowers and plants. Young Master Shenmu and my grandfather were sitting beside me. My grandfather congratulated him on his return to the Central Plains and warned him not to make the mistake of being young and impetuous again and do something that will shake the capital. So that's how it is." A bitter taste rose in Yang Fan's heart, but a smile appeared on his face. "Uncle Gu, second Uncle Gu, you should settle down in the residence. Tomorrow, I will arrange for 1,000 riders to be on duty in the palace, so things will be a little busy. After I'm done with my work for a few days, I will go with you to the Yamen to get a contract to release your slave status." The Gu brothers thanked him profusely, their gratitude evident in their words. Yang Fan smiled and nodded at them. Just as he was about to leave, Gu Zhuding suddenly took a step forward and bent both her legs, wanting to kneel in front of him. Yang Fan hurriedly reached out to support her, rebuking her, "You're doing it again. I've already said that this is a reward for your meritorious service. You deserve it, so you don't have to be so polite. I won't arrange any tasks for you these few days. You should spend more time with your family. In addition, you can also discuss what you plan to do in the future. Once you've discussed it, just tell me. As long as I can help, I won't refuse." "Yes, thank you, Alang." Gu Zhuding choked with sobs. Her eyes were red as she withdrew her hand and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Then she glanced at Yang Fan with affection. Gu Zhang, who was standing to the side, happened to see his daughter's eyes, and his heart suddenly moved. His daughter had always been strong-willed, and since she was young, she had made a vow that she would never marry. Even as her father, he couldn't do anything about her stubbornness. But looking at her now, she had never seen her daughter like this before. Gu Zhang looked at Yang Fan's back as he left in a hurry, and then looked at his daughter, who was still staring at Yang Fan's back. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Is Xiao Ting really just a subordinate of Ah Lang? Ah Lang promoted my family as a good family. Is it really just because Xiao Ting made meritorious service for him?" But when he looked at his daughter again, her eyebrows were knitted, her waist was straight, her neck was slender, and her back was straight. Her shoulders and chest were tucked in, and her legs were tightly closed. There were also 2 faint traces of virginity near her chin. If she had lost her virginity, she definitely wouldn't have such a phenomenon. He couldn't help but be puzzled. When Yang Fan went out of the mansion, he suddenly whipped the horse. The horse immediately galloped out of the long alley and galloped into the main street. It was almost dusk, and the pedestrians had returned to the square. There were few people on the street. The setting sun shone on the tall dubhe in the distance. Yang Fan galloped his horse and galloped out of the Anshi Gate in the north of Luoyang City. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief, and his hot face also returned to normal. Shenmu was back. He had actually been back for almost a year, but Shenmu, who had frequent contact with Yang Fan in the past and shared the same ambition of overthrowing Wu Zhou's rule and rebuilding Li Tang's empire, had never met Yang Fan. Shenmu didn't even send him a message. What was even more strange was that Yang Fan actually didn't know about this matter. He was now the sovereign of the obvious sect, and there were many areas where he would have to interact with Shenmu, the sovereign of the hidden sect. His personal relationship with Shenmu had always been good. Whether it was official or personal, there was no reason for Shenmu not to meet him or not to communicate with him. Yang Fan had always regarded Shenmu as a friend and even a brother. This made him feel a sense of humiliation and anger from being betrayed. At the same time, he also had a kind of fear that made his hair stand on end. What role did the succession hall play in this matter? No matter how powerful Shenmu was, since he had returned, it was impossible for the clan heads and elders of the 7 sects and 5 families not to know about this matter. But everyone seemed to have intentionally or unintentionally ignored him. No one told him this news. What kind of situation was this? Alang. Rinwei rode his horse and caught up. When he saw Yang Fan's gloomy expression, he didn't know why Yang Fan was suddenly unhappy and couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Yang Fan raised his head and looked at the sky that was as red as blood. He said to Rinwei, "Ride slowly. I want some peace and quiet." "Yes," Rinwei responded and raised his hand. A few guards immediately pulled on the reins and slowed down their speed, pulling a distance away from Yang Fan. Anyway, it was a flat plain in front of them, and the weeds didn't even reach their knees. If there was any ambush, they would be able to see it from afar. There was no need to follow closely. They were originally sent to protect Yang Fan. Now that they had a military position and Yang Fan's private teaching and public display of power, these people were now completely loyal to him. Of course, if Yang Fan and the 7 sects and 5 families were in conflict, it was hard to say which side these guards from the 7 big families would stand on. After all, not only were they from the 7 big families, but their parents, brothers, and children were also in the 7 big families. It was equivalent to having people holding them hostage. But unless Yang Fan became the emperor himself, there was no way he could oppose the 7 big families. Yang Fan had already left the city, so there was no need to worry about the problem of the city gates being locked. As for the time when he returned to the military camp, it didn't matter if it was later or earlier. After all, he was the commander-in-chief of the army. General Ma Shuliang, who was in charge of military discipline, could treat his old comrade Huang Xuchang equally, but he had to turn a blind eye to him. Yang Fan was leisurely riding on the reins. It looked as if he suddenly had the mood to enjoy the scenery of the suburbs, but his mind was no longer moved by external things. He was completely immersed in his own thoughts. Gradually, the resentment in Yang Fan's heart dissipated. Yes, perhaps it was because he had lost his footing at a young age, or perhaps it was because he didn't have any brothers or sisters, so it was easy for him to automatically replace Shenmu's help and appreciation with a kind of friendship and brotherly affection. But what was the original purpose of Shenmu's appreciation and cooperation with him? Shenmu was close to him and valued him because of the connections and ability that he had shown, which made Shenmu feel that he had value. No matter what means Shenmu used, even if he was close to him wholeheartedly, it was still inseparable from this purpose. Perhaps Shenmu had planned to cultivate him into a capable subordinate at that time. But what happened in the end? When Shenmu was banished to Xinluo, Yang Fan and young Master Jiang had a direct conflict. Moreover, because he was in charge of the allocation of officials that the 7 great families urgently needed, and young Master Jiang began to be hated and abandoned by the 7 great families after a series of mistakes. This was the result of a freak combination of factors. From that moment on, he began to become Shenmu's opponent. Yang Fan now knew how humble Shenmu's original identity was, and how he rose step by step until he was a subordinate of young Master Jiang, and gradually possessed the ability to compete with him as an equal. Yang Fan remembered Zhao Yu and little Fei Jiangzhang. Under Shenmu, There was also a group of relatives and subordinates. They wept together and went through thick and thin. Their relationship was deeper than his and Shenmu's. Now that he had replaced young Master Jiang and stood on the opposite side of Shenmu, if he was Shenmu, what would he do? Hand over his power? Those brothers who risked their lives and went through fire and water for him, who didn't want to stand out, who didn't want to earn a family business. Their interests, Shenmu's own interests, were sacrificed because of Yang Fan. He and Shenmu did not have such a deep friendship, even if he was Shenmu's biological brother. If the relationship between them was reversed, could Yang Fan sacrifice Chu Kuanga and Ma Qiao's future for the friendship between him and Shenmu, hand over more than 20 shops that Xiao Man had painstakingly managed, hand over all his connections to Shenmu, and willingly follow Shenmu's orders from then on? After thinking this through, Yang Fan immediately calmed down. Once the emotions of grief and resentment were eliminated, his mind became clear. Shenmu did not do anything wrong from Shenmu's point of view. Similarly, from his point of view, he should do something about it. Chapter 870. Early the next morning, facing the rising sun, a mighty and majestic army marched into Luoyang City. As soon as the troops entered the city, their strong military posture, solemn and unique military attire, and orderly troops that were like a forest that could topple a mountain attracted the attention of the people of Luoyang. Soon, they heard that these were the 100 horsemen of the past and the 1,000 horsemen of today. It was said that these were the imperial guards that the emperor used the most. Yang Fan first led the army to the Featherwood Guard to collect the Kanhe and Tortoise talismans, and then led the soldiers into the city to receive the Black Tortoise Gate. In the past, the Black Tortoise Gate had always been guarded by the 100 horsemen. When the 100 horsemen were transferred to form the 1,000 horsemen, the Black Tortoise Gate was temporarily handed over to the Featherwood Guard to guard. Now that the army was established, it was only natural that they would take over again. The former soldiers of the 100 horsemen had all been promoted. The original 100 horsemen had now become cooks, and each of them was in charge of 10 people. Now, they led their own teams and led them on a quiet patrol around the palace, familiarizing them with the roads, the palace rooms, and the restricted areas. They explained to them the route and the rules of the night patrol, as well as the locking of the palace doors. In fact, guarding the Black Tortoise Gate did not require 1,000 soldiers, unless it was a special time, such as when there was a great turmoil in the capital. Yang Fan had brought them all here today to let all the soldiers familiarize themselves with the situation in the palace and understand the residences of the emperor and the important people in the palace. This way, if there were any changes, they would be able to protect the target in time. As the commander of the 1,000 riders, Yang Fan was responsible for the military affairs of the 1,000 riders. Normally, he did not need to guard the Black Tortoise Gate. Of course, if he wanted to, he could enter the palace at any time before the gate was locked. This was what Wana liked the most. Otherwise, the palace gate was as deep as the heavens, and it would be as difficult as the cowherd and the weaver girl meeting on the bridge of the magpies. Although Yang Fan did not need to be on duty at the Black Tortoise Gate every day as the most important gate in the palace, a Lang general was required to stay here every day to keep watch. There were 5 Lang generals in the 1,000 cavalry guards, and they took turns to be on duty. When it was almost dusk, General Su Liang brought 900 soldiers out of the city. Outside of the northern part of the city was the Imperial Guard's encampment, and the distance from the Imperial City varied. Among them, the closest was the Featherwood Guard, and within the Featherwood Guard, the 1,000 horsemen camp was the closest. Inside the 1,000 horsemen camp, there was a seal that was usually sealed. At least one of the middle minister generals and the chief of censorates must be present. In addition to at least 3 minister generals must be present at the same time to open it. Only when all the above people sign their names can it take effect. Even Grand General Wu Yuyi of the Featherwood Guard did not have this sort of troop deployment checklist. This was for when an emergency occurred in the palace, and the emperor was unable to issue the Tiger Seal to mobilize troops. The 1,000-horseman camp would automatically decide whether or not to dispatch troops. As long as a majority of the high-ranking officers agreed, this checklist could mobilize the troops and horses of the headquarters and make an exception to enter the city at night. In the emperor's view, it was impossible for 1,000 people to rebel. Once there was a change in the palace, 1,000 people, relying on the strength of the palace, would be enough to protect her safety until she understood the situation and sent an army to rescue the emperor. That was why the 1,000 cavalry camp had such an advantage. Su Liang brought his men back to the barracks, but Yang Fan remained in the city. In reality, he was now a soldier. Although his family was in the city, it was not legal for him to casually return to the manor or stay overnight at home. However, Wu Zetian had also given him the title of disciplinary commissioner for rectifying misconduct. How could he rectify misconduct if he stayed in the barracks all day? It should be known that the night patrols of the Jinwu guards were also within the scope of his supervision. With this reason, he could openly stay in the city without fear of being impeached by the imperial censors. However, his main task was still with the 1,000 horsemen. Even if no one impeached him, it was still inconvenient for him to stay overnight in the city, unless he was willing to lose the power of the 1,000 horsemen. When Yang Fan returned to the Yang Manor, he went straight to the study. The study was assigned a little page boy who was usually only responsible for serving tea and sweeping the room. He was Steward Niu's little grandson. When he saw Ah Lang immediately rush to the study after returning to the manor, the little boy knew that his master was either going to have a guest or had important business to attend to, so he immediately lit an incense burner and gently placed it on the low table before making a cup of tea for him. A faint fragrance spread out and had a calming effect. Yang Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip. As the slightly astringent and fragrant tea entered his mouth, he suddenly remembered that this way of drinking tea was taught to him by Shenmu. The tea that the high nobles and Diana masters drank nowadays was a bit too strong. He was not used to it. Yang Fan thoughtfully took another sip of tea. The cigarette smoke floated in front of him and gently transformed into different shapes in the air. Sometimes it was like a cloud, sometimes it was like a word, and sometimes it was like a face. Yang Fan looked at that face and vaguely saw the young Master Zhang that he had not seen in a long time smiling at him. I lost. Defeat after defeat, defeat after defeat, until I was utterly defeated, and even my foundation was lost. Otherwise, those old ghosts of the 5 families and 7 sects would not have abandoned me. How would you have had the chance to fight for my position? The face was twisted like the face of a devil laughing savagely. Now it is up to you. You have replaced me, so you have to shoulder the responsibility that I should have. But he has been back for a year, and you have not heard anything. It seems that those old bastards are more inclined to train him between you and him. I really want to see your end. Ha ha ha. Yang Fan gently exhaled. The devil's face in front of him was blown away. Yang Fan started to think quietly. Why did Shenmu deliberately hide his tracks when he returned to the Central Plains? Yang Fan put himself in Shenmu's shoes and analyzed in reverse. This way, it was easier for him to grasp the other's mentality. Only by understanding the other's mentality could he decide what countermeasures to take next. I replaced the position of young Master Jiang and had to protect the interests of the people of the Xian sect. Shenmu was not willing to be under the Xian sect and rose up step by step until he was on equal footing with young Master Jiang. In the end, there was a fierce battle in Chang, and young Master Jiang was forced to give up most of his foundation in Chang and ran to Luoyang in hopes of making a comeback. Shenmu was also punished and was exiled to Xian Luo. But at this time, I replaced young Master Jiang and became the master of the Xian sect. While Shun Mu and I have similar intentions in court, in terms of the specific interests of the two groups, we became the greatest competitors. He had to be on guard against me. He was able to defeat young Master Jiang, mostly because of his intelligence, and using young Master Jiang's arrogance. In summary, the hidden sect was born from the Xian sect, but its foundation is not as deep as the Xian sect. So he is on guard against me because he does not know what position I will have against him after I take control of the Xian sect. As long as he is not stupid, he will not jump out to see me first and ask me for an explanation. He should first observe me in the dark and understand my temperament, ambitions, and goals. At the same time, he will consolidate the hidden sect's foundation in Chang and to prepare for any eventualities. When he is fully prepared and knows my temperament like the back of his hand, he will then be as confident as when he dealt with young Master Jiang. When Yang Fan thought of this, his brows slightly knitted together. However, this is only the best plan. Everything must be prepared for the worst. What if Shun Mu's goal isn't just this? What if after young Master Jiang failed, his ambitions grew and he wants to catch up from behind and use the hidden sect to swallow up the Xian sect? Yang Fan stood up and slowly paced in the study room. If he has such a plan, then it is reasonable for him to conceal his whereabouts and consolidate his foundation, increase his strength, and even attempt to attack me when I am not vigilant. I have to prepare for the worst. After Yang Fan analyzed Shun Mu's goal, he immediately analyzed the mentality of the 7 sects and 5 families. It was impossible for them not to know that Shun Mu had returned. However, everyone had coincidentally concealed this information from him. What was their attitude? It should be known that no matter if it was Shun Mu or him, no matter how they jumped around, it was impossible for them to escape from the 7 sects and 5 families. Therefore, their attitude was extremely important. If they wanted to protect Shun Mu and abandon him, Yang Fan, then he wouldn't have to put in any effort to fight for it. He could just withdraw from the Xian sect and obediently be a wealthy man in Luoyang who also had a bright future as a general of the imperial army. However, if the 7 sects and 5 families had such a plan, with his current shallow foundation in the succession hall, it would only take a word from those clan heads. Why would Shun Mu act as if he was facing a great enemy? After thinking for a long time, Yang Fan gradually grasped the pulse of the clan heads of the 7 sects and 5 families. They cannot bear to see me, who is gradually growing in power in the court, but they also do not wish for one clan to be dominant. Shun Mu and young Master Jiang had used food as a weapon to start a business war in Chang, and young Master Jiang had lost, but it was impossible for Shun Mu to come out unscathed. Even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, and he would be greatly injured. There were at least 3 reasons why the 7 sects and 5 families had chased him to Xinluo as a punishment. First, their fighting had already harmed the interests of the 7 sects and 5 families, and they had to be punished. Otherwise, if they were allowed to fight openly and secretly, it would go against the original intentions of the 7 sects and 5 families in establishing the succession hall. Second, they did not want Shun Mu to kill young Master Jiang. Regardless of whether the Xian sect or the hidden sect had the upper hand, they were all on their side, and it did not matter. However, this kind of balance was what the prestigious families hoped for. They did not want any of the factions to be too powerful to handle. Third, to open up the Xinluo market. It was probably to allow Shun Mu to compensate for the losses suffered by the various prestigious families in this fight. Yang Fan pondered for a long time and felt that this was the most likely intention of those clan heads. Then, There could only be one motive for them: to allow Shenmu to quietly return to the Central Plains to carry out his activities and to conceal this information from him. They wanted to give Shenmu a chance to recover. He now had an official identity, and it looked like his future was getting brighter and brighter. He also had a close relationship with a few influential factions in the imperial court. In the eyes of the clan heads, the hardest person to restrain in the future was not Shenmu, but him. Therefore, they needed the powerful hidden sect to restrain them. Back then, when the hidden sect grew stronger step by step under their noses, they probably added fuel to the fire in the dark and provided assistance, right? However, back then, their motive was to restrain the arrogant, stubborn, and powerful young Master Jiang. Now, it was Yang Fan's turn. When he thought of this, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. In their eyes, a boy with the surname Yang, who has no roots and no background, is already as influential as young Master Jiang, who has the Fanyang Lu clan's backing. That was what the clan heads thought, but did Shenmu think the same? If he wanted to control the obvious sect, once he succeeded, he would be able to smoothly control the entire succession hall with his foundation of complete control over the hidden sect. By then, even if the 7 sects and 5 families opposed this situation, they wouldn't be able to easily fall out with him. Furthermore, among the 7 sects and 5 families, at least the Longxili clan was Shenmu's backer. The 7 sects and 5 families were playing with fire. Yang Fan let out a long sigh and thought to himself, all right then, if you want to fight, then let's have a fight first. Whether it's a fight or a draw, we have to have a fight first. In terms of age, I can only be your younger brother, but in terms of anything else, I will not allow you to ride on my head. Chapter 871. Anyo. Yang Fan made up his mind and called out to the outside of the screen. The servant, Anyo, was sitting on a stool outside the screen, looking after the fire. When he heard Yang Fan's call, he quickly ran in and stared at Yang Fan with wide eyes. This servant came from the countryside and was illiterate. He was not qualified to be a servant, but he was honest and obedient. Yang Fan did not usually study, so he did not care about this. Yang Fan said, "Go and ask Miss Gu to come here." "Oh," the little servant answered and hurriedly ran out. Yang Fan was determined to fight back. Firstly, he was worried that Shenmu would take advantage of him. Shenmu had quietly returned for more than a year. He must be on guard against him with ulterior motives. Moreover, he did not like the feeling of being schemed against. He especially did not like being manipulated by others. Personality was something that determined a person's actions to a large extent. It was even more important than reason. When Princess Taiping wanted to make him her little lover, Yang Fan was disgusted and opposed it because of his personality. It was the same now. Nyo hurriedly ran out of the study, but before he could step out of the courtyard, he bumped into someone's embrace. He looked up and saw a white-haired, burly old man with only one arm. The old man used his remaining arm to support him and said with a smile, "You brat, why are you so rash?" The boy did not recognize the old man, but someone came out from behind the old man and asked with a smile, "Anyo, where are you going?" When Anyo saw the person, he was delighted. He called out, according to the countryside custom, "Eldest aunt, Alang asked me to look for you." The person was Gu Zhuting. Gu Zhuting said, "My father and second uncle are going to see Alang. Please go and inform them." Oh, Anyo turned around and ran back. When Yang Fan heard that the Gu brothers had come, he pondered for a while and replied, "I know. Go and ask Miss Gu to come in first. As for the 2 elders, ask them to go back first. Tell them that I will visit them later." Oh, Nyo turned around again and ran outside. By this time, Gu Zhuting, father and daughter, 3 people had already arrived at the veranda. Agneau stood still in the veranda and loudly said, "Goo to goo." Lang said that he only wants to see you. Tell the 2 uncles to go back first and wait. After Lang has seen you, he will go and pay his respects to them. Goujon was very surprised. He looked at his brother and then said to his daughter, "Since Lang has given the order, you go first. Your uncle and I will go back and wait." Gu Zhuting nodded and stepped into the room. Yang Fan guessed that Goujon and his brother were here to talk about getting rid of their slave registration and their future living arrangements. He now wanted to strengthen his control over the succession hall and start a tacit contest with Shenmu. This was the time when he needed people. The Gu family was very familiar with the situation of the aristocratic families and would be of great help to him. Therefore, he did not want to let the Gu family freely choose. If he met them first and listened to their intentions, such as Goujon wanting to sell date cakes and second Uncle Gu wanting to carry a pole to sell vegetables, Yang Fan would not be able to stop them. Then he would lose a group of extremely capable helpers. It would be better to talk to Miss Gu first and test her opinion. If the Gu family did not want to continue living on the edge of a knife, he could also make a request. At least, he would need them to help him get through this obstacle first. "Oh, Miss Gu is here. Sit down and talk." Seeing Gu Zhuting come in, Yang Fan stood up with a smile. Although he had the intention to use the Gu family, he had previously agreed to let the Gu family choose their own way of living in the future. Now that he wanted them to help him, it felt a bit like he was holding a debt of gratitude. Feeling flattered, Gu Zhuting thanked Lang and gently sat down on a seat nearby. She bit her lower lip and looked at her toes that were peeking out of the hem of her skirt as she said, "Lang, I have discussed with my father and uncle about the future arrangements. I came here today to report to Lang. May I know why Lang has summoned me alone?" Yang Fan's heart tightened, and he said, "I have something to discuss with you. However, this matter isn't urgent. Tell me, what did your father and uncle decide?" Gu Zhuting said, "This servant's father and uncle have discussed it carefully. I don't know if Lang still needs people. Our family is willing to work for Lang." Yang Fan was delighted. He suppressed his joy and calmly asked, "Work for me? What do you mean?" My family has more than 20 shops in Nan City. It's still possible to arrange a few people." Gu Zhuting shook her head and glanced at Yang Fan. She said, "Lang's kindness to my Gu family is as heavy as a mountain. My father and uncle have always wanted to repay it, but we can only use our flying eaves and vaulting over walls for Lang's use. There's really nothing we can do to repay him. Therefore, in the Hall of Succession, although Lang had a lot of men at his disposal, they were, after all, involved with the 7 big families, so he could not command them as if they were his own arms. Otherwise, when the Prince of Luling returned to the capital that day, Lang would not have to personally take the risk, but he would not dare to use one of them. The Gu family is willing to work for Lang to repay his kindness. At the same time, I don't dare to hide it from Lang. Although we don't practice martial arts, we were originally working as servants in the Chui family's manor. If we really ask them to leave and live alone in Luoyang, it won't be easy to find a job." Gu Zhuting smiled bitterly. She said, "Uncle is a gardener and disabled. No one is willing to take him in. As for my father, he only knows how to kill people and has never learned anything else. He's so old, but he doesn't know how to farm, work, or run a business. Yesterday, I thought about it for a whole day and couldn't think of anything else he could do other than this." But Yang Fan didn't expect the Gu family's plan to coincide with his. He was overjoyed when he heard Gu Zhuting say hesitantly, but he hurriedly asked, "But what?" Gu Zhuting said, However, this agreement can only be limited to my father and daughter's generation. The next generation is still children. It's not too late to let them learn 100 things now and have a proper life in the future. My Gu family is willing to be used by Ah Lang, but I hope that the Gu family's descendants can do something else. This life of licking blood on the edge of a knife is really... At this point, Gu Zhuting was on the verge of tears. Yang Fan nodded solemnly and said, "All right, to be honest, I've only been running the succession hall for a short period of time. There are some matters that I don't want my trusted subordinates to handle. Right now, I have an important matter that I need your family's help. Today, I asked you to meet me alone because of this. I didn't expect you to have the same plan. Since it's like this, let's go see your father." Gu Zhuting hurriedly stood up and said, "How could I dare to trouble Ah Lang? Your servant will go and call my father." Yang Fan shook his head and said, "You can't. Remember, you're no longer anyone's slaves. Since I want to marry your father, I should go and pay my respects." Gu Zhuting was indescribably grateful. Her eyes were brimming with tears. Her knees went soft, and she wanted to kowtow again. Yang Fan hurriedly held her up and said, "I've already said it. Why do you want to kowtow again?" Gu Zhuting said, "Your great kindness, I really don't know how to repay it." Yang Fan was helpless and could only shake his head and sigh. Once slavery was deeply rooted in one's bones, it was not something that could be changed just by changing one's identity. Elder Gu and his brother walked back. The two of them walked in silence for a while. Suddenly, Gu Er said without any rhyme or reason, "Big brother, I think what you said makes sense." Elder Gu was thinking about something and asked casually, "What did I say is right?" Gu Er said, "It's that shouting might have something going on with Ah Lang." "Oh." Elder Gu touched his nose and did not say anything. Gu Er said, "From the looks of it, our shouting isn't just a burning stick. Ah Lang is also a little interested in her." Elder Gu guessed, "That can't be right. With shouting's background, how could she have such good fortune?" Gu Er said, "That's why Ah Lang wants to help our family get rid of slavery. Think about it. It's not difficult for a master to help a slave get rid of slavery. However, it's a great favor to get a few slaves from someone else to help them get rid of slavery. That person is from the Qinghe Chui family. This favor is even greater. If it wasn't for something, would Ah Lang owe the Chui family a favor? Is it so easy to owe the Chui family a favor?" Elder Gu was doubtful. He felt excited, but was also afraid that it was all for naught. He said nervously, "In the end, isn't it just your wishful thinking? Maybe it's because shouting has done him a great service, and Ah Lang is a person who rewards meritorious deeds. That's why he gave us such a great favor." Gu Er rolled his eyes at him and said, "Brother, don't look down on yourself too much. Our family doesn't have a great background, but if we get rid of slavery, we'll be good people in the future. Our family doesn't have much status, but with Xiaoting's looks, she can be Ah Lang's concubine, make his bed, and serve his food. It's not considered climbing up the social ladder, right?" Old Man Goose said, "Little Ting is quite handsome, but it's a pity that she's a little old. With Ah Lang's current status and wealth, isn't it a piece of cake for him to get a few 13 or 14-year-old girls as his concubines? Especially since Ah Lang is so young and handsome," Gu Er said impatiently. "Then tell me, why did Ah Lang ask us to go back first and visit you later? Right now we are still Ah Lang's slaves. Is there a need to do this? With such thorough etiquette, there must be something to it. I think although the concubine's father can't be considered a proper father-in-law, Ah Lang is a well-mannered man, so he didn't want to neglect us." Elder Gu began to agree with his idea. He stroked his beard and was secretly delighted. Gu Er fully unleashed his imagination and continued to analyze. You said that as soon as Ah Lang returned, he didn't even go to the back courtyard but went to the study to see shouting. What does he mean by visiting you right after? I guess Ah Lang wants to tell you that he wants to take shouting as his concubine. Hearing this, Elder Gu panicked and said, Then, if he tells me, what should I do? Gu Er said, You can be a good father-in-law. Elder Gu hastily said, You can be a good father-in-law. Of course you can be a good man. This is a good thing that is hard to find. If our family can really climb up the social ladder. I mean, if son-in-law comes to visit me, what should I do? Gu Er said, You go back first and change into new clothes. When son-in-law comes, we'll act according to the circumstances. Don't agree so easily. You must be a bit reserved so that you won't disgrace our shouting. You must speak tactfully. Don't annoy Ah Lang and ruin our Mrs. Affair. Elder Gu panicked and said, Speak. I don't know how to speak, Xiongdi. All my life, I only know how to kill people. I don't know how to speak. How about you speak on my behalf? What are you talking about? You are Xiaoting's father. You are not dead. Yet you are still standing here. Who do I think I am? Let's go back first and think carefully about how to answer Ah Lang. The two brothers, one with only one arm and the other with a lame leg, could be said to be crippled by heaven and the earth. They excitedly returned to the guest room arranged for them, waiting for the new son-in-law to visit them. Chapter 872. Yang Fan and Gu Zhuting finished their discussion and hurried to the Gu family's guest house. This guest house had its own courtyard and could accommodate 4 or 5 guests and their attendants. As soon as the Gu family arrived, it became their home, and the entire courtyard was occupied by the Gu family. As soon as Yang Fan entered the courtyard, several children who were playing in the courtyard called out, Ah Lang is here. Then they ran to the room to report the news. A middle-aged woman who was drying clothes in the courtyard saw Yang Fan come in and quickly wiped her hands on her apron and bowed to him. Yang Fan had some impression of this woman. She seemed to be one of Gu Zhuting's sisters-in-law, so he politely nodded to her. Inside the main room, Old Man Gu, who had already changed into a new set of clothes, was very uneasy. When he heard that Yang Fan had arrived, he subconsciously wanted to go out to welcome him. But second Uncle Gu hurriedly reminded him, You're about to become Ah Lang's elder. You can't go out to welcome him. You should wait at the door. Old Man Gu quickly stopped and waited by the door. Yang Fan stepped into the living room and saw Old Man Gu standing there. He quickly cupped his hands and said with a smile, Father-in-law, sorry to keep you waiting. In ancient times, the word father-in-law had many meanings. It could be used to address one's father-in-law, one's elder, one's relative or elder. It could also be used to address one's parents or one's wife's husband, although it was not common. Old Man Gu was prejudiced and naturally thought that it was the first meaning. If Old Man Gu was marrying off his daughter and the marriage contract had not been signed, it would be inappropriate for him to address him this way. But there were not so many rules for concubines, and there was no need for 3 matchmakers and 6 certificates. Old Man Gu had married a wife and a daughter-in-law before, but at that time both parties were servants of the Chui family, so he did not know how to greet Yang Fan. After a moment of hesitation, he also cupped his hands and said, If Ah Lang has anything to say, just summon this old man. How could I dare to trouble you? Yang Fan said to Old Man Gu and second Uncle Gu, Elders, you're too polite. Since you're here, don't treat yourself as an outsider. Treat this as your own home and be more casual. Come, let's sit down and talk. In Yang Fan's mind, the Gu family was about to be freed from slavery, and his second Madame Anu had always addressed Gu Zhuting as Master Gu, so there was no need to treat her as an outsider. Furthermore, he wanted to recruit the entire Gu family for his own use. It was only right for him to be courteous and humble. However, in the heart of Elder Gu, his initial judgment was confirmed. Yang Fan was the first to walk over and take a seat at the head of the table. He spoke to Elder Gu without beating around the bush. Just now, Miss Gu has already explained to me the intentions of the two elders. Right now, this Yang has an important matter to attend to, or perhaps I really do need the help of the Gu clan, so I will not be unreasonable. Let's settle this matter like this. Oh, all right, I'll listen to Ah Lang's arrangements. Elder Gu licked his lips and subconsciously glanced at his resourceful brother. Yang Fan saw that he wanted to say something but hesitated, so he smiled knowingly and said, "Tomorrow morning, father-in-law and I will go to the Yamen to settle the matter of freeing yourself from slavery. In addition, I plan to buy a house in this alley for father-in-law's family to live in. Father-in-law can first settle your family down, and for those who do not know martial arts, my wife can arrange for them to do whatever they can to earn a living." When Elder Gu heard that he was going to buy a house for himself, he thought, "This son-in-law of mine is indeed wealthy, and he seems to love his daughter very much. I remember that when 4th Master Chui took a concubine last month, he only gave the woman's family 20 strings of silver. A house is not cheap, especially in a place like Luoyang. Whether it was taking a wife or a concubine, betrothal gifts were required. It was just that taking a wife was called betrothal gifts, and taking a concubine was called buying a concubine's wealth. Regardless of the value or the meaning, there was a big difference. With the word buy, the concubine became a part of the family's property. If the master doted on the master and wanted to take the concubine as his wife, that was a crime and would be sentenced. If the concubine disobeyed her superior and was beaten to death by the master's wife, it was not a crime even if she reported it to the magistrate. If the master passed away and the master's wife was fierce, she would sell the concubine to someone else. That was a matter of course, and the other party was only disposing of their own property. Therefore, the concubines in the palace could still fight for it. After all, if you overthrew the empress, you would be the empress, the mother of the world, and no one above could restrain you. But as a concubine of a big family, unless the master was especially strong and the wife was especially weak, the concubine would stir up trouble, fight for favor and power. It was simply the imagination of the later generations. The reason why Old Man Gu was willing to let his daughter follow Yang Fan was firstly because he was extremely grateful to Yang Fan. Secondly, with Yang Fan's identity and status, coupled with his rare youth and good looks, his daughter would not be able to find a better shop if she missed this opportunity. Thirdly, this daughter had sworn not to marry since she was young and had long missed the age for a normal marriage. Now that she wanted to find a family of equal status, the only chance she had was to become the second wife of the family. For a small family like theirs, if there was a man of suitable age who was not married, then the other party's conditions could be imagined. As for the master's right to punish the concubine, although it was rare for a concubine to disobey her superior, it was also very rare for the master's wife to treat the concubine harshly. Even if extreme actions were in accordance with the law, they still had to consider the public opinion. The bigger the family, the more they would care about this, so there was no need to worry. Old Man Gu thought, "A Lang is willing to pay such a large sum of money. It shows how much he values Xiao Ting. Presumably, he will not neglect her in the future." Yang Fan saw that he seemed to be deep in thought and could not help but feel puzzled. He thought, "Logically speaking, my conditions are already very generous. Is Old Man Gu not satisfied? It can't be. I haven't even revealed my intention to recruit him, and he is already willing to work for me. How could he? Ah, that's right. Old Man Gu must be worried about his descendants." Thinking to this point, Yang Fan continued, If there are any juniors in Old Man Goo's family who are willing to learn this trade, don't hesitate to tell my wife. She will arrange for them to be apprentices first. As long as Old Man Goo's family works for me, my monthly allowance will be very generous. Even if I take out some extra money, it will be enough to hire a teacher for my children. I wonder if Old Man Goo is satisfied. Second Uncle Goo, who was sitting next to him, hastily said, "Ah Lang's kindness to our family is as heavy as a mountain. We should die for Ah Lang. Now that Ah Lang has arranged for our family so well, we are very satisfied, very satisfied. But Xiao Ting," Yang Fan said, "from now on, with Old Man Goo's family supporting Yang, I do not need Miss Goo to be at my beck and call. After all, she is a woman. It is better not to show her face in public. However, I hope that after I buy a house for you, Miss Goo will still live in my mansion. There is no need for you to move there." When Yang Fan was in the study, he had consulted with Miss Goo. The Yang family currently had guards sent by the succession hall, but after all, they were not very considerate. There was no need to doubt Gu Zhuting's loyalty. Although his two wives knew martial arts, now that they had a child, it would be better to have someone close to them to take care of them. So he wanted to ask Miss Gu to stay in the Yang mansion for a few more days. But in the ears of the two Gu elders who had long strayed off the wrong path, the meaning was different. Normally, only a married wife would be allowed to live in her parents' home before the official marriage, and they would not see each other. Only after the official marriage would they bring her over. As for taking in a concubine, she could be brought into the mansion from the side door. She could not even go through the main door, so there was naturally no need to be so serious. In the two elders' minds, Yang Fan was now a respected figure in the officialdom, so he naturally could not break the rules lest he be impeached. They remembered that when they were in the Chui mansion, they had heard that there was a high-ranking official in the imperial court who bought a piece of biscuit and ate it by the roadside before the court session. Because of this, he was impeached by the imperial censor for losing face in the imperial court, thus ruining his future. Although Old Man Gu was a little disappointed, the world was like this, so he could only say, "That's right, that's right. Everything should be done according to Ah Lang's idea. I am not an unreasonable person." Yang Fan nodded and said cheerfully, "Then let's do it this way. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the Yamen with Old Man Gu. I will take my leave first." Old Man Gu, second Uncle Gu, and Gu Zhuting sent Yang Fan out of the courtyard. Just as they returned to the hall, the curtain at the door was lifted, and Mrs. Gu, who had been standing there listening to the news, walked out from the inner room. She hugged her daughter and said with tears of joy, "My dear, who asked you to be born into my family? You have always been a worry for me. This is great, this is great. General Yang is a high-ranking military officer, and he is young and handsome. I will have someone to rely on for life. Even if I die soon, I can rest in peace." Old Man Gu could not hide the joy in his heart, but he deliberately put on a stern face and glared at his wife, reprimanding, "Such a happy occasion. Why are you crying?" Gu Zhuting looked at her father and mother and said with a blank face, "Father, Mother, what are you talking about?" After Yang Fan settled the matter with the Gu family, he returned to the study and asked the servant Anyo to summon Rin Wei. After a while, Rin Wei came to the study. Yang Fan asked Anyo to guard the door outside the study and ordered Rin Wei, "Pass my order immediately. Order the succession hall to move into Luoyang." Rin Wei was shocked and thought he had heard wrong. He could not help but cry out, "What?" Frankly speaking, only some of the higher-ups and some core disciples of the aristocratic families knew that Yang Fan had taken over the succession hall. It could be said that it was extremely quiet. Ever since Yang Fan became the clan master, he had only read the various reports sent by the succession hall. He had never expressed his own opinion. Most of the time, He only approved the reports according to the suggestions of the stewards. Yang Fan's way of doing things was very different from the original young Master Zhang's arbitrary way of doing things. The people in the succession hall almost treated this clan master as a symbolic leader and almost ignored his actual existence. However, it was this clan master who suddenly made the decision to move the capital without discussing with anyone or even communicating with the 7 aristocratic families. How could Ren Wei not be shocked? Yang Fan played with the jade lion paperweight in his hand and said calmly, "I said, move the succession hall from Chang and to Luoyang. Do it immediately." After saying that, Yang Fan raised his eyelids and glanced at Ren Wei. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, and he gave off a feeling of majesty without being angry. Ren Wei's heart skipped a beat. He quickly cupped his hands and replied in a deep voice, "Yes." Ren Wei turned around and left in a hurry. He could not help but say in his heart, 3 years of silence, one brilliant feat. Chapter 873. The order to move the capital shook the entire succession hall. Like 7 thick cobwebs, the 5 families and 7 clans that were tightly connected to the succession hall were also alarmed by this order. Lanzhou Longxi, south of Lanzhou City, an enormous and dignified mansion, richly ornamented beams and painted rafters, jade tiles, and green eaves. From outside the high walls, one could only see layers upon layers of roof ridges in the shade of greenery, like undulating waves, countless. And on the lintel of this high wall and deep courtyard, there were 2 big words, Li Mansion. This was the center of the Li family in Longxi. In front of the shiny red lacquer gate, there were 2 huge stone pillars with densely packed characters. It was inscribed with the names of the outstanding figures that had emerged from the Li clan's dynasties and generations, as well as their accomplishments. Of these 2 stone pillars, the one on the left and the one on the right, the red lacquer gate in the middle was the door. This was where the name of the so-called aristocratic family came from. Here, the status of the Li family was no different from that of a noble. The mansion was rarely visited by people. Neither the military nor the people dared to wander around, just like the palace in Luoyang. But at this moment, there was a horse galloping over. It arrived at the corner door of the mansion and didn't stop for even a moment. In front of this huge mansion, the circumference of a small city, even the corner gate was twice the size of an ordinary house. A moment later, the news of Yang Fan's order to move the succession hall from Chang and to Luoyang was sent to old grandfather Li's desk. Ever since Yang Fan took over the succession hall, he has never forgotten the old rules. He has delegated the affairs of the succession hall to a few stewards in the hall. He seems to have the intention of ruling from the bottom of his heart, but now he suddenly decided to act arbitrarily, as if he was possessed by Lu Binmi. There must be a reason for this. Old grandfather Li stroked his beard and said thoughtfully, Li Mingkuan, the eldest grandson of the legal wife who was reading beside him, said, "What do you think?" Yang Fan, who has always been indifferent to the affairs of the succession hall and has always listened to the advice of the stewards in the hall, suddenly made such a decision without revealing anything beforehand. What is his intention? Great-grandfather Li shook his head and murmured, "It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. There must be a reason behind this. He must have a purpose, but what is it?" Li Mingkuan smiled and said, "I have thought of a possibility." "Oh." Great-grandfather Li looked at his grandson happily and encouraged him. "Tell me about it." Li Mingkuan said, "I think that Yang Fan did this for Shenmu." Great-grandfather Li was startled at first, and then his expression changed slightly. "You mean he already knows that Shenmu is back?" Li Mingkuan said, "Obviously, otherwise, Yang Fan, who has always been indifferent to the affairs of the succession hall and has always been disdainful of power, would have no reason to do so." Li Taigong slowly stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and paced back and forth in the room. Li Mingkuan continued, Shen Mu was personally cultivated by you, great-grandfather. He has the closest relationship with our Li family, and we have always been on the same side. Now that Yang Fan wants to move the succession hall to Luoyang, it doesn't make sense based on his usual performance or Shen Mu's reasons. The only reasonable explanation is that he wants to guard against Shen Mu. Great-grandfather Li narrowed his eyes and listened to his grandfather's careful analysis. Li Mingkuan saw that his grandfather was listening attentively and was greatly encouraged. He said, if he wants to move the succession hall to Luoyang, it will have an adverse effect on Shen Mu. By doing this, Yang Fan can turn passivity into initiative because he knows that Shen Mu has sneaked back to Chang and has been there for as long as a year. Therefore, Shen Mu must have already made arrangements in Chang, and he is not sure that he can defeat Shen Mu. Moreover, he is an official and can't leave Luoyang even if he wants to, let alone Chang. And great-grandfather Li nodded slowly and said, that makes sense. Continue. Li Mingkuan said, secondly, he knows that Shen Mu's biggest backer is you, great-grandfather. On the other hand, the succession hall is in Chang, and which is the closest to the territory of our Longxi Li family. Taigong can support Shen Mu and move the succession hall out of Chang, and to him. This can reduce our influence on it. Great-grandfather Li glanced at him and said, is there a third reason? Li Mingkuan said, yes, the obvious sect and the hidden sect, one in the light and the other in the dark. Although there are conflicts, they are basically the left and right hands of our 7 sects and 5 families. Some things can't be separated, and these connections must be in the succession hall. Once the succession hall is moved to Luoyang, it will be under Yang Fan's nose, and he will be able to take the initiative. Great-grandfather Li's eyes twitched. He slowly raised his head and looked into the distance, muttering to himself, Shen Mu, what will he do? Li Mingkuan put down the scroll in his hand and slowly walked to his grandfather's side. He also looked into the distance, saying, at least he can't stop this, and he has no reason to stop it, although the succession hall has actually been split into the obvious sect and the hidden sect. It is still under the control of the obvious sect in name. Yang Fan is righteous and has a good reason to start. How can he stop it? The news that Yang Fan wanted to move the succession hall to Luoyang also reached the ears of great-grandfather Chui in Qinghe. The Chui family was an aristocratic family in the spring and autumn warring states period. They were originally important officials of the state of Qi and then moved to the state of Lu. During the Qin and Han dynasties, they rose again in the Qinghe area and later divided into 2 branches, the Qinghe Chui family and the Boling Chui family. After moving south during the chaotic war, they gave birth to the Zhengzhou Chui, Yanling Chui, Qizhou Chui, and so on. They were all aristocratic families and were recognized as the world's most prestigious family, the leader of the noble families in the north. At this moment, great-grandfather Chui smiled like an old fox that had stolen a chicken. Although in the eyes of his descendants, the old ancestor's smile was very benevolent, it was a pity that his words just happened to prove how treacherous his smile was. This child, Yang Fan, has not disappointed me. This time, Shen Mu is going to have a headache, and Old Man Li is also going to have a headache in Lanzhou. Now, the person in charge of the daily affairs of the Chui family's Qinghe branch was his eldest son, Chui Yueshao, who was now around 50 years old. Chui Yueshao said in confusion, since father has the intention of nurturing Yang Fan, why did you wait until today to let him know of this? Great-grandfather Chui said, no matter how great the power of our aristocratic families is, we can only influence the court by guiding water into the canal and growing in secret. In the end, we can't compare to the court's thunderous methods. Don't underestimate Yang Fan. Although he rose to prominence late, his hidden power in the court is far inferior to Shenmu. If he had known of this earlier, with the help of the power in the court, Shenmu, who has already been greatly injured, may not be his match. Moreover, great-grandfather Chui said indifferently, if he didn't owe me this favor, I wouldn't have been able to make up my mind to help him so quickly until he begged me to remove the Gu family's registration. I had originally planned to have Lin, interact more with him, and then leak this news to him through Lin, but I forgot that Gu, was in the garden pruning at the time. In my opinion, it's still a bit too early to let him know. Chui Yueshao frowned, as if he didn't quite understand his father's words. After thinking carefully for a while, he relaxed his brows as if he had understood something. Great-grandfather Chui glanced at his son and said, "Do you understand? If you want to nurture someone, you don't have to let his family be the only one. Otherwise, he may not necessarily rely on you. The succession hall is a gateway for the 7 sects and 5 families, but isn't it also a battlefield for the power struggles between the 7 sects and 5 families? Everything must be planned for the long term." Chui Yueshao sighed softly. "Your son understands. Your son is only worried that the story of Chang and will repeat itself between Shenmu and Yang Fan." Great-grandfather Chui said, "You don't have to worry about this. Lu Binmi is the eldest grandson of the Lu family. That's why he can mobilize so much power to start a war. Shenmu doesn't have this condition, although the Longxi Li family supports him. They won't rashly mobilize the Li family's power to help him start a war." Yang Fan was the same. His power in the succession hall is even weaker than Shenmu's. Only by borrowing his power in the imperial court can he be in a stalemate with Shenmu. This is the situation we hope for the most. With 7 families forming the succession hall, it doesn't matter which family is the leader. It should be as it is now. Chui Yueshao suddenly said, "Father is saying that since the obvious and hidden sects have already appeared, we can't let them merge again. That is like cultivating 2 parties in the court. If one party is the only one, the imperial power will also be threatened. Only when the 2 parties balance each other can we use them." Great-grandfather Chui nodded and said, "That's right. The obvious and hidden sects suffered great losses in the Battle of Chang, and even the major families were implicated. Today is an amendment to the situation that went out of control last time. The leader of the succession hall can't be a core disciple of any family. The 7 families have to work together to monitor them and balance the power between them." Great-grandfather Chui said, "Let them be like 2 parties in the imperial court. They have their own interests and also have common interests. When it comes to their own interests, they will fight openly and covertly. When it comes to common interests, they will unite against outsiders. This is the meaning of the imperial power. Above them, there is still us who make the rules, coordinate, and control the situation." Chui Yueshao said worriedly, "Father just said that Yang Fan has a lot of hidden power in the imperial court, and the power of the imperial court doesn't play by our rules. Will the situation go out of control again?" Great-grandfather Chui thought for a moment and said, "Probably not. With the power of the imperial court, Yang Fan can only barely fight to a draw with Shenmu. Moreover, the power of the imperial court isn't so easy to borrow. If he's not careful, he will fall into it. Yang Fan is a smart man. He won't use a power he can't control too much and bring trouble to himself." Great-grandfather Chui yawned and said to his son, "I will take an afternoon nap. Send someone to send a message to Lin. If Yang Fan's strength is insufficient, we must express our goodwill to him at the right time." "Yes." Chui Yueshao bowed and watched as his old father walked into his bedroom. As for the Fanyang Lu family, their reaction was much simpler and more violent when they heard the news. Great-grandfather Lu only laughed coldly when he heard the news. Well fought. None of them are good people. Keep an eye on them. When the time is right, add fuel to the fire. Both of them were his grandson's greatest enemies. Unfortunately, as the head of the clan, great-grandfather Lu didn't dare to do anything to them and risk offending the other 6 families. But what if they fell? No matter who fell, they would become food in his stomach. Great-grandfather Lu's eyes shone with the ferocity of a wolf.